everything on Streamlabs and turn off my music because I was jamming trying to get in the zone, and then I will start sharing my screen. But I'm going to give it a couple minutes for people to roll in. So, screen 1, go live. And then I think it undid it when I went full screen, but we'll see. There. All right, so the slides should be on. Audio should be working. Recording should be up and going. Desktop audio is recording. The Q&A form is up. I think all systems are go. We're ready for launch in a couple minutes. Almost forgot to get my energy drink. You know, just the casual 4 a.m. in Colorado energy drink. All right. 2 more minutes and we'll get started, everybody. My energy drink of choice is, well, normally it's Monsters, sugar-free Monsters. Um, but I have switched over to a brand called Ghost. Um, Ghost is, it's supposed to be like healthier caffeine. I mean, I don't know if any energy drink is really healthy, but Ghost is supposed to be dope. So, a buddy of mine turned me on to it, and they taste way better than any other energy drink I've used. So, yeah. Why not coffee? I do coffee. It's just 4 a.m. and my wife is a coffee connoisseur, and she makes our coffee every day, and so she's not up right now. So as soon as she gets up, I will additionally have um, a coffee because I will need it. Can I get a pallet of Red Bull for a bounty? You know, I've never done Red Bull's bounty, but when I see Ben, um, sitting on a throne of Red Bull, it makes me want to participate in that bounty. I'm a little fickle on like which bounties I join. So yeah, it's interesting about like the ones I choose. Some VDPs I've joined just because I wanted to hack that company, either out of um, like wanton like not liking the brand, or because I have some kind of brand affiliation or whatever. And then other paid ones I hack because of other reasons. And but never Red Bull. I should give it a shot though. I know I've seen Inti as well. He's done a ton there, so should be dope. What kind of tool does she make to use the coffee? Um, a little question here. Should we use the Discord to ask questions, or should we use the Slidio to ask questions? So, really, if you just want to casually chat about something, or it's like a quick thing or whatever, you can just put in the chat because I'm monitoring the chat. And James DeBeer, one of my TAs, he's in the audience. He will also be in the chat and try to ping me if something's important. Um, but for questions about the content, or suggestions about like what we're doing, or whatever, or I might shoot polls out to you guys. I'll use the Slido to basically as an like as an improvement kind of notepad. Right, this is the first time I've done this, or the second time I've ever done this training. So I did this training once at AppSec USA like 3 years ago, and it was 2 days, same structure, but obviously this one is way updated. And it went really well, but I learned a lot of things doing it for the first time. And so, if you have questions about content or anything, or technical or whatever, probably better to put it in the Slido. If it's just random questions, like I always have um, the chat open. So, all right, let's get started. So we are recording so that everybody can get the recording. Um, and chat is working, and everybody can see video on the slides. I think we're good. All right. All right, so welcome to day one of the Bug Hunters methodology. Like I said, I've run this course a few times. Well, one time actually at AppSec USA. I don't like to do it too much, right? Like I feel like this is a pretty dope course, and also it's pretty time intensive because every run of the course I update everything to make sure it's still current. Um, and yeah, so I try to do it like, like I'm thinking of doing it once a year. I won't ever. I don't think I'm going to put this on like a Udemy or anything like that. Um, I'd rather just run the course live for a set of students who wants to show up over the year, and also not put a ton of stress on myself to upkeep like a Udemy course or whatever like that. So yeah, so it's today and tomorrow. Most of the people in here are UK based or not US based, basically. India, all kinds of places. So we have a great diverse representation of people in here. And today's day is Recon. So day one is Recon, day two is application analysis. And so if you followed, my career, um, you know that I give these talks called the Bug Hunter methodology. And at some point, that talk got too big for a conference slot. It turned into two separate talks. One is a Recon talk, and one is an application analysis talk, which I debuted last year. And so it was, it's good. All those are going well. I update them every year, and I usually give them at a big conference. Usually I debut one at NahamCon or, DEF CON or Black Hat if I like go to those, or at one of the big AppSec conferences. This year I didn't do one, and I'll talk about why I didn't do one at NahamCon or anything like that this year. But yeah, so let's jump right into it. All right, so the first thing about the course that you should know and that I want to dispel is that I am some kind of hacker god, right? So like the haddix, like Twitter persona, the people I hang out with, that's all very carefully crafted, right? I am a hacker just like you guys, with the same skills as you, the same ability to do research. I have been doing offensive security testing for many years, and I have learned a lot of stuff. But I don't want you coming into the training thinking like what I say is the absolute like mandated thing. There may be portions of the training or a tool in the training or a thing that I do in the training that is my experience, but you have personal experience with it as well, and you might have a different take on it. And I am absolutely interested in hearing your take on the different methods, and if you have like a better tool or efficacy of different things. And so really I treat all my students as peers, right? Like I want to make sure that you have me as a resource. You can always ask me any questions you want. in chat, in the Slido. You can DM me on Discord, add me as a friend, whatever you want. Um, but I want to dispel right away. Some people like get pretty like enamored with like the celebrity that is like an infosec like influencer or whatever. So um, dispel that right now. I am absolutely an idiot when it comes to a lot of things, and you'll see that in some of my bash scripting and programming. So it's all good. And the other thing is that your experience is absolutely valid in any of these places. And should you have a suggestion or a tool that you like, or comment, just like raise your hand, and I'll pull you in to talk. And we can just riff on whatever topic, right? Like I like that class format better than me talking at you guys all day. So don't be afraid to speak up or add notes or whatever. So cool. All right, so a little bit about the class structure, which I called ENV because I thought that was clever. So throughout the training, and the training works, mostly as a workshop. We'll stop and do labs. So I'll switch off of my screen share, which is slides, and bring up my terminal. And we'll be working on several sample targets today in Recon. Mostly they all have pretty wide scope bug bounty programs. And some of them pay, some of them don't. But I personally tend to work on wide scope bounties. Um, so I've done a lot of work on Dell. I've done a lot of work on Walmart, Twitch, and Ford. I've done some work on Tesla, and I've done a little bit on Google, but mostly just some of the tools examples, worked well on Google or whatever like that. So when I target these, companies, I target them because they pretty much have an open scope bug bounty or a large scope bug bounty, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. And then I also target them because I've had success before, because I know other people have success against them, and they're easy or they're easy to get started on, right? So in the industry, it's pretty well known that Ford is a VDP, and people hate it, right? In the bug bounty industry, they hate that such a big company runs a VDP, but Ford is massive. It is crazy, and it is an open scope. And for people trying to get their first win under their belt, their first bug triaged as valid in the bug bounty world, Ford is actually like a decent place to start, right? You're not going to get paid money if you find a vuln, but if you want to get that confidence booster under your belt, that's a good one to check on. Twitch, I've done extensive demos on. Tesla, Walmart, I've had a lot of success against, made lots of money against Walmart, and Dell is like a new one I've been focusing on lately. If you're in the bug bounty scene, Dell is a good program because it's pretty wide scope. So throughout the class, and throughout your process for bug bounty hunting or red teaming, effective note taking is really, really important. And so for me, I use Xmind or an Excel spreadsheet or Google Sheets because there are a couple different reasons I might use one or the other. So when I'm just hunting by myself, I use Xmind. Xmind is a mind map software. It basically allows you to create the central node and then add subnodes to it. And it really helps me organize my thoughts and my brain's like inner workings and take notes and stuff like that. Many other people can do this just in a notepad or Vim or whatever. And then many people do it in an Excel spreadsheet. Primarily, I see a lot of people now moving to Notion or Obsidian to do tracking of a bounty or a project, if you're doing a red team campaign. Um, and so those might actually have more power nowadays. Obsidian might have more power than an Xmind, but I'm so used to Xmind, I use it. I use it personally still for a lot of small to medium personal bounty hunting, or even for a red team campaign. Yeah, I used to use. Someone said in the chat that I used to use Evernote. I've also used Evernote in the past. In fact, all of my vulnerability fuzz strings that like I think are novel or whatever, I kept in Evernote, and I'm in the process of transposing them over to Notion or Obsidian. I really haven't decided on which app I'm going to use yet. The reason that you would use a spreadsheet or more specifically a Google Sheets is if you're team hacking. So let's say that you you know, if you get together with some of the students in this class and you decide that you want to look at one of these targets, you're going to start doing reconnaissance, which day one is all about reconnaissance, my specialty. And you're going to need to share live updated data with each other. And XMind isn't a collaborative platform. I don't think Notion is, or I think Notion can be. I don't know if Obsidian is. But with a Google Sheet, you just have to have a Google account, and you can start putting your domains line by line in an Excel spreadsheet and start hacking together. And so a good example of this is um, Ben and so Nahamsek and Zayat and Sam Curry, all tremendous hackers that I know and love. And when they went after Apple, they invited me in to look at their recon data for hacking Apple. And if you remember this, this was like 2 or 3 years ago. They basically choose an industry to go hack, and they go do it. And then, if they have a bounty program, great. If not, they do responsible disclosure. And I really do mean responsible, right? Um, they're not extorting anyone or anything like that. But they used a Google Sheet. And so all the recon went into Google Sheets, and then they would each pick like 5 targets at a time to look over. They would put notes in different columns next to the domain that they were looking at. They would dump new recon data, new notes in there. And then when they finished one, they would strike it out. And so as a team, they just used Google Sheets. So Google Sheets can be an effective one for team hacking. So this a little bit hard to see, but you kind of see the gist of it. You don't need to like dig into it. This is my one for Ford. When Ford first came out on BugCrowd a long time ago, I was training a few people on my team, and we would just take Fridays to hack on a bounty program. And again, because we knew Ford would be easy wins, we went after Ford. And so I would train the newbies on my methodology, and they would train me on what they know on live hacking this program. And so the mind map, this is actually one mind map. You're just seeing it split up into 2 screenshots. Is every domain gets its own subnode, and then I use color coding and icons to indicate what the status of that domain is. Um, and so I have just a general legend and a general node that I start off with at Evernote, or in XMind. So I just start with my target in the middle, and then an in progress node that everything I'm working on. I keep a node for syntax for common tools, and then I keep a done node. And so as I do recon, I put all of the Apex domains in progress, and we'll talk about Apex domains in a second, and then all the subdomains under each Apex domain under that node. And then I just work through them one by one, and then as I finish them, I move them over to the done. And so for when things are in the done area, if I highlight them green, the site or entity had no vulnerabilities. If it's orange and still in progress, it means that I'm currently working on it. Like that was the current site I'm looking on, or I'm saving it for later for whatever, and I'll put some notes in there. Red in either side means that I found vulnerabilities on that site. So later on, I can go check and check for regressions, and that's a really important part of bug bounty hunting. Is like after a couple weeks after you get your bug triaged, go back and check and see if they fixed it correctly, and see if there's any regressions later on down the road and stuff like that. And then a strike through or a check mark means that the site, I'm completely not analyzing it. Like I do not plan to go back to that site anytime soon. And so this can be accomplished using spreadsheets as well. So like you can do that and do the same kind of color coding in a Google Sheet. But it helps me keep track of projects where let's say I'm working on a large scope project, I do the recon, and then for some reason something with the family comes up or something like that, and I have to put that project down for a week or two, and then I come back to this mind map, and not only does it have everything I found in recon, but I can remember via the color coding kind of where I was in testing this large scope. And this can work for small scopes too, right? It doesn't have to just apply to a large scope bounty. So yeah, I see a question here coming through the Slido. How often are we going to take breaks? We'll take breaks every 2 hours. We'll take a lunch break at I would say 8 or something like that. So that would be 3.5 hours. Um, and we'll take some bathroom breaks as we go along. So somebody just give me a quick reminder. Like at it's 4:21 a.m. here. Let's do our first break at maybe 5:30. I would say that sounds good, and so everybody can go grab a drink of water or whatever. So or go bio or whatever. So cool. So that's primarily how I track stuff, right? I use Xmind or I use Google Sheets. I know that there's been a couple of advents really recently by a bug hunter at Google who saw me do my Recon, my smaller Recon workshop at RSA, and he basically created a tool, which I tweeted about, but I didn't get a chance to put it in the slides. But if you look at my feed, we can probably find it, or I'll add it later. He added a tool that will take any tool that gives you subdomains or domains or anything that's new line broken up output of a tool, and we'll turn it into a mind map in Obsidian. So it's a script, and that I think is pretty dope because then you could go directly from your tools on the command line right to an output file um, to Obsidian. So yes, I will try to find it. I think that's the workflow he built, and I'll add it to the slides. So if one of you actually wants to put that in the QA, just so it's a reminder for me to do that on the break, I'll try to go find it. Okay, so let's talk about a breakout piece of the course, which is templating and reporting, which is not necessarily hacking or recon based, but I needed to put it somewhere. And I really think as bug bounty hunters and red teamers, you will benefit from us just having like a discussion around templates and reporting for bug bounty programs or even red team stuff. So every finding that I have ever found, I end up writing a template for um, in BugCrowd, right? And the same thing goes for my red team reports, right? So at Buttobot, we're a professional red team. We do year-long campaigns. So uh, we use that report, that SaaS report-based platform. I'm blanking on the name right now. But every finding that we have gets a template made, and it's important to me, and I've seen much value from this in my career about making your template unique, right? So here we have, a cross-site scripting template, right? This is very similar to the one I use. And so you can outline the technical issue, and what we've done here is you make sure that you can outline the resource. So this would been, in this case, it would have been the script and the parameter, or the endpoint and the parameter, in quotes here, so they know exactly where the vulnerability is. It's vulnerable to reflected cross-site scripting. Once authenticated, if a user has passed this URL, there's the exploit URL, which is called out as a bullet. JavaScript will be executed against the person visiting the link. In this case, our payload is script alert XSS. So this is decent. It's not like the best, but it's a good starter place to work. And the reason I didn't give you my full one is because everybody should be unique. They shouldn't be looking at your finding when you're submitting to a bug bounty and seeing the same stuff everybody else is using, right? Like if everybody started using my template wouldn't be my template anymore. And so it's important to do this, but the building blocks for a good template are here, right? Make sure that you outline exactly where the vulnerability is, both the resource and the parameter. Make sure you call out specifically the exploit link. In this case, for cross-site scripting, it's a link. Make sure that you call out what happens once the exploit is triggered. And then later on, I'll talk about like instead of just an alert, what could have happened, right? And then a reproduction section. Make sure to give the client when you're doing um, a bug bounty program, or the developer when you're doing a red team um, test, like reproduction steps that a human could use, someone who's not a security professional. Because honestly, many people who end up with your finding or your report that you hand them are not security professionals. They're developers. The first point of contact gets your report, and yeah, maybe they're a security person, but unless they rewrite your report, they're going to pass it on to a developer whose job it is to do the work. And so reproduction has to assume that they have no security experience. So you can see I start at the very beginning. Log in, create a free account, visit the link to see the proof of concept, et cetera, et cetera. So when you write your reproduction for whatever technical bug it is, make sure that um, in the reproduction section that it assumes no previous knowledge with the application, or no previous technical knowledge. And so basically, what this allows the triager to do is also, um, if they can't, if you write a really good reproduction step, the triager has an easier time. If you write a really good reproduction step, the developer has an easier time. And it's like just an unspoken thing, but if you make triagers and customers' lives better in some way by writing a better report, you are more likely to get paid, and you are more likely to get paid more. And in fact, I know certain programs, Segment is one of them, where former bug crowder works or used to work Leaf. They actually pay for good reports. So even if you get a duplicate, but you submitted an epic template and an epic report, um, they will actually give you like a small credit for writing a good report to basically entice you to keep working on the platform. And then I've had in red team assessments, when I make sure that I do a great finding in our app and a great template in our reporting app, and then we give that to them. I mean, I get rave reviews from our clients. Like, this was way more in depth than anything we've seen from any other red team company, on the findings and how to mitigate them, et cetera, et cetera. So we got some comments in the chat. So I know it from a very trusted source. Rewriting reports is a huge part of triage. It is. In fact, there are whole companies like NCC Group, Bishop Fox. They have services which are just rewriting reports that bug hunters submit via the bug bounty to rewrite them for developers at at companies. And so that's actually a service people offer sometimes. BugCrowd does it for your report on the back end. So they're triage engineers. If you don't know them, they're really good people. Contrary to popular belief, they're awesome. But they'll take, like a lot of times people be rushed for putting in a bug, and they'll put in like a really crappy bug. With no template, and they'll just be like exploit here, and they'll send that in. And so then BugCrowd, the triager, will have to rewrite the whole report like this, for the client in a private comment, so you never see it. But that's what actually the client uses most of the time. It's not your report text that you sent in. It's like the BugCrowd triager rewriting your whole thing. And they have templates just like this. They take the crappy ones that come in, rewrite them, add reproduction, and answer questions for the client. And so that's kind of why BugCrowd gets paid, not only because triage is a hard job and you need staff to do it, and you need technical people to do it, but also because they're able to translate the incoming to the developers of the company. So Fatih wanted to add something here. While writing repro steps, even pointing to the area of the button can save time. Yes, absolutely. So visual aids like screenshots or videos in submissions highly increase your likelihood of getting paid and being able to prove out your vulnerability. I didn't actually put that in the slides, but I will make an update there. So if you include a video of you exploiting the bug, it's actually really useful, because as a triager, they may not, they may have just been assigned to the program that you've been working on for weeks, right? Like, triage is a rotating position. You don't always stay with the program when you're triaging it. And so they might have just been assigned that app, and they have no context to the app. I mean, they're a security specialist. They know how to web hack. They know how to reproduce classes of bugs of classes of vulnerabilities, but they don't know anything about that app. And so you giving them a video proof of concept or very explicit screenshots, it makes their job really easy to triage the bug, and they're more likely to just triage it through to the customer. Um, and that's just the truth, right? Like the easier you make it for the client to consume or the triager to consume, the more likely um, you are to get paid. So um, let's see here. Yep, same thing happens in pen tests. Same things happens in red teams, right? Make good reports. So this is an impact statement I made. So attackers can leverage XSS to target, phish, and impersonate users of the application. This is possibly this is possible. Um, this is possible because vulnerability allows the attacker to gain the user's trust by exploiting links that appear to come from the application. So this is pretty generic. You could definitely do some work here. This is the one I start with. I also keep it very specific. So I say in the context of this application handles this sensitive user data. So in the impact section, make sure to really write about the threat scenario of that application. Many templates that people use will just give you generic cross-site scripting impact, right? But here, let's say we're attacking a medical site. Well, I mean, like, it's important to mention, hey, this cross-site scripting bug can be used to steal the medical information of this person and anyone attached to this account. And that is a privacy violation of personal identifiable information. And sometimes I even go as far as mentioning if the company's in the UK or if the company's subject to some compliance that I know of, like HIPAA, like also that it is a breach of HIPAA um, uh, and the other one. And so really spell out the impact that's specific for them because they may not know. And if you write a really good impact section that is very specific to them, both technically and risk-wise, it can upgrade the severity of your submission. I've definitely seen bugs that border on BugCrud's rating system a P3 and a P2, and having a good impact statement in your template that is specific to the client has pushed it to P2. So yeah, yeah. So somebody posted in the chat. Recon Mind Map was the tool by Aleveske, and he was at my Black Hat talk, and that's the tool I was talking about. That'll take the command line output and turn it into a map. So it's linked now in the chat. Okay, so here's the remediation section. So you have to know that BugCrowd includes and HackerOne include very generic remediation information. In fact, most of it I wrote when I was at BugCrowd is still used today. So this is very similar to what the client gets. It is decent, right? It has developer remediation notes and references um, for a template, right? And it's okay, but BugCrowd's already kind of giving this a little bit, and so if you take into mind that your template is, and your finding is going to be seen by a developer, the more you can empower this section, the better. It's kind of about empowering the end user. And so this is decent, but still a little bit too generic. So here's one that's a little bit better. So in this one, I'm talking about how to enhance their XSS security, for this specific place and in general for the application. So I talk about the specific field and parameter. I talk about whether it should have been protected by the framework that they're using, and I will mention the framework here. And then I'll say that further validation and sanitization is needed to make sure. I mentioned that they should consider whitelisting characters rather than blacklisting characters, which many frameworks do. And then I specifically mentioned consider implementing the DOM Purify library because it's the best in class XSS sanitization library in our world, right? And so like to a developer, they're like, oh, this is like way better than what I normally get, right? Like I'm gonna go look up this library, and as a developer, I can implement a library pretty easily. And yeah, whitelisting makes total sense. And why is my framework not configured well to protect this specific place? And so these lead them to good questions. They give them answers of things that they can do. And so the first line is already a little bit better than what we had in the previous slide. The next one is encode. Like encoding is definitely a thing you need to do before it goes into the application using HTML entities. So very specific about how you want to output encode. And then there's also libraries like OS Java Encoder, where possible, to handle output encoding. Um, there's a little bit about safely manipulating the DOM by using alternatives such as text create and text create node. Securing cookies is very generic, similar to the previous slide. Adding content security policy is the same as the previous slide. Um, Utilizing frameworks. So there's, a lot of times people can't rewrite their app in a new framework. Um, but there are templating systems that work better for protecting it at XSS than some other ones. So I mentioned that if it's possible to use auto escaping through your templating system, do that, and then enable XSS protection header to block so that the browser gets a little bit better at blocking pop-ups and stuff like that. So this is much better to a developer in most cases, and it could be expanded on even more than the previous example. And it's also specific to their application. And if I had a specific application in mind, I might even go deeper on, like if I was a developer, here's what I would do, et cetera, et cetera. And this is really valuable to the company and is likelier to get you further along in the triage process and have your clients trust you more on kind of the more defensive aspects of your red team engagements, right? Like if you give them specific advice that is not just generic like they get from every other red team and pen test company, it's much, much better. So all of our findings at ButtoBot in our reporting platform have extensive sections, and there's a placeholder that basically just says in big text, it just says make it specific. And so for every app that I do a web app test on or I break into or whatever, I do some research on like what would I do if I was a developer here? What would I have to implement? What would be the protection here? And it's not generic at all. I try to make it as specific as possible. And for most of my clients, um, it's really, really useful. So there's a comment here that says, I know the basics, but I'm afraid to suggest some really specific stuff as my knowledge is not too deep. So it is true. I've done 8 billion pen tests. I know, and app tests. I know that, I know a lot of the better stuff here. But really, it's a community, right? You can Google a lot of this stuff. I mean, um, literally you could ask ChatGPT. Honestly, you could be like, "Hey, I want some specific technical advice on how to mitigate cross-site scripting in this framework," and then read what it gives you, and then from there, do independent validation of what it gives you. You always have to validate everything that comes from the AI. And then if it's right and you feel like it's good, and then present it to the client and be like, "Hey, this is what I think you should do. Your mileage may vary depending on implementation and configuration of your framework, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera." I mean, there is a ton of really good information out there about application security for application security bugs. I mean, there are a ton of companies that are secure code companies. They all have like learning modules nowadays. So I did a tweet thread, if someone wants to maybe find it or grab it, on secure code companies that offer free training to get people excited about secure code. Go through those and see what they say about protecting against cross-site scripting, and start taking notes, and then put all the notes from all of those free trainings into kind of your template, on how to, what you think is a very level-headed way to defend against cross-site scripting, and so, or SQL injection or server-side template injection or whatever. So, um, yeah, so that is templating. All right. So let's start with the Recon. Okay, so Recon concepts. There's kind of this concept of um, wide Recon and narrow Recon. I don't really use those terms, but a lot of people have who have made other tools, and so basically I wanted to cover them here. So wide Recon is the kind of stuff we're going to do today, which is finding as many applications as we can. And so a lot of my research is based on being really good at this. And the reason I focus so much on wide recon is because uh, in my job and the bounty programs I hunt on, it is really important for me to find that one gem site that nobody else has found. I can sit on a main site, and we're going to talk about application analysis tomorrow, um, and how I approach a single site. But every site that I find for an entity really boosts my chances of finding a vulnerability and getting paid. And in a red team engagement, it really boosts my chances of breaching the company, right? And we run at ButtoBot objective-based tests. So we have very high-level objectives that we set up. We run a year-long service, and so when we do our red team engagement, um, I can focus on wide-scale recon, and I can find these things that are like, basically left out on the internet, but still present actual risk to the company. And in the real world, very few very few out of all of them, of the major breaches, are people doing AppSec bugs. I mean, it is few and far between these days that like a major breach of an organization is like, a bug that someone finds in the application. And that doesn't mean that application assessment isn't useful. I just find that attackers think the same way as me. They will go after whatever is the easiest. So they will phish users, or they will attack a site that is under-secured. If the flagship web app is really something they want to get after, sure, if they want the data that's in there and that's the only route to it, yes, they will spend time doing a lot of application hacking. But they will take the path of released resistance almost every time to get initial access into a company. And so that's where I've really made my career, and most of my money in bounty and finding and like delivering very good red team tests and even pen tests and stuff like that. And so these are the different types of recon. The narrow type of recon a lot of people talk about is just application hacking, right? It is understanding how your application works, but they've dubbed it as narrow recon now. And so, we'll talk about a lot of that tomorrow, how I look at an application and stuff like that. But today we're focusing on wide recon. Okay, so what are we after when we're doing wide recon or just recon in general, right? So the first thing we're after is to find as many apex domains as we can. This is things that are like twitch.tv, right? Because apex domains will invariably have subdomains, and then subdomains are single websites that we can hack, right? So we're looking for subdomains as well. We're also looking for IP addresses and services on those servers. And then for red teaming, we're also looking for like contextual business and tech intel around the business that might serve us in phishing attacks. It might serve us in other ways. And we want to know that kind of stuff. So this is just like off the top of my head, right? This isn't like data I pulled anywhere, but this is just how I feel about it, right? So for every subdomain you find additionally in your scope on a red team engagement or on a wide scope bounty, you 2x your chance of hacking the target. For every apex domain you find of a target, you 4x your chance, because usually there's never less than, for an apex domain, like 2 to 4 subdomains for that apex domain. People make sub apps, they make development, subdomains, whatever. So finding subdomains is, the thing that we're going to spend a lot of the course talking about today. And also, every time we find an apex domain, we're going to be like score. Like this is that's really good for us, because then we can go back in our methodology and find subdomains for that apex domain. So an apex domain has kind of become the recon word of choice to represent just like the TLD, right? So like twitch.tv is an apex domain. So one thing to know about reconnaissance is that it's a cycle. There's a lot of jumping around. It's not a linear process, which stymies a lot of people. So so this means that like you could be going along in our recon process, and it could be very linear, where you're like running tools or you're running your framework and you find stuff and you're like, sweet, I feel like I'm going down this progress path. And then you'll be like, crap, I found a new Apex domain that I think belongs to this company. And then you have to go back to the beginning and rerun that Apex domain through discovery. And so there's a lot of jumping around and resetting. It's not a linear process by any means. And so this causes a lot of stress to people, because sometimes it seems like for a big organization, recon can never end. And it's really up to your own internal compass to decide like when you think is good enough. For me, when I'm doing recon, it's never good enough. I always keep going. Um, so yeah, I run recon continuously on targets that I look at, and I'm always running recon to try to find new subdomains, new apex domains, and often many of my bugs are because I'm the first to find some of this stuff. So I'm gonna go to the questions section real quick. On the narrow recon part, what does ID nomenclature mean? So ID nomenclature means like how you reference a user. Is it a user ID? Is it strictly the cookie value? Are they referenced by an email address, some kind of hash or GUID or whatever? So understanding how the app references users is something that we'll look into tomorrow. Second question is it worth finding Apex domains if it's not listed in scope? E.g., example.com is in scope, but example.abc is not in scope. So since this is my training and I get to say whatever I want, I will tell you that I do run full recon on scoped bounty programs. And some of you may hate me for this, but um, I have never, I have actually. So I would say it's an 80-20 rule. So 80% of the time, if I find a critical bug on um, a not in scope target, but I find a critical bug like a P1 and I report it using certain words and in a certain way, 80% of the time it'll be accepted. Um, and yeah, so hackers don't care about scope is something Ben said. He stole that from me. My saying is actually scope is negotiable. So let's take an example here. So I will take a specific bounty that I actually have worked on in the real world and give you an example here. So um, State Farm has a bug bounty program. They're actually a really good set of engineers. Um, they uh, they care about security. They're a good team. Um, State Farm is a insurance company basically, and so they had a bug bounty program, and they didn't include credentials leaked on GitHub in their bug bounty program. And so what I did is I just burned a submission, and I'd already done that work, right? Um, it's not hard for me to burn a submission. I don't really care about it impacting my stats or anything like that. So I had found credentials of one of their employees on GitHub, of which you'll see some of the tooling today on how I found that. Um, and they had hard coded a username and password that was a domain password that looked like they were an admin at the company. When I did LinkedIn research on them, of course, they had SSO and two-factor authentication, but I could have sprayed that password everywhere, and eventually probably I would have found a way to use it, that didn't have two-factor authentication set up or SSO. And so I wrote the finding very carefully, and I burned a finding to ask them a question. I said, "Hey, State Farm, I found this type of issue." I didn't give them the link, but I said, I found this type of issue. I know it's not in your bounty scope, but I think this could happen, and I wrote down what I just told you. Are you willing to accept it for the bounty program if I submit it? Otherwise, I'm just going to move on to the next State Farm target. What are they going to say? No. Um, no, they said, yeah, let us look at it. Submit it and let us look at it. That's all they said. And I said, okay. So I submitted it, and they looked at it, and they're like, yeah, this is a valid credential. Thank you for reporting it to us. And they think they gave me half of a P1 for that. And the way I wrote it to them was like working with them. It wasn't threatening them. It wasn't whatever. I probably would have given it to them anyway had they said, no, it's explicitly out of scope or whatever. But the way you write to clients matters a lot. And so in that case, scope was negotiable. I negotiated scope for that bug. And then they did add it to the program. They were like, oh yeah, maybe we should add this to the program. They changed the scope to include credentials leaked to GitHub as like a P3 or something like that, or P2 or something. And so that's a thing that happened. That has happened 10, 15 times throughout my career. There are people that you probably follow and look up to that do that all the time. Like they negotiate the scope of their bugs if they find something. So am I doing recon on and like other Apex domains, even though they're not in scope. Yeah, I'm not dynamically scanning them, right? Like I'm not gonna scan them with burp and set off all the SOC alarms. I'm definitely not gonna do that. But am I gonna do some light recon, to see what's out there? And if I see something interesting, might I look into it for a chance at a bounty? Yes, I might. Now, in a red team engagement, scope is very explicit because you can get legally in trouble by exiting scope. So if you're in a red team engagement, I do the same thing. I email the customer. I say, hey, we have a recon toolkit that goes out and finds all your Apex domains and your subdomains. We just take screenshots and that's all we do, or whatever. I seem to see this X, Y, and Z app out there. It looks undersecured just by my untrained eye. Do you want us to add it to the scope of the project? And many times, 9 times out of 10, they'll be like, yeah, absolutely, go check it out. Because it's just free security consulting from them. And many times, engagement managers will be like, well, they should have paid for that app. They should have paid to, for us to test that app. But really, I get more value out of my consulting engagement by finding good stuff at the end of the day. And so if adding that little bit extra work to my scope, and they weren't going to pay for that app anyway, but I find a good vuln there, it's more likelihood that customer will stay with us the next year when they re-engage on their contract because like, oh yeah, Jason emailed me personally, asked me about this thing, found a good thing there. Like that's the kind of partner you want to work with. And sometimes they say no. Sometimes they're like, yeah, that's not ours or whatever, and that's fine. And then you just move on. And it wasn't that much time of mine wasted. So again, scope is negotiable in pretty much all things as long as you're a good communicator. I would say that's the thing. All right, so let's see here what we got going on in chat. Give me 1 second. Uh, yeah, care about them as humans, right? As they try to care about you as hackers. I mean, because there's this veil between you and the customer, and there's actually a person, the triager between you and the customer as well. In bug bounty hunting, people often assume the worst intent and don't assume the worst intent. Just assume that everybody's an idiot, honestly. Like, assume that the other person on the screen is actually just a developer that got thrust into managing this bug bounty program for the company, and they're like, I have no idea what this dude's talking about. He sounds like a genius, but I have no idea what he's talking about in this submission. So approach it like you would approach a regular person. And then like you as a security engineer come off very smart, right? Like we use words like exploit and post exploitation and like framework and all this stuff, right? And like uh regular people don't get it a lot of times. And so communication is a core skill set in Bounty. Writing is a core skill set. And it's never been a better time to be a good writer with things like ChatGPT. You can even ask ChatGPT, although I don't suggest putting specific vulnerability information in ChatGPT, but you can say, here, you can like dumb down your report, remove, redact all of the information that is specific, and say, I want to break this down to a normal developer. Take what I wrote as a security engineer and dumb it down a little bit, and it will rewrite it for you and be like, okay, so I rewrote it for you, and now this will make sense to like an everyday person. So I use ChatGPT in a lot of stuff every day, and Grammarly as well. Somebody just put that in chat. I use Grammarly to fix a lot of typos and grammatical errors, especially if English isn't your first language. Oh man, Grammarly's dope, and so is ChatGPT. So yeah. All right. Okay. So a whole day of this class is dedicated to Recon. Not only because I love Recon, but also because I subscribe to the idea that the wider bug bounty and red team world does like what I call regular recon, which is like 90% of the way there. But when I win and I win big, and when adversaries win and when adversaries win big, it's in that last 10% of the bar here. And I know people disagree with this. I know there are hackers that love to just get on the app and hack a web app. And I love that too, right? Remember, the goal of reconnaissance is to find many apps in order to hack them, right? Eventually we will get to the web hacking part, right? That everybody loves and has learned on. But the web hacking part becomes way easier when you can find this last 10%. And so what I'm going to attempt to give you in the workshop today is the ability to get that last 10%. And it's the tricks that I've learned over my career. Some of them have you've seen before in my talks, and the reason they're still in here is because they're still the things I do to this day. So this is what I feel wins is this last 10%, this extra effort that many people put in. This is the reason why, Today is New makes more money than any other bug hunter by 2x, right? He has automation and he researches his own recon techniques and finds stuff that nobody else does. Um, and you may hear about a really cool hacker that does, an RCE that's on a web app, and that's great. And they get paid a lot of money for maybe a single bug at a live hacking event or something like that. But Today is New is dwarfing those people in the aggregate. And people like Nogly who have built like these big frameworks that do automation, and they find this last 10% because they're doing their own recon research, and they're using tools in better ways, et cetera, et cetera. So, but there are some hackers too, like Zishano is one who hate recon, and they will just hack on the app and they still do really well, right? So it's not like you can't do really well, right? But I have just found in my career that finding this last 10% and being someone who can hack a web app is super useful. In red teaming, this is the whole game, right? Like doing good recon in a red team engagement is paramount because you're looking to breach the customer or accomplish one of your objectives in the test. And the 10% here is really, really, really good. Really, really, really good to find. So in chat it says a good recon gets you places others aren't looking. That's absolutely true, right? If you find a site, I mean, I've found sites before in my recon testing where I know I'm the only one who found this new Apex domain. And I'll give you some examples later about some of those bugs. I like to talk about a couple bugs that where finding new Apex domains actually meant the difference. So creating wider scope as part of a bug bounty test or a red team engagement. So obviously, like here's Walmart's program, and star represents what we have permission to already have kind of wide scope to, right? So star.walmart.com means we can find any site that's any subdomain under Walmart. You can already see they've started to give other Apex domains, right? Lighter.cl, Walmart Digital. Many of these are because of me, because I found these Apex and related acquisitions and domains in this program, and they have now added them to their scope. Probably Fatih can verify, maybe he's triaged the Walmart program, but I wrecked Walmart really bad. Over a year, I just spent hacking Walmart and making money, and getting angry at them because sometimes they don't pay a lot of money or as much money as they should. And some hot heated letters back and forth with them. But maybe Fatih can verify when he was a triager there. Yeah, but many of these domains are in scope because I found these. Oh, well, Fatih says he's not triaging Walmart because he might want to do a bug bounty there. Okay, well, yeah, maybe one of the other triagers could tell. But yeah, so yeah, so when Walmart started, it didn't have this wide scope, but they did have something else, which I'm going to talk about. So this gives us these asterisks gives us permission to hack any subdomain that we can find of that Apex domain. Here they've actually, Bugcredit started giving technology stack information, which is super useful, and they tell you like how much the bugs are worth in the top here in the top header, and there's also something that is really important. And so I like to talk about it in all my trainings for bug bounty hunters. Under the last section of scope, under the box up top, there is this big block of text that I don't know why, for some reason, hackers tend to skip over all the time, because it's just a big block of text. And most of the time it says the same thing. Like 80% or 75% of the time it says the same thing. It's like anything that's not listed above is not in scope. But in this block of text, this company has said that if you find a vulnerability in one of our services or sites not listed, please do not hesitate to submit the details to this bug bounty program. At Walmart's discretion, such reports may be eligible for award. So this basically gives us permission to hack anything that we can find related to Walmart. So this is the statement that opened up the scope for me for this program. Before it was just Walmart.com, and you can see I've made them add a whole bunch of their South American brands, their Japanese brands. I found a bunch of SQL injection on their Japanese brands that nobody was looking at, like Seiyu and some of their other acquisitions. I went into deep acquisition research of what Walmart was purchasing and running across the world, and I started submitting bugs on all this stuff that nobody was touching. And I had pretty much the program to myself for a year. Um, there was two other hunters, I think, that had figured this out and were testing wide scope. So when you look at these scopes, look at this section. And then also, before you start hunting on a program that has the generic line here that says anything not in the boxes above is not in scope, also go to their responsible disclosure page on their website if they have one. Many of them will have one, some of them will not. Um, but if you go to the responsible disclosure page and it says, hey, we will take this information in, um, I'll show you Walmart in a second, V3. If you take this information, we'll take this information in as a vulnerability disclosure report. Please, say it here. Remember, it's all about writing at this point, right? So um, I could write a really, really good finding for something that wasn't in scope for a different program, and it's okay to submit it. They just might not reward it, or they say they don't reward it. But if I write a killer write-up on a P1 critical bug, there is a non-zero chance that they might decide to reward it. And so really to me, writing skills and communication skills are one of the paramount skills you should have in bug bounty and in testing in general and offensive security testing. So let me show you before I had access to the actual program what Walmart looked like. So if I exit out of here, uno momento. Uh, Here it is. This is it. Yeah. Okay. So this is very specific to BugCrowd. But let me make it bigger. So I Googled Walmart Responsible Disclosure Program. And eventually it took me to this page, right? Like I think the first Google took me to this page. It says responsible disclosure policy. It's in their help docs, right? And then they had this thing. It's to learn more about our responsible disclosure program. And then here that led me to this, which gives me the actual text, right? So it says Walmart cares deeply, reporting, blah, blah, blah. We require security researchers to include detailed information. And then what they have included here looks like BugCrowd text. And it is, in fact, BugCrowd text. So they are embedding the submission form from BugCrowd, and this is what's called an external submission form, where a client can just plug these form fields in using the API at BugCrowd and actually take vulnerability information directly from their website. So you don't have to report through the BugCrowd platform from Walmart. So there's several ways that you can find these. You can do some Google hacking to try to find them. There's very specific wording, right? Like if someone has text about the vulnerability rating taxonomy. That's a very BugCrowd specific thing, and it's on their website instead of on BugCrowd's site. Most likely they're hosting this embedded submission form, and they have a way for people to report through their website. And so here you can see the VRT categories. You can put it in. You can add all your information. This is just the standard submission form for BugCrowd, and they've just embedded it in their website. And then you can see here also just says BugCrowd down here, powered by BugCrowd. And then you report the vulnerability. And so you provide your email. And then it sends you an email, and you don't even have to have a BugCrowd account. You can claim this submission to this program by connecting the email that you sent your submission through and making a BugCrowd researcher account, and then it'll connect the bug to your account. But you don't even have to if you don't want to. But many companies have these embedded submission forms, and they said in here. Did they say anything about payment? No. Monetary, maybe? Says you may be eligible for monetary compensation at their discretion. So yeah, I mean, this is one of the things that I found. And so you don't have to be invited to the program, their program. I am now invited to their program because I did really well on it, and they invited me to their private program, which has a lot of scope. But this vulnerability disclosure policy and the wording here and the embedded submission forms makes it so that you don't even need an invite. You can just hack on them and submit submit things. Now, warning for Walmart. I know some people who work at Walmart. They're actually one of them is one of my really good friends. They do not pay a ton for findings. So if you're gonna hack on Walmart specifically, know that if you find a P1 that most other people are paying 8K for or something like that, they're gonna pay 4 or 3K for, because they just have so much scope. That's the actual reason for it, right? They get so many bugs in, they don't have the budget to pay out at the high levels, and they do this kind of internal counsel thing where they rate how risky they think the vulnerability is, not by the vulnerability category like most people do on BugCrowd, but on how risky they think, how much risk the application that the vulnerability was found on represents. So if it's a marketing site and you find SQL injection, your SQL injection is going to get knocked down from a 4K to a 1K bug. And it's really kind of arbitrary. They get to decide because they set the policy, and I've had many fights with them over how much a bug is worth. And eventually I gave up on their program and then came back, and then I gave up and I came back because I was really frustrated. So just know that, like if you're going to hunt on this one in specific, there are some caveats, and like it's a thing. So, all right, let's go back 2 slides, and we will switch. All right, all right. It is 5:06, so we're gonna get through this little section here, and then we're gonna build a mind map of a target, and you guys can choose whatever target you want, and then I'm gonna build one live, and then we're gonna start doing some recon on it with some tools. But when we get to the next section, we'll probably take a bathroom break, a coffee break, whatever you want to do, sandwich break, hug your kids break, whatever you want to talk about that. So when we get to the next section, we'll take a break. All right. So remember to look at the catch-all on your bounty programs for red team work. Your scope of work and your rules of engagement are really the catch-all of how you interact with the client and what you get to hack. And so here you can see on the left, this is a project work plan for a red teaming company. It's a 6-week engagement. This is not ours. This is just one I found randomly on the internet. And in order to make the customer feel better, they have outlined generally what they're going to be doing over the 6-week red team engagement. Hold on one second. Stuff coming in the chat. Let's see here. Is there a mirror stream somewhere? Seems like Discord is broken to the extent where I can't play the stream on my M1 Mini, and the only alternative is a crappy laptop where it cuts out all the time. No, so the Discord is the only method I have of streaming right now. If I streamed to YouTube or I stream to Twitch using Streamlabs, which I have set up, it would go out to everybody, and I don't want the training just to be going out to everybody. I am recording it though, so if it doesn't get any better, you will have the recording, but I don't have a great solution for that right now. Let's see here. Okay, let's talk about red team, continuation red team. So when you're doing your scope of work and your rules of engagement, when you're talking to the client in our red team work, they always try to pigeon us into, hacking certain sites or certain net blocks or whatever. And so actually we always have this long conversation about them, about how real adversaries do not have scope, right? And so we try to pivot them to goal-oriented or objective-based testing. And we keep these goals very broad. Access to privileged user or corporate data or provable disruption of services is what we say. And when we talk about provable disruption of services, we talk about that we're not going to bring anything down, but we want to be able to prove that we would have been able to disrupt business operations, basically. And sometimes we phrase this as business operations rather than services because people get really worried about downtime. But we try to pivot from having a very scoped test to doing what an actual adversary would do. Because in our red team assessments, we're incorporating a whole bunch of stuff. We're doing hardcore recon to find these edge case sites that, I'm showing you how we do it today, that we can get in through. We're doing threat intel, so we have basically 2 levels of threat intel investigation that we do for one of our targets, and it's one is looking for the very general have I been pwned type of breaches, stuff that makes it out to the public. And you can get that from Dehashed is kind of the one most pen test companies use or red team companies used, and that's like level one of finding credentials that might help you get in to an organization or even just help you build an email list. And then level two is actually we're in Discords and Slacks um, that the threat actors are in, that real threat actors are in, and we're monitoring those. And we work also with a third party who does that as well as their full-time job. We pay for that service so that when a client comes to us and they start a red team engagement, we go look up their domain on that API and in our database and see who of their employees has already been owned, already has drive-by malware on their machine, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so, this allows us to have a wide scope of, attacking a single machine and pivoting into the internal network. We don't always have to rely on phishing. Um, so what we find is when we ask to open up the objectives for the test, we get a lot of pushbacks like, well, how do we know what you're doing or what tests, what websites you're testing or whatever? And it's like, it's not really about that. We're trying to emulate a real adversary here in a red team engagement. So we're going to do whatever works just like an adversary will, but we do give them this example on the left. We do give them a project timeline which generally says, hey, actually, we're going to be doing a lot of our external during these 2 months. We're going to be doing a lot of our internal these 2 months, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll show you our version. Um, so that you know what that kind of looks like. Uh, so, so this is our version right here. Let me see if I can zoom in. So we do a year-long campaign, and you can see that like mostly the first month is reconnaissance. We're doing the threat intel. We're doing the hardcore recon. Everything I'm teaching you today is exactly what we do in the first month. And then we design the rest of the campaign. So we're doing external for the rest of the year. And in some of them will be credential spraying, and some of them will be getting phishing, and some of them will be testing infrastructure, and some of them will be testing cloud, etc. And then when you're doing, and this is just a sample, this isn't a real one, but when you're doing this also, when you're doing a red team engagement, it does behoove you to add a couple of assumed breach or internal tests to the test, right? Because if you have a great campaign and you get in from the external and you pivot, that's great. But if you don't, having an assumed breach planned internal test is really useful. And so we plan two of those, and those are our only two really kind of planned non-scoped events, right? They give us access either via a specific virtual machine that we create that they host on their internal network, or we ship them a little box that kind of looks like a Mac Mini, which reverse SSHs out to us, and then we basically connect to it, and then we can pivot to their internal network, and then we test, as if an attacker had already got initial access or has succeeded in initial access to their network. What can they do then? And so this is kind of a comprehensive like red teaming assessment over 12 months. So you can shorten this to 6 months and just you know, half this. Usually we don't like to do red team campaigns that are shorter than 6 months. So this is what it looks like in a campaign, and everything is usually in scope in this. There's only a few times where we're not able to negotiate, or I'm not able to convince them that this is not what a real attacker is doing, and that so they shouldn't take things out of scope. Every once in a while there is like e-commerce companies that are like, hey, we absolutely just cannot have anything affected during this time frame because it is our main money making time frame, so you cannot be doing external testing on this specific time during this day or this weekend or this month. And so yeah, we'll work with them, right? Like you don't want to be an asshole about it. Like you definitely have to work with your clients, and but yeah, that's kind of the way that we scope red team engagements. Okay, so the next section is ASNs, which we actually begin in earnest our reconnaissance of everything. And we'll take a break here, and we'll do bathroom break, coffee break. It's my time. It's 5:14 a.m. We will come back at 5. It's 5:15 a.m. We will come back at 5:30. So 15-minute break. Everybody, get up, stretch around, and we'll start doing the work when we get back. All right, I'm back. Let's see here. Turn on camera. So you can all see my room. It's getting hot in here because it's summer and got the air conditioner in the room. All right. Cool. So I had one of the students on the break DM me a situation, and I'll try to keep it anonymous, but the situation is exactly one of the ones I just told you about scope. And the student did a really, really good job of, they showed me the report, and they did a really, really good job of writing it up as I said. They used, um, like, hey, this is how I found this thing, this piece of scope. It's out of scope, but it has a security vulnerability on it. It actually came to me because I got redirected by the main site to this site. So it was even in the workflow of using this site on your, that is in scope for the bounty. And here's the vulnerability. I'm pretty sure it's impactful because of this. It was like a great page and a half long report. And it was a great finding. And in the end, the customer did not accept it, was angry about it, and their bug crowd account got minus points for going out of scope. And so, kind of the question was like, hey, I did kind of what you said already, and didn't work, right? Uh, and so it doesn't always work. I mean, that's the truth, right? And so, how I replied to the student was, first of all, the write up was excellent. Exactly what you should have said. Used the right words. I couldn't have imagined writing it any different myself. So it was a great submission. And so in the end, I said, okay, well, first of all, this is a lame program. Even though they're a big name, you should probably stop hunting on them. If you're gonna do this. And then I talked a little bit about two people I know who do this wide scope bounty stuff, and they test a lot of out of scope stuff sometimes, and and they get paid for it, and sometimes they don't. And so this is Today is New in Nogli, and there's others like them too. Mocon, and I met a lot of the big Recon based hunters. Um, at the live events actually, and they've come up to me and been like, "Oh, your methodology, like, kind of got me started, and it's what the basis of my automation. It's pretty dope." I mean, so what I told the student was like, um, your verbiage was great, but when you do this, you can't get your hopes up. Um, so there's always the chance that they could react negatively to you. And so if you get overinvested and emotional about a bug, any bug, not just this one that you went out of scope on, but any bug you put into a bug bounty platform, you're gonna have a bad time in bug bounty. Um, like, it feels really good to find a verifiable security bug on a bug bounty, and so you just have this really high expectation of, oh, I'm gonna get this payout, and I feel validated with my skills and all this stuff. But in reality, you don't have much control over the situation, right? Even though you put in the work and it's excellent work, objectively. And so when you do this, specifically this as well, you cannot get your hopes up. And the way that Today is New and Nogli and Mocon handle this, right, is they temper their expectations. They do not assume that any of the out of scope stuff that they submit will get rewarded. They assume that it'll all not get rewarded. And so if you hunt on a lot of different programs in aggregate, you will win more than you lose, is at least what I found from talking to them and in my own experience. But you will get stiffed every once in a while. And their philosophy, and you'll definitely notice this with Eric, Today is New, is never get too attached to a bug. You may find the greatest bug in the world. In fact, I will tell you a story. Um, Eric, a lot of people when Eric Today is New, a lot of people when he started didn't like Today is New, and still don't like him to this day. And there are multiple reasons for that. One is because he used to run a spam farm at one point, and so that reputation kind of, they found out about it and followed it, and they thought he wasn't a good person. But Eric is absolutely salt of the earth, great person. Today is New, and so a lot of people hated on him because he did this kind of recon hunting, mass hunting, and eventually, like over time, over 3 years, he was crushing people on the leaderboards, like on the Bug Crowd leaderboards. And like some of our hunters on Bug Crowd were like angry about it, like because they were single app focused, hardcore one RCE type bug finders, and they hated his methodology, like his wide scope, kind of find mid range bugs. And then Eric, you know, started to do more and more research and implement things that nobody else was looking for. And Eric actually found a bug that broke the internet. He found a bug in a vendor that everybody uses, no matter like who you are, pretty much everybody uses. And he found a bug at the core of their infrastructure, and nobody else had found it yet. It was an Ode, and he was able to basically, for almost half the planet, read traffic of their web servers based on like a core thing in the internet that was wrong, and that's about as much detail as I can give. And and so Eric was hyped about this bug, and it as soon as it came through triage, it set off all the alarm bells at Bug Crowd. Fucking people got woke up. Like meetings were scheduled with this client who was on the Bug Crowd platform. He had submitted this bug. He did a really great write up, but technically it was out of scope. Like nobody had asked him to test at this layer at all. He had fundamentally broke the internet, um, and at least like major parts of it. And so got on the call with the client, and the client asked all kinds of questions, but was very reserved. There were attorneys in the call. Eric was advised to bring an attorney, which scared the shit out of him. Um, and and in the end of the day, he found one of the best bugs I have ever seen. And he got paid. He got paid for it, but not that much. Like not as much as he should have. And the process of that did not feel good. It didn't feel good for me to be involved in it the way the customer reacted, and it didn't feel good, I'm sure, for him to be involved with it. But he has this mindset of do not get attached to any one bug. I'm doing this. I know the possibility is that something gets, rejected, doesn't get taken well, whatever. And he knew that going into it. And so when I talked to him afterwards, like, man, that was such a crazy charged situation. I'm so sorry it ended up like this. And, Bugcrowd also has like a make it right fund too. So I'm pretty sure Bugcrowd actually tried to make up the difference of what they thought it was worth, even though the client was kind of dumb. But I talked to him about it, and he's like, it's cool. Like, and then he told me his philosophy. It's that you can't get attached to a security vulnerability. It's not going to be received by the same way by someone else as it is by you. You were very invested in it because you put time into it. And so a way to mitigate, getting invested in a bug is that after you find exploitability, stop putting in a ton of time to it. Like don't go and like, I'm guilty of this. Like I want to prove impact, so I will prove impact, and then I'll go above and beyond. And like, let's take an example for a SQL injection. Like I want to make sure I pull, like table names so they can't dispute, and that like that's good. And then like I want to talk about like the technical remediation, but really what I should do is stop at what my template has in it, because that's what saved me a bunch of time, and submit it, and then move along my merry day and not get too attached to this bug and try to temper my expectations. And that's his philosophy, and a lot of the big recon hunters' philosophy when it comes to any bug, not just out of scope bugs. And it serves him really well. And in the end, he wins more than he loses, and makes a ton of money. But it is a possibility that a customer is just an absolute, like, it's like a horrible receptive customer, basically. So that's absolutely a possibility. So try not to get too attached to your security bugs. There's definitely plenty, even on Walmart. When I tested Walmart, right, I submitted some huge things to Walmart, and they just decided via their internal counsel that like, hey, we're gonna pay you 2K for this, and I felt like it was an 8K, 12K bug, and they're like, nope. And they offered me some reasoning, and I didn't really accept it, but I don't have control over that situation. If I let it ruin my life and make me angry, and it affects my day, that's not great. So you got to kind of step back a little bit. And I know that's hard for some people, especially people who are just getting started, who that bug may be the first impactful bug that they found. It's really hard. But I just want to let you guys know that like don't get attached to, that kind of stuff too hardcore. Does that make sense? That was a little aside, sorry. Fati says I remember that. Yeah, you win some and you lose some. Yeah, I mean, the assumption about Eric in specific was that he finds low-hanging stuff. And actually, Eric used to find a lot of low-hanging stuff and automate it and submit it quicker than everybody else. And when we're talking about low-hanging stuff, we're talking about configuration issues, like stuff that's P4 on BugCrowd's ladder. But he doesn't anymore. Actually, a majority of his submissions, I'm pretty sure, are now mid-tier to high-tier bugs, actually. So they're like, P3s, P2s, and P1s. And it's because he puts a lot of research into finding things that other people don't do. So Eric deserves a lot of respect. He's won many live hacking events. He's the top. He's consistently top of the leaderboards on almost all the platforms. He's smart as hell, and he's also one of the nicest people I've ever met. Continually reaches out to check on me and my family when I'm having a hard time or like I tweet something or whatever. So legit a really good guy and has reformed from the spammer days. So yeah. No angry tweeting. Yes. No angry tweeting at triagers or companies. Just let it slide off your back. And you know what can help with this is friends, right? If you can get together with some people in this class and form a little hacking group and go after a target and become friends and you have some friends to test with, they can help you cool down after this stuff because there's going to be another bug, especially when you hunt together. There's always going to be another bug. Hunting together is a force multiplier, so highly suggest that you find some friends to hack with. I know it's very similar to gaming. It's like find some friends to game with. I don't have any friends. Um, you just got to put yourself out there, right? Like, just go to someone who you know, who's making a cool comment, who provided a tool, whatever. Be like, hey, I'm just looking for someone to hack with on the weeknights, getting into this bug bounty stuff. Happy to do XYZ Recon, have this background, just looking to create a group to, and do it on Discord or whatever. And, that's how all the big hacking conglomerations happen. You mostly hear about it through live events and people getting together there, or independent research like the Homsec and Zayat and Sam Curry do. But they didn't know each other at one point, and they just reached out to each other. Hey, you want to hack together? Yeah, sure. Let's figure it out. And then I've been in there in those channels with them, and it's literally just a Discord channel like this. It isn't a stage, but it's a channel where everybody's in voice, like 6 or 7 or 8 hackers, and you have a spreadsheet up, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna test these targets, and they're like, hey, does anybody know what the fuck this is? And people were like, yeah, like I've seen that before in my pen test, like stuff. And collabing with people is really dope. Just make sure when you're collabing, you go into it and you say, hey, we're gonna split everything, equally, all the same way. When you go into it, otherwise you might have like splitting issues. But yeah, collabing is a force multiplier for sure. Yeah. Okay, so that was story time. Let's see. We will go on to ASNs, which is the first part of like actionable recon for the course. Everybody good? Everybody enjoying so far? A good class so far? I have massive imposter syndrome. You can ask XNL Hacker, and I was like, hopefully this class is good and everybody enjoys it. So hopefully it's going well for you guys. Okay, cool. All right. Um, all right, here we go. Okay, so in the ASN section, what are we after, right? Well, we're after IP addresses of owned servers of our target. IP addresses will lead to more Apex domains, more websites, and more services to hack. And remember, the larger we can get our scope, the more chance we have for success in our red team engagement or our bounty hunts. So ASNs are autonomous system numbers. And they're applied to companies that purchase large swaths of IP through registrars. And they provide you just a cheat code for a company's entire network basically. And you can have, several of them actually, depending on your business entity or how large the network is. Um, and so for this section, a lot of people are like, why do you still do this manually? There's many tools out there that like ASN map, and like of course I'm aware of all these tools for ASN gathering. The reason I still use Hurricane Electric to this day is because it's a core internet routing company that this website has not gone down for 10 years and is always super accurate. It has a free-form text search of which I can select the output from, and there is just a lot of opportunity for confusion in this part of your recon methodology. So if you use something like ASN Map or any of the other tools where you give it a command line name of like Twitch here, but it's more illustratable if you did Tesla, there are multiple companies named Tesla out in the world, right? There's like a Tesla engineering group, there's like Tesla Motors, there's Tesla, firefighting, there's like many companies that have Tesla in the description name of the ASN. And these tools will return those ranges sometimes. I've had them give me out of scope ranges that weren't of the company that I wanted. And so some of them have gotten better where they give you the description name as well, and then so you can just disregard those ranges. But it just, I never go wrong doing this part manually. It doesn't take that long just to do this part manually. So you also get with bgp.henet, you get their IPv6 ranges as well, which not many of the tools give you. And IPv6 is an underserved, kind of underlooked at part of your reconnaissance for different sites. So for these reasons, I still do the ASN research on Hurricane Electric to this day manually. And so here you can see I'm looking up Twitch. I can see that it returns two ASN numbers, 46489 and 397153. I can see that the descriptive name is Twitch Interactive Inc., which makes sense and matches kind of what I'm looking for. There's no opportunity for confusion here, and so that's why I do this manually. And so here I've started to just build out kind of the notes, right? So I have a Twitch mind map, and I've added the IPv6 ranges and the AS numbers and the name, which I just copy and pasted out of Hurricane Electric into my mind map. And so we're going to start doing some live recon, and I will break out of the slides and we will build a little template. So let's go here, and you guys can feel free to follow along and choose any program you want, really, or you can do the same ones that I'm going to do. If I could find my mind map program. There we go. So you can see I even organized the class by mind map, right? So here's everything we're going over today. There's everything that we have tomorrow, etc. So we will go a new map. I hate white backgrounds, so I'm going to change the theme to this one. No, what do I want to do here? Let's go like a background green, but kind of a purpley, bluey type of vibe. Let's do that. Okay. How many screens do I have in front of me? I have 6 screens in front of me. I have 3 here in front of me, and then 3 on the top. I am a multi-monitor gamer. My mid one is a widescreen. I couldn't tell you the dimensions of it, but I like the widescreen. Specifically, I use the widescreen so that I can have 2 documents up on the same screen for productivity, edits, and research on one. One monitor is used for chat, my relative chat programs, so I have Telegram and Discord always open. And then other browsers are just where I put, or other monitors are just where I put browsers of research or social media or whatever. So, no, it's all good. You guys can ask whatever questions you want. All good. Okay, so sizes of my monitors, they're all different sizes. I don't really care about having them match. I use them for productivity. So, and then I run them with 4 ports out of my graphics card, and then I have a little extender that plugs into USB 3, and it allows you to add 2 more monitors via HDMI. So I can't game on those monitors because the bandwidth isn't enough on that extender, but I can do productivity stuff on them. So that's kind of how I work. And yeah, multiple monitors is to me is really really useful. So okay, so when I was doing the course, I had thought to do Dell for our bounty that we were going to do live, but then I realized that like some of the tools, because of Dell's scope and how big it is, it's just going to be massive. And so either I would have to pre-run the tool and just show you the output, or whatever. So we're going to try some smaller stuff. Um, yeah, we're going to try some smaller scope. Um, just so that hopefully we can kick off some of the tools and come back to them and they'll be finished running later. For instance, one of the tools we're going to talk about that does subdomain discovery is a tool called Bbot. It's a newer one. It's in the slides. And the reason that I kicked it off on Dell yesterday morning, and it is still running for Dell because of how massive the scope is and how much Bbot finds. And so AMAS also can take sorry, not AMAS. AMAS can take forever, on big scopes. So can Subfinder. And so like I want to demo some of these tools to you guys and walk through them together. And so I'm gonna try to think of like a smaller scope that we could look at. Maybe a subsection of like Walmart or something like that. Like what have I done before? Let's see here. Maybe just Sam's Club is like a sub brand of Walmart. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, let's just try Sam's Club. Let's see what happens. If it's still too big, we'll figure it out. So Sam's Club in the U.S., I think, is mostly a U.S. brand, but it's like a grocery slash like it's a big grocery store. It's like kind of where you go get like wholesale amounts of grocery stuff, and I think you have to have a membership to it. Um, it's like an off-brand of Costco. Yes, if you have Costco. So yeah, that's what Sam's Club is. It was acquired by Walmart, so it is a acquisition of Walmart. I know this because I've done that program, but we'll just run the tools on Sam's Club. And so I know that our project is actually going to be Walmart here in the center, but we're going to start with in progress, and we're just going to say Sam's Club as our Apex domain. We're going to say samsclub.com. And when we run the tools, we'll just run against Sam's Club, not all of Walmart. So, let's see here. Do you run your Recon on your home IP VPN proxy to cloud IP? I'm afraid of getting blacklisted. Okay, cool. So that's a great question. I've gone back and forth. My machine here is a beastly personal computer meant for hardcore gaming, AI, data analytics, like it's a beast machine. And so like I have gone back to using some of my home stuff for just to take advantage of the processing power and the memory I have in this box. But then I always come back just using my VPS. So I use DigitalOcean VPSs right now for all of my tools. Yes, it incurs a cost every month. As long as I find one bounty a month, it pays for itself. Even when I don't find one bounty a month, if I find one bounty every 3 months, depending on the severity of the bounty, it still pays for itself. I use it for all kinds of other stuff too. You may already have one just for like your website or whatever. So I am using it in DigitalOcean. I use to manage my command line stuff. I use Windows primarily because I'm a gamer, right? And so I don't really want to be context switching and going back to Linux as my core operating system. I know that's what some of you love and you like just like Linux people, but I need the game, right? Like I am not a complete person unless I'm playing Diablo 4, a little bit each day. And so I rent, DigitalOcean server, and I use to log into it from Windows. I use mob_extern, which is just a shell manager. So here I have tabs to my box, which I call arc1, which is the name of my daughter, is Arcadia. And this is where all my tooling goes. And so you can see it here, and we'll get into this later when we start using some of the command line stuff. So. Okay, so Walmart in progress, Sam's Club. For Walmart, we're also putting ASNs section, and then we will Let's see here. I like just having a place for syntax and notes, and then we'll just leave a branch here just for, blank for or whatever. Okay, so let's go to Hurricane Electric and look at the Walmart. All right, so we have Walmart, we have Walmart Canada Corporation, we have Walmart Stores, which gives me a range. So you might have to dig around a little bit, and then you have Servicios Administrados Walmart de RLDECV. So I'm guessing this is Spanish or Mexican or sub-brands, I'm guessing, and a range that they have. Probably an acquisition that they turned into one of their subsidiaries. But I see this, so I'm going to go Walmart Stores Inc. Just re-Google, make sure I find everything. Okay, so this gave me better results. Now you might have to do this sometimes. You might have to dig through one and see something associated to another thing. So I clicked on the top result, Walmart, and it gave me some DNS authority stuff that I didn't really care about. And then I went into this ASN here, I think, or where did I go? I went to this range that I found for Walmart Stores Inc. And then I can see that the description is just Walmart Stores Inc. And then here's the original AS that this range is a part of. It didn't show up in the search, so you might have to dig around a little bit. And then I took this and I put it back in my search. And then you can see I can find a whole lot of more shit for Walmart, right? So like, there are a bunch of acquisitions for Walmart. But I think the main one is Walmart Stores Inc., which we found on the other page, and you can see that they have two AS numbers right here. Let me just do some quick Googling and see if Fairway Stores is owned by Walmart or if it's just giving that based on the search. Family-owned business. Okay, cool. So yeah, those are not, I don't think it has been an acquisition of Walmart, so this isn't anything. So like when you look at acquisition data, we're going to get into it, but you can use Wikipedia to look for acquisition data. You can use Crunchbase, and we're going to get into that in a little bit. But you just want to verify via Googling, if some of these are owned by Walmart or if they just came up because of Stores Inc. or something like that. So you can see they're probably just coming up because of Stores Inc. in the free text form search. So I'm pretty sure we found the two that we're looking for here is the two AS numbers. And again, Recon is cyclical, so we might find some more stuff later that we missed, and we'll come back and put it in here. Cool. And Walmart Corporation Canada, definitely probably something I want to look at. I will put it there, and I will also just put it under a sub-branch just to make sure that I know that it's a little bit different. So I'll put that as a sub-branch, and then I'll move that under it. And then I will probably put the name as well for the other one just so that I have it. So that one is Walmart Stores Inc. Cool. So because we're going to use Sam's Club, which is an acquisition of Walmart, I definitely want to just make sure that there's like nothing in here too. Yeah, there's more autonomous system numbers here. Walmart is probably the biggest target on the internet, by the way. One of the biggest targets on the internet. So lots of scope, like tons of scope. Actually, we'll just do this. This is why I bought the wide monitor. Okay. You get 7.9. I did not get 7.9. Does this site only work for US companies? No, it does not. I don't believe so. I think it's everything. Okay. Check questions on Slido. On Slido. Okay. Um, let's check Slido real quick. Okay, we did that one. Oh, let me mark the ones that are done though. There's a whole bunch that are already done. So, okay, so questions. Uh, okay. So first question was, do ASN numbers get updated, or as the company adds more ASNs over time? So I'm actually not 100% how it works, to be honest. I've never dealt with the IP registration part of admin before. Um, so I don't know how you register for one, or if one just gets assigned to you when your IP space gets too big. If any of you have the answer to that question, um, would be interested as well. I mean, I know they have to be up to date a lot of times. One of the important notes about this section, yes, ASs are assigned to you when you do BGP. That makes sense. Yeah. Um, so one of the things to understand about autonomous system numbers is its IP space, and what you're getting here is IP space um, out of these. You're getting IPv4 ranges. What you're not getting is this company's cloud infrastructure. And more than 90% of the world has shifted to either cloud or hybrid cloud. And so that means that even though we're getting these ASNs, it's not the full map of the company. It is just the stuff that's in their ASN and their IPv4 and IPv6 space that's registered, and they're not going to put their cloud, all of their cloud stuff in here because that's owned by Amazon or one of the cloud vendors, right? So it's important to remember that this is only a subset of their infrastructure is these AS numbers and the ranges inside of them. So that's why we will do cloud recon in a later section of the training. So okay. What is State Farm? It's an insurance company. I told that story. It was an insurance company that had a bounty program. How do you know if acquisitions, base domains, and Crunchbase are listed in scope? Well, if scope says that that domain is in scope, well then it's obviously in scope. If it's not, you might have to do that creative wording when you're looking at it and being like, hey, I noticed that you have this acquisition. I was doing Recon as part of my tool set. I think I found a security vulnerability on this site. Would you like me to report it, etc.? And they'll be like, sometimes you'll be in error. Actually, I have been in error before where, especially with this program, Walmart not only invests in companies and acquires them quickly, they also divest pretty quickly from companies as well. They let them go. And so I will have been like for instance, one of the subs on this was I think shoes.com or something like that. Walmart bought shoes.com, which is an e-commerce site for shoes, and I wrecked shoes.com. And then I kind of talked to them, and they have open scope, so if it would have been if I would have found something, they would have taken it. But then they're like, actually, we divested in shoes.com a year ago or something like that. I can't remember if it was shoes or bonobos or one other brand. I can't remember, but they divested. Um, yeah, and so I had actually done all this work on a site that they were no longer handling. I'd submitted the vulnerability to them. What ended up happening is I didn't get paid, but they forwarded it to someone they knew that worked there because they had owned them before, and they got the vulnerability data, and they got in contact with me through email because they didn't have a bounty anymore, because they had a bounty when they were part of Walmart, but when they spun back off on their own, they didn't have a bounty anymore. They fixed it. I got a thank you, and again, didn't get too attached to the bug, and um, you know, I guess I did a good deed for that company. So there's a lot of space for Walmart. Okay, so we got all the AS numbers, and then all of these ranges under them should be automatically included when we dig into these. So let's go to the first one, and we can go to graphs relationships, but then under the prefixes v4 is where your IPv4 space will be for this company. So I grab all of this, and you can see I'm starting to get some more information about Walmart. Walmart actually owns a brand. This is a UK brand, I believe, ASDA stores. And so their uh, information is here um, in the description field of these IPv4 prefixes, but under Walmart's AS number. And so now I know that ASDA is an acquisition. So we're going to notate that under here, and I'm just going to put it in random. I'm just going to say ASDA is a sub brand or acquisition. Cool. And this will just, yeah, I mean, I guess this could have been notes too, like syntax and notes. And I'm going to copy the full thing there. Cool. All right, so we have a bunch of IP space here. Um, I, I like, usually I would love to automate this. Like once I have the AS numbers to grab the ranges, and you can use some of the tools now, like once you have the AS numbers. Um, but honestly, like you can do this really quickly. Give me 1 second. So here you can see my chat GPT. Grab this. Cool. So there are my ranges. Actually, I'll just give them all to me. Oh, okay. I'm not going to keep the invalid ones. Okay, I'll grab these. So now grab that. So ChatGPT is, you know, like it can do a lot of stuff for you, right? Like it can be your regex. Like normally I would have had to go into the command line and paste that into a file and then use cut or awk or sed or whatever. But, if I have this open on my browser, I can just use it as a regex pal. I also used it to, build some of that XSS mitigation strategy, remediation thing. I was using it for SSL scrape, which is a tool I'm writing to convert it to a different language. I used it for a job description for Buttobot, our red team. Like we need a malware developer for our red team, so it helped me build a job description. Yeah, so yeah. All right. And so this is part of AS46313. Cool. All right, those are our IPv4 ranges for this. Okay, so we would do this process for all of our autonomous system numbers. Once you get the AS numbers verified, you can use a tool. ASN map is, I think, the most current tool that will do this by Project Discovery. So you can feed it whoa, you can feed it just the AS number and it will give you the CIDR ranges. So at this point you can bake in some automation, but I recommend at the first point of just gathering the AS numbers to still do it via a reliable source like bgp.he.net, and so you don't get random scope creep. All right, more questions. How do you monitor a target for new Apex domains? I just revisit the targets for acquisitions every month or two, um, just to see. Or if I hear about something randomly, like a brand I'm interested in, that they acquired a company just through the regular news, I'll go back and check and see what that company's domain was, and that becomes a new Apex domain or something like that. Um, and the last question is, you've mentioned a lot of bug hunters. Can you provide us some good accounts to follow and learn from on Twitter? I mean, yeah, there's a ton. An old version of my bug hunters methodology has a page of them. Let me see if I can find it real quick for you guys. Open all in tabs. Yes. Uno momento. That's not it. That's not it. Yes. Okay. So, um, I'd start with these people, but some of the people I've mentioned are not on here. There's some Twitter lists here that you can grab, so I'll put those in chat. So basically, Zishano. So Dan's a Recon master, been doing it years like I am. He just doesn't talk about it publicly a lot, but he's actually probably one of the best people I know um, at Recon. Stoke, obviously, if you're following kind of the bounty scene, you've seen Stoke. He's done Bounty Thursdays. He's been a MVH before. Super great guy. Brute Logic is XSS. Like he's really good at XSS. So I follow him. Um, Insider PhD does intro and explainer videos on different bug classes and the bug bounty scene, and she's been in it. Shubs is one of the smartest people I've ever met on the planet when it comes to hacking. Um, and Shubs is absolutely someone you should be following. He works at Asset Note, which is a platform for doing external attack surface management. And I've hacked with him before. He's a great person. He makes a great product. I just do not have enough good things to say about Shubs. Farah breaks down a bunch of hacking stuff, especially the all of the MDSec WebSec Academy stuff. So she has a course. Her and Rana Khalili do series on hacking, and she's also a triager at BugCrowd. Zishano. I mean, if you don't know who Zishano is, he's master bug hunter. I would say he mostly specializes in web apps, does a lot of XSS, has been an MVH many times before. He has his own class and methodology that he teaches. Um, he's just a really cool dude. Yeah, Zishano is definitely someone to pick up on. Corbin Leo, hacker underscore. Corbin is also one of the smartest people I've ever met. Um, he routinely posts about his hacking journey. Also owns a mattress company. Randomly, he decided to go into that business. Oh, Farah now works for Facebook. Well, that's good for her. Um, yeah, that's dope. Hack Luke, content creator, hacker, former, I think, researcher advocate at BugCrowd. Albino Wax, if you want to get into some technical stuff about like cache deception and web technologies. Um, Albino Wax, who works for Portswigger, does just baller research on like the in-depth bug classes. Super smart dude, wrote a couple of the plugins we're gonna use for Burp tomorrow. Tom Nom Nom writes a whole bunch of tools, and John Hammond does a bunch of more red teamy malware reversing C2 stuff. So if you're in the red teamy world, you should be watching John Hammond and IPSec, the next one. IPSec breaks down hack the box challenges, but is also a career pen tester and red teamer. So John Hammond and IPSec are very much on that red team type vibe and give like tutorials. And then obviously Ben Nahamsek, and there's a bunch more on those lists that I just sent. So these are people you should be following on Twitter. I know social is fragmenting right now. Like people are going to different platforms. I plan to stay on Twitter. I think most of these people plan to stay on Twitter too, even if they branch out to other places. But they'll talk about their research. They'll post all their videos. They'll post random thoughts and just follow them. And yeah, that's what I do. So hopefully that answers the question. Okay, so that's all the questions in the Slido. Oh, let's see here. Do the bug hunters who are at the top have their own automation set up like you mentioned Nogley and today's doing? Yes, absolutely they do. So Nogley turned his into a company, so he's offering a company now. Let's see if we can find it. So here's his Twitter, and then he started Shockwave Sec, and this is what his Recon methodology turned into was his company. And I've seen it work firsthand. It is dope. Nogley finds some dope stuff, integrates his own research into this scanner. Um, it's pretty much false positive free. Um, yeah. So it is pretty cool. I haven't used the platform before. I have just had him scan an asset for me through his platform. and I don't even think it was his platform. I think it was his command line version of it. But yeah, Nagli's super smart. Um, Turned it into a company. Today is new, has his own internal thing. He has not turned it into a company, but he has his whole tool set. He works with his family too on developing it. Some of them are developers, so that's dope. Um, Mocon, I don't think he is open sourced. Anything? Um, let's see. I mean, he's got like some information, but he hasn't really open sourced his Recon framework. Um, I think that he uses a lot of stuff that's powered by Axiom. I think, but yeah, we'll uh, we'll run into some of that stuff later. So, did you install Bbot, which we will look at later, with pip or in a Docker? I installed it with pip. Um, Maybe I did pip 3 because I have two different environments for Python. But yeah, I used pip when I installed it. Some of these tools are finicky. Hopefully we can get them installed in your boxes, etc. So yeah. Okay, so let's move back to other areas of the course. Okay, so we've got IP space for one of the ASs. We would continue this process for the rest of the ASs. Um, and yes, the next portion of the course, right? So we want to gather this. Eventually, what we will do with these ranges is scan them with the port scanner. But I actually don't do the port scanning until much later. So I'm just starting with ASNs to get information about the company, information about kind of like I already found like a acquisition of theirs and get their IPv4 stuff notated. But I actually don't port scan until much later. So we will go there. So ASN map is the other tool. This isn't listed in the class syllabus or anything because I normally do it manually, but there's ASN map if you want to feed the ASN numbers just themselves and automate pulling out the ranges to do whatever. I like to give people the option to do something automated or manually, whatever they want to do in the recon space. So, okay, so we have our ranges. Let me switch back. You can also grab some of the ranges from whatever registrar that the entity used. So in this case, Twitch is an American company, so you can use ARIN, the American Registry for Internet Numbers. You can search Twitch Interactive because we know that's their organization name in the upper right-hand corner of ARIN's website, and it'll give you the who is information as well as their net range, one of their net ranges in their CIDR. And so this can give you some more information. If you're in EU, Central Asia regions, you can use RIPE, which is the registrar for those locations, and you can get some IP information for your target this way. Okay, so now we're going to move on to Shodan. So Shodan is an infrastructure spider tool. What will Shodan give us in our recon methodology? So Shodan will give us passively, it will give us subdomains, IP addresses, vulnerability data, and more. So Shodan's a pretty powerful tool, and I had actually slept on Shodan for quite a while. I just didn't see the value for the longest time, and then I had some other bug hunter friends of mine tell me I was an idiot, and they're like, dude, you can get so much out of Shodan, you just have to kind of give it a chance and know what to look for. And I always viewed Shodan as a tool I would use for wide-scale vulnerability research, but not ever on a bug bounty in any way that would be useful, or a red team test. And boy, was I wrong. So we're gonna go over what I've learned as Shodan just in this last year that has been useful to me. So Shodan is a tool that continuously spiders the internet. And not only spiders it from a web point of view, but it also spiders it from an infrastructure point of view, meaning that it's port scanning, it's grabbing titles, it's grabbing banners, it's grabbing the favicon of every site on the internet. It captures response data, web response data. It does technology profiling on everything. And so it's like this open search engine for infrastructure, basically. And in the very general sense, you can just go to shodan.io and type in a domain of yours and get some information back. It's often used for like threat hunting and passive security research, but this is data that they've already scanned for you and they have in their database. And so this is why we say it's passive, right? If you can find stuff, servers or infrastructure or information about your target on Shodan, you can go all day on Shodan because you're not actually alerting your client or your target in bug bounty, which is an issue in red teaming, right? Like if you set up bells and whistles by spidering, all of the company's websites and their SOC notices you, well, your IP will get burned. They'll blacklist your IP. They'll know something's fishy and they're under attack if they understand that they're conducting a red team test, if it's not blind. If their management has said, hey, we're doing a red team test this year, they might know that that's, coming from you, etc. So there's this cheat sheet of like manual Shodan queries and stuff you can do. Of all places, this cheat sheet, which I think is one of the best ones, was on LinkedIn. A guy on LinkedIn had made it. So I put it here, the link's under it. But it tells you kind of the filters you can do for manual Shodaning. So the hostname filter, the net filter, searching by port, searching by service name, FTP. You can search by ISP name. You can search by ASN. You can also, search across all infrastructure in the world by country, so you can really use in conglomeration a lot of these search operators in Shodan to look for information about a target. You can look for a vulnerability that you found. Let's say you find a vulnerability in Nginx. Well, you can use the product search operator, product colon, and then just search Nginx. And then you can also even give it a sub search operator, a version, and find all the servers in the world that are vulnerable to the version of the software that you found a bug in. So Shodan is a powerful, powerful tool, but I always thought it was more of a wide-scale tool and would not be like super, super useful to me as a red teamer. So what changed my mind? Well, first of all, let me show some screenshots. I'll go through Shodan, maybe live in a second, but I'm sure all of you have probably used Shodan in some way, shape, or form. So here, I'm just searching twitch.tv, and actually this is a free-form search of twitch.tv. The other way to do this is I could have done org twitch.tv, domain operator twitch.tv. But you can see already that just by searching with this free form of twitch.tv, I can see that in their SSL certificate for the first thing that comes up, they're hosted on Fastly, and then top organizations they're hosted by is Amazon. And if I didn't already know, this would have led me to either think that they're primarily hosted in the cloud, which they are, but they're also owned by Amazon. And so that would give me some information about my target. And then at the bottom here, I can see that one of their SSL certificates has twitch.amazon.eu, which I'm like, yo, first of all, that's another kind of half Apex domain, right? Like it's amazon.eu, but it's Twitch subdomain on Amazon. How are they related? And then I would have Googled that and figured out that Amazon owns Twitch. And so, you can get a lot of information just by this. This is actually the wrong search operator I use. I probably should have done org or domain or something like that. But yeah, Twitch gives a lot of information, and you can see I've started to add this stuff to my notes. I said, how is twitch.amazon.eu and twitch.amazon.com related to Twitch? What is this cookie that I see, associated with things? Twitch Trace ID. And so I'll like add these things to my notes as I go looking through this data on Shodan. The real thing that kind of got me off my ass on Shodan was Karma. And I had slept for a long time on Karma, but Karma is, a combination of search queries that you can use against a single domain to find everything possible for that domain that's on Shodan. And it can also give you like vulnerability information. It can parse emails. It just parses the Shodan API into usable data for a red teaming engagement or for a bug bounty hunt, a wide scale bug bounty hunt. And so remember, this is still a passive. We're pulling data from Shodan. And so Karma is pretty cool. There's also another app, not app. There's another tool I like in this area, which is called WTFIS. What the fuck is this? They pull from more than just Shodan. They pull from a whole bunch of different open source intelligence sources. But we're going to go through Karma really quick. So we have some screenshots for those not watching the video, right? So this is kind of what you need. So I told you guys, like, if you can get a Shodan key, they go on sale every once in a while. Shodan professional key, you get credits associated to your API key, and it's usually pretty cheap anyway. But during the holidays, like I think they even had one for the July, they'll heavily discount the cost for a Shodan key. So I have a key for Shodan, and I'm gonna use it for Karma here. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull it up if I can find my thing. All right. All right. Okay. So you'll see that I had already started using Karma um, for Dell. I'm currently hunting on Dell, and so you can see I have 2 Apex domains that I ran already through Karma for Dell. I have Dell.com, which is their main domain, and then DellTechnologies.com, which is a different Apex domain. And so we're just going to go through it. I am still learning how to use this tool as we go, so kind of learn together. Um, let's see here. Okay, so you provide your domain, and let's just do the Sam's Club one that we had earlier. Was it just like samsclub.com? Yeah. Let's see how big this is. And then you can ask Karma to, it's going to ask you, what do you want from parsing Shodan? So you give it the domain. You can ask it for silent output. I'm not going to do that right now. You can limit the number of results. So you have to give it -L, I think. And I think I did -1 just for unlimited. And then what do I want? So I can get all of the IP addresses from things it can identify for samsclub.com through certificates and all that stuff. It'll get me all the IP addresses. I can get all the ASNs for Sam Club. I can scan passively for CVEs and ports. I can pull the favicons. I can pull all the CDNs that these services are on. I can look for interesting leaks, of which it has some like different searches it does for what it thinks are like sensitive leaked information. And then it can just do some general dorking or whatever. So I'm going to just do deep, which is runs all the modules, and just see what comes up. And so it takes a little while to run. So I'm going to let this run off screen. I'm going to continue with the presentation, then we'll come back to it when it's basically queried my Shodan key like crazy. So. All right. Question mark. Sorry, I was going to move this to the monitor where I could actually just see it. Cool. All right, so this is what it looks like after it started to run, right? Like it'll tell you it found, 4 host names, 2 associated SSL certificates. It gives you the title of the login title, the SSL subject name, gives you the host names, gives you a bunch of SSL metadata. It will also tell you if any websites are 403 forbidden. It'll give you anything that comes up with a status code of that tried to be spidered by Shodan of 500. And then it'll also start to look at what it thinks are interesting sites that it found either based on title or favicon. And this is actually the useful part for us. So you can see it found 4 Jetty servers, 6 Grafana servers, 8 MongoDB server metric homepages, a Spring Boot site, And this is really useful. So you can see he's running it on Ford here, and this is a screenshot that he did, the tool author did for the tool. And yeah, and so it all gets put into individual files, and you can go grab these files and start looking at the output here. But that stuff's really useful, right? Like, especially with a wide scope program or a red teaming program, it's like knowing where their Grafana instances are, like that's someplace I want to look. If they haven't updated a Grafana instance, there's several CVEs associated to Grafana. Their MongoDB metrics page could have default credentials. Could also be subject to the last CVE, which was an XSS. I think there was a SSRF2. The Spring Boot login page could be undersecured, and so it does a lot of these like login page and sensitive web page analysis based off the Shodan data, and it gives it back to you. And it also just helps you, locate obscure scope. And so I have been using it lately on my stuff. It really helps me organize kind of. It's also very pretty. Helps me organize, like how I should parse Shodan for a single domain. Yeah, I love a bit of color in my terminal too, for sure. Okay. Um, okay, so what other things can we do with Shodan, right? So what other automated tools can we run to get information from Shodan? So if we just want subdomains from Shodan, we can use show_subgo. And this actually came out of a version of my talk a long time ago, and I talked about show_subgo. And people always ask me, hey, bro, like Amass has a module for your Shodan key, and it'll do this. And my answer to that is the same answer I have for another tool in the Recon cycle, and is that like as much as I love Amass and I love Jeff and I love Subfinder and I love all these tools, the more they try to do inside of their all-in-one Recon tool, the more they try to do, the less they succeed at any one given thing. And so, in my experience, and this is my personal experience, show_subgo and then the GitHub parsing stuff that we're going to do later, those standalone tools are much better and return about 3 to 10% increased discoveries than the modules in comparative to the all-in-one tools, like Amass. And so I still want to find that 3 to 5%. So I use show_subgo because its whole mission in life is to just find subdomains for a Apex domain on Shodan. And so that's why I still do this part manually, and I don't just farm it out by adding my API key into Amass's config file and have Amass do it with its module. Now, I actually still do both, to tell you the truth. My API key for Shodan is in my Amass and my Recon for the Win configuration. We'll talk about that later. And so the module does get run. And at the end of the day, when I'm doing all these tools, they all get dumped into a tracking system that I use, and then it all gets sorted and uniqued and stuff like that. So yeah, I dump, merge, and compare for sure. And so show_subgo will give you subdomains for any specific site. It's pretty simple to use. It's written in Go. The only thing that happens is when you have this API key for Shodan everywhere in 2 tools and maybe 3 tools, your API key limit might get hit. I haven't really found that to be such a big issue. Really, like they don't take that many credits, but yeah. All right. Okay, so other Shodan stuff. So there is a Shodan CLI, which Shodan releases, and you can do all of the API work by using the Shodan API. And so Ben did what I think is one of the best Shodan CLI videos that exists, and he was on the same tip as me. He was like, I don't really use Shodan. Everybody keeps telling me to use it, blah blah blah. And so he went through, kind of his life cycle, what he learned about the Shodan CLI, how to get subdomains out of it, how to parse it with JQ, how to pass it to HTTPX to make sure stuff is live. And so he's got a great video on it, and you can watch that, kind of like in your free time. Um, so yeah, um, that is if you want to go look at the Shodan CLI, he's got like a cheat sheet in there and everything for that. Plus, it's easier to use the CLI for larger projects because you could use the website for medium and small scale research, but the API will help you with larger projects. Okay, other Shodan research. So I did a Twitter thread where I asked the community, because I was still trying to learn this, like, what are your favorite resources for like Shodan searches? And so what you get when you ask people is like, the valuable stuff in Shodan is people writing these filters to filter out certain technology types that are risky that you can look for in the Shodan data set for your clients or for your bug bounty target. And so that's what a lot of this ended up being. So the official documentation of the search queries are in one box. There's a Shodan pen testing guide by Turgensek. Um, Godfather Orwa is also a really great bug hunter. He has done an interview with Ben a um, and a video which I've linked here, which he talks about how he uses cert.sh and he uses Shodan to great effect in his bounty hunting. So that's a great resource to watch. A whole bunch of those filters and looking for certain type of technologies are kind of what the last four links have in them, right? Like 100 Shodan queries for discovery, org filters to look for technologies, general other interesting queries, and different Shodan filters and hacks. Um, so these are something that you can like dig into. You could probably spend. I think Shodan has a class that runs 2 days by itself just on Shodan sometimes at like Black Hat. So, like you could spend a ton of time on this. I mean, really in my workflow, I am mostly using ShowSubGo to find subdomains, and I'm using Karma to find interesting login panels and stuff like that. The other one I was talking about is what the fuck is this? Um, WTFIS is it is a host name and domain and IP lookup tool. It uses more than just Shodan. So it uses a bunch of passive data sources. Um, Virus total, passive total, IP2 who is, Shodan, and gray noise. And so I think this is one of the only ones that actually queries the gray noise data for like is an address like risky or not. And so you can kind of read about it here. I haven't used it that much yet, but someone recommended it to me who was reviewing the slides before I gave them to you guys and like, have you checked this out? And I was like, no, but I'll just dump it in the slides just in case people want to look at it. So it definitely can enrich some of your IP data or your domain data with these sources here. Your mileage may vary. I'm not explicitly recommending it. It was recommended to me by someone I respect. So yeah. All right. Let's see how. So Karma's still running on my other machine, so nothing to show you yet. It's still going. Remember, some of these Recon tools can be slow. All right. All right, so we're at the end of Shodan. It's kind of up to you guys, like, if you want to do some demos on like just using the Web GUI interface, um, or if you want to move on to the next module. Do you guys have a preference? You want to take a quick break? Yeah. Yeah, let's take a 10 minute. A 10 minute. So it's 6:40 right now my time. So 6:50. We'll take a 10-minute break. I will make Recon and app analysis channels. Cool. Those are now text channels. All right. Sun's coming up here in Colorado. I can hear helicopters outside because we have a military base near us. It's good times. Uh, Turn the camera back on. Okay. Everybody good? Cool. All right. So our run of Karma has begun to spit out some results, although it is not completely completed yet. Um, so let me share the output. So, oh, it actually did complete. Ooh, okay, hold on. A lot of data here. Okay. Okay, so you can see ran it. It used query credits, so 54 of my 100 scan credits available. Found a whole bunch of matches of SHA SSL certificates. So basically a hash of an SSL cert. It found a whole bunch of domains from SSL certs. It found a whole bunch of domains from host names related to the domain we gave it. It found a whole bunch of stuff in the SSL subject field. Found 5 expired certificates. Um, and some random 403 forbidden stuff when it tried to visit, stuff that it found out of different places in the SSL metadata. Um, so it saves all of this in a project folder with the name of the domain plus the date that you ran it. Um, and you can look inside of each of these GZ files for everything. What it attempts to do there is basically look at the favicons. Um, And so some of these are Walmart's favicon. It will also tell you if any of these favicon match infrastructure favicon, so like a SSL VPN router or things that it mentions. Does it do a recursive fuzz on the 403s? No, it does not. Because it's only pulling. It's not actually. Uh, it's only doing one request, I think. Um, because it wants to be a passive tool. I don't think it wants to be an active tool where it would like re-request. But I actually am not sure. I'd have to do some testing. Um, okay, so hash detection. Basically, what it'll do is if it finds a hash for a piece of infrastructure against, um, you know, this place, it will, if it knows the piece of infrastructure in that favicon, it'll attempt to actually then run it to any nuclei templates because I use the deep function. So I guess I'm wrong, right? It does do some pretty active stuff, right? It does, if I use the deep function, it'll attempt to take any of those pieces of infrastructure it finds, like an SSL VPN website, um, log in, and it will attempt to use any technologies it finds via the favicons to run the nuclei templates that are associated to that technology. Um, so I don't think I have it correctly set up to run nuclei yet. I have to figure that out. Again, like I said, pretty new to this tool, but I do like it. And then it gives me all this ASN data and BGP neighbors um, for different sites that it found. Um, it dumps all this to the screen. So next time I might use the silent option and see what that is. Interesting findings. So forbidden host names on samsclub.com. Um, and basically, I'll get a lot of domains out of this. I'll get some internal domains usually because people hide internal domains in their SSL certificates that they put publicly. Um, no CVEs on this one when I looked at SAMs. Now, when I looked at Dell, it was different. I actually found some stuff in like host enumeration and some other things too. So your mileage may vary using the tool, and all the output is in these GZ files. So that is extensively Karma. All right. Do I include the output of these in my mind map? Yeah, so I will grab the domains out of the output and just dump them in a subtree, actually. I'll try to do that now. Give me 1 second. This is when you start to get a lot of domains, so that's why the next section is where it is in the presentation. Hold on. All right, let's play with this together. So we're back in the command line. So all of the output goes to root, karma, output, and then your scan name. And then you can see you have in scope, main, data. I don't actually remember how this exactly looks. Let's just see what main data looks like. Holy moly. Okay, yeah. Okay, so for every AS number, it's giving us associated domains, which is kind of dope because we're getting subdomains and new Apex domains out of this. So like, I know this is ugly to look at, but already you can see in here, Sam's Club NG, new Apex domain, SNG, and this is all out I think of certificate data related to an ASN IP entry. Sam Clubs, so this is all of these Sam's Club NG, Saver Sam, new Apex domain. And so we would obviously have to parse this somehow because this is just like cray. You can see everything's delimited by the semicolon, so I'm sure we could parse it pretty easily. Let's see here. Is there a filtered output? This is a great question, Fatih. I think the raw is in collect. Let's just see hosting them. Nothing in hosting them. That's just the ASN data. Yeah, I think we might have to parse it ourselves, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll have to parse that data ourselves. So some of these tools, like, yeah, the output needs to be whatever, like verified. So, okay, so let's cat the main file again, right? It looks gross. So what do we want to do here? Each line, let's see, we could use awk or cut. And everything's delimited by a semicolon. So you could do into F2. No. So that gets the first section. And let's just do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is, you could do this way easier with awk, but okay. And then I would cut out the, I would set out the semicolon, add a new line, right? God, trying to figure out bash scripting in front of a live audience is horrible. Okay, yeah, actually I could just do it with ChatGPT. Okay, so I'll take one line, and then I just want the domain names. Let's see how that works. Cool. That worked pretty well. But I mean, the problem is you have a huge data set. You're never going to be able to pump that whole data set into this, right? Like this is a lot of lines. So you'll have to do it in the command line, I think, unless you have like a gnarly, like the new account where you have so many tokens in your ChatGPT. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the next step would be ask it to write a parser. Um, can you write a, well, bash cut awk or sysutils script to just the domains from that output. Okay, well that seemed to work. Um, let's see what happens. I mean, this is no warranty included, guys. We're doing it live now. Where is my shell? Here we go. Okay, so we will, paste the script. Oh, so this takes it. This just takes this and does it. So we should be able to grab this. So we echo the info. So it should. So the command should be awk f print whatever the. Yeah, this is right here. No. Okay, so let's cat into. Boom. We're still getting some shit, but yeah, you'll have to clean it up. You're still getting like this Akamai Technologies, right? But yeah, I mean now it separates by IP, ASN, and then whatever. We could actually just take that, pipe it into. We don't want those ASN lines. I don't think. Yeah, we could parse this a little bit more, but yeah, you get the idea. So, oh, there's cat this into awkf print tr. Let's try what Eugenia said. Okay. See, without ChatGPT or a class helping me, it would have taken me way longer doing this. That's why I said I'm a high-functioning idiot, everybody. There we go. Thank you. Yep. Cool. And then you just want to write, you want to sort -u. Cool. So everything related out of Shodan, related to Sam's Club, you can see we get a lot of Walmart shit that we found via Karma, which to me is pretty dope. There's a lot of new Apex domains in here. You have to do research on this stuff though, right? So it'll go into my mind map. Eugenia, in the end I used Eugenia, and then I used, yeah. Here. I will paste it too. What's the syntax for code in Discord? What is the, I mean, I guess I can just paste it like that, but, oh, it's backticks, okay. Boom. Cool. When I look over this way in the camera, that's because I'm looking at chat, so. Cool. So there's some stuff it finds in this data set that is not Sam's Club, like Leapfrog, right? Leapfrog is, I think, a piece of software. And let's talk about why that is. So if I go to leapfrog.com, okay, so it's like, the hell is this? About us. So iOS City founders, software solution. So it's a cataloging solution for courses, for colleges, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, so why did this appear in our data set? Well, Walmart could have engaged with Leapfrog to build some software, and then when we went out to Shodan and the Shodan API to find everything about samsclub.com, it has like a SaaS site for Leapfrog that Sam's Club was mentioned in the SSL certificate as well as Leapfrog, because Leapfrog is actually hosting that infrastructure for them. So every Apex domain that you parse out of this section, you have to make sure to verify. Also, some of this stuff will be internal internal stuff. So often what happens is you'll have people build like an SSL certificate, and they'll add multiple CN names or metadata for other domains, so the certificate will work on other domains, but they're internal. And so they won't actually be resolvable from the internet, but you'll have some information about like, oh, those domains probably exist on the internal LAN. And so you'll like see internal Apex domain, or you see internal domains, and you'll see like internal subdomains and stuff like that. Um, so there is still some manual parsing to get out of this stuff, but for the 12 minutes it took to run Karma, we probably discovered at least 15 new Apex domains for Sam's Club. I'm just guessing in here. Um, we've we've got a whole bunch of associated Walmart stuff. We might know a lot about the vendors they're using to host those shared, SaaS structures. We have a lot of stuff that came out of this, and we never even touched Sam's Club as a or we touched them very little. We probably had to resolve some domains and do one request in different ways, but we touched them very little in our process. So you can see kind of why I'm a fan of Karma. It does all this stuff for you. In fact, I didn't have this one before. I know Eloqui is a sub brand of Walmart, and I know that I knew I had this domain, but I did not have Eloqui Unlimited as an Apex domain. I know I don't have that in my thing, but it redirects to eloqui.com. So, I mean, there might still be some stuff there, but who knows? I think it's just a DNS redirect. So, yep. And we'll get to like feeding this to things like HTTPX later, and um, parsing it down. Um, one of the first things I did when I was on Walmart was find walmart.com.mx, which used to have a whole bunch of stuff. So did Bodega Guerra. Bodega Arrera. And found a whole bunch of vulns here. I don't even know. I think they might have just taken it offline, maybe. Hold on. No, they just nerfed it. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of stuff. And then obviously you can nuke out all the Akamai stuff because that's just CDN data. So you do need some bash scripting skills, unfortunately, but it's never been easier to be a bash scripting expert than with ChatGPT because it can help you get where you need to go. Okay, so had a question come through. What is the difference between the red and the green check marks in the AS numbers on bgp.he.net? That is a fantastic question. I don't actually know. I usually just take the output verbatim. Someone seemed to know a little bit more about like BGP routing and kind of how this stuff works. Maybe they know. Let's look at what were we looking at before? We're looking at Sam's Club or Walmart. The most empowering thing in the world is to say I don't know and get help from a friend. Makes you feel good. Okay, so here's Walmart. I know we went to this range and then we got to Walmart stores, and then we went here and we found some more, and we went to graph 4 or prefixes 4. Okay, so you're talking about this, I think. So this is IRR invalid parent route origin mismatch. Does anybody know what that means? Versus IRR valid? Oh, internet registry routing. So maybe the org doesn't match there. In the context of BGP, describe the state of routes. This is some complex networking shit, guys. I've been in the web app world for a long time. Inter router IR is okay. Storing information, routing policies. As the BGP routes exchange between ISPs are legitimate. Yeah. I don't actually know if I can interpret this answer right now. I'll have to look into it um, and get an easier explanation than this because I'm not exactly a routing expert. So, um, I mean, practically, I take all the data from bgp.he.net, even if it has the red check mark, and I scan it anyway. Um, so, YOLO, I guess, right? Like, uh, figure it out. Um, Walmart Stores Inc. Is that the same? Yeah. Who is? Net name Walmart 10. Walmart Stores Inc. Org ID. Wall-Mart. Yeah. The network was 156.93.94.0/23. I mean, it looks like Walmart to me. I mean, it has Wall-Mart. I know from doing this project before that Wall-Mart is like their internal domain, and also the original name of the company that they used for email domain. So, um, but yeah, all their DNS pointers go to walmart.com. It's the route. Yeah, I don't know. I figure it out later. Anyway, for practical reasons, I just scan all the IP space, even if it has the red check mark. Sorry if that's not an in-depth answer. All right, and can I put the Karma? Yeah. Put. Oh wait, hold on. The Karma syntax for running Karma um, was this. So after I installed Karma, that was how I ran it against my domain or my Apex domain. Oh, I guess I should have put that in backticks. Cool. All right. All right. So did Shodan. And so this is the point in the presentation where I stop and I kind of talk about like tracking things and, like with cleaning up all of that data from Shodan and some of the other stuff, your mind map can already start to get really big with a big organization. It's like, well, how do you track all these subdomains and domains? And so like for a long time, I did use mind maps, and so I actually pulled some out to show you guys. So this is Walmart here, and you start to get a lot of stuff into it. And I'll show you actually what the real one looks like. Um, close that. This is the one we're making right now, but this is the class. I manage everything with these. Here is Walmart. If I open it, it's a huge file. So first of all, it takes a second to open. Okay. So everything's collapsed right now, right? So this is Walmart. This is the actual one I used to hack them, right? Um, okay. So starts to get pretty big. So this is still stuff I'm working on, and I found volts on, right? And you can see that like it gets big. Um, and so you can see I have a bunch of Apex domains here, and then under the Apex domains, like a lot of these I haven't even run subdomain enumeration on the Apex domain yet. And so still visually I like it, but it can get kind of crazy when you have this much, and that's stuff I haven't done. If I go to done, you can see that let me just not show vulns. You can see that there's already a ton of Apex domains over here too. Um, so yeah, so it can be a lot to handle via the mind map. And someone already said that you can get overwhelmed, and you can. I can still handle it like this, but today I have started using other stuff. Oh, this is also usually useful for me too, to forget, not to forget. So in some of my mind maps, I started doing this, and I actually think like it was pretty dope. So I as a tester have a propensity to test for like, very tangible vulns like cross-site scripting, SQL injection, IDOR, authorization bypass. Those are things I'm good at, and some other stuff too, right? Like I'm not bad at really anything too bad at least. But I usually do forget a whole bunch of small little things that that are in the payable range for most programs. And so like if you go look at BugCrowd and HackerOne, well, HackerOne uses the CVE system. I'm used to BugCrowd where they have the VRT, right? And so they classify different types of bugs in buckets of priority, and P4 is still payable. And I hardly ever look for this stuff. So like weak password reset implementation, no password policy. This is based on an old version of the VRT. I think some of these are P5s now, which don't get paid. But some of these I like never look for. And so I just keep a little thing here. It's like stuff I usually forget, right? Like token, token leakage over refer over HTTP. Like a lot of these are best practices in web apps and like super low hanging fruit. But if you're going for mass, then yeah, you can look for these things and report them if you find them. Um, and then also like I noticed that when I did this program, Walmart for some reason cares a lot about serving assets over HTTP and not HTTPS. And so like I like started out submitting a couple of like, hey, this login panel is served over HTTP, and that was getting paid out at like $100, which is like not that much money, but hey, it's $100 and easy to find. And a cross-site scripting was getting paid at like $300. And I was like, dang, I find 3 login panels over HTTP. I make as much as I do on a cross-site scripting bug that might be like, whatever. Um, yeah, so for another program, you get like $75 for, something over HTTP. I am not above taking $75 from Walmart. I just got to tell you guys, I'm not. Like, you think it makes me like a worse hacker or something? I'm not against that, honestly. Like, $75 is a meal for my family. It adds up when the domain is this big. So I just started submitting, like, I just threw all of these domains and just tried to find any of them that would resolve to HTTP. And then the ones that would, I visited them and saw if they had like login panels, and then I submitted like all of those, and I made a ton of money just on like that. And I would have forgot to do that had I not had the experience for the platform, um, and had this reminder kind of thing I set for myself. So I often forget to test for CSRF, right? Like I just don't in my mind think it's that big of like a deal, even though I know it is, right? Like for some reason though, I just don't remember to test for it. So like I put it here and I'm like, yo, noob, remember to test for CSRF, like, like site wide. Like, do they have a CSRF token? Like whatever. Did I submit all under one report? Absolutely not. Once I got one accepted, I trickled them in. I mean, be smart. Test smart. Don't put them all in one report. Like maybe they'll pay you as a P1, but I think in the aggregate I found way more than what they had paid me at a P that they would have paid me at a P1 if I had grouped them all into one report. So no, I spaced them out. I submitted them one at a time. I had a template for it. I built a really nice submission for it. I said, like, hey, like, submitting user credentials over HTTP is like, like pretty much frowned upon. It has this security risk. Like your ISP hosting services can view the passwords and route. Like I tried to write it up really well, but honestly, it was just login over HTTP. It's not that fancy. So, but it blew my mind because like, cross-site scripting $300 and login over HTTP $100. And Walmart was crazy because they had other stuff like that too. They gave me like a SQL injection where I dumped their whole database, uh, like $800. And that's one of the ones I argued with. And I was like, I got too attached to the bug. And I was like, this is so dumb. Like, I have all of these user records for this site. And they were like, yeah, whatever. And I'm like, there's no way that a SQL injection is, like equal to 8 login over HTTPs. Like, there's something wrong with your risk rating. But the arguing didn't do anything. It didn't help me get paid. It didn't it didn't make me feel good. You just got to let it go. So hopefully that context helps a little bit. So this is the Walmart one. It gets big. I can still manage it via whatever. Um, I can still manage it via the mind map. and there's still lots to do, right? I haven't finished Walmart as a program at all. There's so many Apex domains that I haven't finished yet, um, that I haven't even touched. So lots of work to still be done. Let me clean this up. I'll give this to you guys if you want it. I'll just take all the vulns that I've already found stuff on, and if you guys want all the Apex domains just to go test on a program, you have the web page you can submit to, and then you have all these Apex domains, and then you can make Fatu's life really hard if he ever has to triage that program. So, all right, back to presenting mode. Okay, so like I said, the mind map can get really big. You have Apex domains, you have subdomains under the Apex domains, you have a whole section of IP addresses that we're going to port scan later, you have notes, interesting stuff from Shodan. It can get crazy. So how do I do it today for the domain side? Well, I made a script. I'm going to be honest with you guys, it's not fancy. But I made a little Redis database that lives on my thing. I've included the link in the slides. I give no warranty if it works on your system or not. You have to install Redis. Really not my forte working with databases, to be honest. But I made it, and it works pretty well for me, and it has like one unique feature that I really like. And so, yeah, so I will still track the IP ranges in my mind map. I will still track interesting hosts that I want to look at in my mind map. Um, I will still track reuse syntax in my mind map or spreadsheet. And then if I'm hacking with a team, I have to be in a spreadsheet. So there's just no choice in how I manage data, honestly. But um, for the Apex domains and the subdomains, I use a script that I call Bounty Catch. So Bounty Catch is a script that I made for myself. Um, it basically just handles new line delimited text files of domain information, and stuffs it into a Redis database. The reason I use Redis is because it automatically deduplicates everything. I wrote this with ChatGPT, FYI. I don't know if I have the set of prompts still of like how I built this, but it's pretty easy. And the feature that I like about it is it helps me benchmark my discovery tools. So when you add a text list of domains to Bounty Catch, um, it will tell you, hey, 99% of these were duplicates. Which to me is useful because if I add it from a tool that I use, like a new tool that came out for subdomain discovery or Apex domain discovery, it tells me kind of the efficacy of the tool, which is nice. And so this is why I added Bbot to the slides and to my workflow, is because Bbot gave me I had already run Amass, I had already run Subfinder, I had already used some APIs, I had already used Karma, and dumped them all into this project. And then I dumped Bbot in, and it had like a 12% variance that none of the other tools had found of domain names. And I was like, okay, well that's obviously, 12% variance is pretty dope. So that's a tool that I want to add to, um, yeah, yeah, that's a tool that I want to add to my workflow. So arguments with clients are not good. They will ruin my day. Yes, live your life, do your job, find good things, and eventually good things will happen to you, but not all the time. So Bounty Catch is pretty simple. Basically, I run the script. It's written in Python 3. I give it a project name, so dash dash project 1 here is Dell. Actually, I could have just named it Dell, but I suck at naming things. So I just said project 1, and then the operation I want to do is add subdomains in this case, and I give it a file, which is just a text file of delimited domains, which came from one of the GitHub scripts we're going to run later on. And so I haven't shared this with the world. It's ugly. There's no warranty. If you guys want to improve upon this idea, there's things that do this better. But if you want to grab it, it's on that gist link right below the thing. So here's the print function. So you can basically start a project with Dell by Python 3 bounty catch dash dash project Dell, and then add your first set of subdomains with dash dash file dell.txt. That could have come from Amass, that could have come from Subfinder. One of the other tools could have come from Karma that we just used. You can print the current project by dash dash project Dell dash o print. O stands for operation. And then you can add new subdomains to the project, of which it'll give you that variance, the percentage. Dash s project del /o add /f, and then add your text file. And so then once you have all of these in there, remember it deduplicates, and then I can just print this all from all of my tools, and it has all of my subdomains and apex domains in there, and send it into something like HTTPX that will visit them all on port 80 or many other ports or whatever. But your running database for that project is always available for you to pipe into other places. And use how you want. And this is raw data. You know, we haven't verified that these are still online or whatever. This is all the raw data, just gets dumped into here. Um, so that's Bounty Catch. It's not really special, so like I don't think it really warrants a demo. If you guys want to take it and improve on it, let me know what you do with it. You know, again, made it with myself and ChatGPT one late night just trying to solve a problem. So hopefully, you know, like it works for you guys. Definitely you have to install Redis, etc. So the other one for this is BBRF. And BBRF does the same stuff, but it uses CouchDB and it has a GUI. And most of my bug bounty friends have switched over to BBRF. It is just kind of a dope, uh, like a dope way to manage your data. Plus the GUI is really, really nice. So I have not yet switched over to BDRF. I'm still using Bounty Catch because I like to stay in the command line a lot of the time. But yeah, you can start with a program. You can pump in all of your domains to BBRF, and then with the web GUI, you can filter them. You can add subcategories like, if I can pause this, shit, IPs, right? So like you can basically resolve all of your domains to IPs, and you can also mark as what source it came from. In fact, that might be something I add into my bounty catch is like to mark, you know, when I input a text file of domains, what source it came from, which could be useful, right? So, and then you can filter by programs and like IPs, and you know, you can add URL data. There's a whole section for URL data too. So BBRF is dope. I wish I would have had it. Yes, BBR has a command line interface, I believe. Yeah, I believe. Let's check real quick. I wish I had it set up for the class. I was trying to get it in time, but I didn't. So uh, written by Hanuki. Yes, make sure. Yep. Okay. Add your config. Oh, it can also um, if you set up automation to continually monitor an Apex domain, it can also like message you when it finds new stuff. Okay, so you create a new program or project. You can use one that you created before. You can define the scope for your project and out of scope. You can view it all by just saying scope in or scope out. Sort of background listener for changes, send alert slacks. You can add domains manually by BBRF domain add. You can list domains, and then you can just cat stuff into it. So yeah, it's all doable by the command line. The GUI is actually like the newest thing that they've done. So um, yeah, and then you can take everything and stuff it into a variable and pipe it into other tools. So here's like a for loop script that'll run everything through tools like DNSX and stuff like that. So and then add it back into BBRF and update it. So this is how they got the IP data, which is actually the script is dope. So it'll resolve all unresolved domains across all your programs and store the results in BBRF and update all of the existing IPs and domains if they are new. So like that script is pretty dope. That gives you the IP information. I don't think it actually resolves by itself. I think you have to do this to add um, the IP metadata to the web GUI. So you can also use BBRF in your Python projects as an import. That's great. And then the dashboard I think is like somewhat new, but yeah, you can look at stuff. I think they even have, uh, let's see. Yeah, so they have it here. So it's not connected to anything, but this is kind of the view of the dashboard, and you can look, subsection of your Recon data live. So a lot of hunters are switching to BBRF. I might try to dump our data set into BBRF for tomorrow, tonight, and see, just to see how it works, right? Because I'm still experimenting with it too. If it ends up trumping uh, my bounty catch, then like better tools are better tools. So I don't have any loyalty to just because I made something. So all right. So I start handling domains and Apex domains programmatically at some point because the spreadsheets get really big, or the things get really big, the mind maps. All right. So the next section is looking for acquisitions via Crunchbase and other similar sites. And so, why are we looking for acquisitions that a company might make? Well, every acquisition that they made, that company used to have its own domain. So that's an additional Apex domain for us to possibly look at. Now, a lot of times companies will have an open scope bug bounty, or you'll have a red team assessment where they'll be like, yeah, I mean, we had that acquisition, but we decommissioned all of that infrastructure, and they should all be on our main domain now, right? Or the new domain of whatever we want to call them after we purchase them. And that is just not the truth. Like, um, if you go into Crunchbase and you see acquisitions, you can see many a times their web presence is still up. They still have demo sites running. They still have some infrastructure still on the internet. The company hasn't done a great job at decommissioning targets, even though they've acquired a company. And so you can use Crunchbase to find these acquisitions and the Apex domain for the acquisition, and possibly use it in your red teaming or bug bounty hunting. Also, you can get phishing targets from, Crunchbase will provide you with the key executives at the company and kind of their social profiles and their email addresses sometimes, so you can use it to gather phishing targets for your company as well. And like I said, acquisitions are new Apex domains. Okay, so Crunchbase, you go to crunchbase.com, you have to register an account. I think you only get so many free lookups. So I have registered 8 billion accounts with Crunchbase at one point or another. And then you just put in your organization, and it does a free text form search. Um, Sorry, I just got a massively loud text message in my ear. Crazy. Um, and then so you can see here I put in Twitch, and it comes under organizations, and we can get like a bunch of contextual information about our organization. So here on the upper left, you can see that Twitch, it was acquired by Amazon. So we've confirmed that earlier we had some recon on Twitch, um, that it was related to Amazon. Well, we can see here for sure it was acquired by Amazon. And then they have done a number of acquisitions, up in the upper left right here, number of acquisitions themselves. We can see the business sub-organization they're a part of, their founders, kind of where they got their funding from. You can already see Twitch.tv, also known as legal names Twitch Interactive Inc. And you can get their socials here. So a lot of really good information all in one box for us as red teamers and bounty hunters. If you go into the acquisition section, you can see a number of acquisitions for, and you can see, I think they show you up to with a free account on Crunchbase, and don't ever pay for a full account because we can find the rest of the data. But with I think Crunchbase, you can see up to like a certain date of how many acquisitions they have. But if a company acquires a lot of companies over whenever, um, then I think maybe they cap it at 10 acquisitions you can see on a free account or whatever. But we can find the rest, so it's not a huge deal. But it gives you information on their acquisitions, and then you can click into any of these and get their root domain for that former infrastructure that they used to have, their Apex domain. It also gives you stack information if you have like a pro account. I don't know many people subscribing to Crunchbase because it's like really expensive, and I don't know why it's so expensive as a service. Like it should be like I would actually subscribe to it if it was cheaper, but it's pretty expensive. So, but if you do pay for a subscription, you can get the tech stack with built with, which we can do by ourselves anyway. You can get the competitor list. You can get their current team and all of their social profiles, and this comes in useful. So to see their current team, you know, you can just click View All, and then you have their full names, CEO and founder, their position. Then you can just Google on LinkedIn to find them there, and then you can use Hunter.io to see what the format of the email address is for Twitch, and then you can build their email addresses and find out what they are if they're not verbatim stated in this area. You can see past team members that have worked with them, which not super useful, but also like could be interesting on a red team engagement. You can see events, and so this one actually came in really useful. Um, and these are old screenshots, by the way. Um, but these came in really useful to me one time when doing Crunchbase like lookups on an organization. So I was testing. I don't want to give it away. Okay, I was testing a security vendor, um, and the security vendor makes security things, and um, it was a red team engagement, and they were very aggressive, and they were like, hey, like you're never going to find anything, like we're security people ourselves, like you know our infrastructure is locked down, whatever. But it was an open scope red team engagement, and so using Crunchbase, I did my normal process here, and I found out that they were going to be at a security conference exhibiting. And so I went to, and it was right here on this event section, and I went to this event section and I found the conference, and I started looking around at like who the vendors were that helped set up the booths at this big conference that they were going to be exhibiting at. And I found the name of that company, and then I sent phishing emails pretending to be that company to the marketing director. And I said, hey, I know that you're going to be at this conference. You know, we're happy that you're exhibiting. We're offering, you know, some marketing services to, you know, to our people who are sponsoring the conference. I've included, I'm sending over a package of branded USB sticks for your organization. You tell me if you like them, and we can get them made for you through our vendor for whatever. And so I put callback malware on like all of those USB sticks, and I mailed them to the office, to the marketing person specifically. She opened the box and plugged in the USB sticks, and I had initial access. And it cost me a little bit to get custom printed USB sticks, but well worth the cost to breach a worldwide renowned security organization. So the events tab here has paid off for me. It pays off actually on Twitch. So you can see that TwitchCon here is a conference that Twitch puts on themselves. And so it was actually a new Apex domain that I hadn't found when I was looking at Twitch before, because I just didn't know they had a conference. And so obviously they manage their own conference, and it has a special Apex domain. And so it was another Apex domain that I could look at. So events are kind of like a cool side thing that you can check out when doing reconnaissance and stuff like that. And so yeah, and you can gather Apex domains for the events if they host them themselves, host the websites for those themselves. Um, they also track like articles and activity from their blogs or from media outlets about them. Um, this could be used for contextual based phishing against the target, like if you're doing a red team engagement. And then it also tracks their socials. And so like through this, I built an acquisition section in the Twitch mind map, right? So they acquired Revlo, Clipmind, Curse, and Good Game. Now, a word about these acquisitions, right? Like a lot of times when you're doing red teaming and you've negotiated your open scope, you can use these still. In bounties, many times they have a specific like, hey, any acquisitions are out of scope, right? And so again, we've talked about out of scope stuff. Like how would you submit something that's out of scope if you found something good? Would you submit? I would never submit low stuff to an out of scope item for sure. Um, and I'm sure this is super cringe for someone like Fatih, who's a triager, right? Me giving you this advice, but it's just the game, right? Bug bounty is a game, and you got to play the game. So uh, there are people who are in the middle, like Google, right? And so Google's vulnerability disclosure program pays really well, and they accept you hunting on acquisitions, but only after so many days. And so they're very explicit about that. They're like, hey, we're happy to let you go ham, but only after 90 days that we've owned a company, because that's when we should have gotten their infrastructure under control and transferred over and everything like that. So any specific vulnerability disclosure program or bounty you're on might actually have something explicitly about acquisitions. And so in that case, in Google's case, I would wait the 90 days until I went after an acquisition. I don't think I would go in right off the bat because I think their explicit stance on it is both lenient and explicit. And so, there's a higher than, or there's like a 0% chance that they would take it because they've already allowed people to look at acquisitions, but after so many days. So if I submit something before the days, it's just going to get shot down. So I'll set a calendar reminder or something like that and be like, now does that stop me from looking before the 30, 60, 90 days are up? No, I will look immediately, but I will hold any findings until 90 days and then shoot them off um, at the end. So yeah. Okay, so I use Crunchbase for this. I also use ChatGPT for this sometimes to find acquisitions, but a follower of mine actually posted this to me a while back. It sat in my DMs, I think for like 6 months, and like I just didn't see the message. I get a lot of DMs on Twitter from like completely random people. And I ended up going through all of my past DMs, and he's like, "Hey, have you looked into OCCRP Aleph as a source for Recon?" And I was like, "No, I haven't." Um, so what OCCRP.org is, it's a website, and it's basically an archive of research for investigative journalism and reporting. And so it's like this data set that this company keeps up with. They try to keep track of entities, which in our case are organizations or targets, and who they acquire, who they don't acquire, all of their legal filings. And you can use it for bug bounty and red teaming to find some really like niche stuff, right? What you have to understand about the business world is that you can acquire a company and not say anything about it. Like you can acquire a company completely silently and it will never make news. That company doesn't have to say, hey, they were acquired by Walmart or they're acquired by whatever. They can just disappear in the business world, at least in American business. And so like this site, OCCRP Aleph, the search will, try to track where did that company go to? Who did they get acquired by? And stuff like that. And then who are the partners, but maybe not acquisitions that, the company is, funding and stuff like that. And so I've been using this site recently to get like some pretty in-depth red team information on different places and also for some bounties and stuff like that. So I'll show you it. Your mileage may vary, but I thought it was pretty cool and we'd add it to the thing. So OCCPRP.org, you go there. You register an account, a free account, um, and then you can just search in the top for your company. So I know that Tesla Motors is probably the name of the company, right? And so they'll give you a whole bunch of data sets that they're parsing of information about Tesla. And so here, the most valuable one I found is usually the data set of the US SEC Corporation Watch project. So the SEC in the US watches different corporations and what they're doing with their funding and um, to make sure they're not doing anything illegal. That's about as much information I can give you. But this is the most useful data set on this site is US SEC Corp Watch on the right there. And so there's going to be a couple of them. You're going to have to click through them because some of them don't have data in them and some of them don't. But you'll have to parse through this page, click on each one, and see which one has the biggest data set. So usually the one that's useful for me is one of the US SEC Corp Watch entities, data sets. Okay, so then you can go in there, and once you search that data set, it will have, oh, sorry, someone put something in chat. It will have a whole bunch of assets. So you want to find the data set that has the most assets, which is listed when the bar pops up from the left. It says assets and shares, 1,000. And the source link is the SEC data set. etc. So then you can click into assets and shares, and then you can see um, Tesla has actually invested in a ton of different companies. And not all of them are explicitly owned 100% by Tesla. Some of them they've invested in, some of them they've, you know, got out of. But there were some in here that had Apex domains or that I had never heard of that Tesla was working with, right? A bunch in the solar. I mean, basically Tesla went on this hiring or acquisition spree of all these mom and pop solar installation companies and purchased them all so that they had ways to, install the battery banks and stuff like that. And so Sequoia Pacific Management was like their funding company, and there's some co-investment there. And so this had some stuff on it I had never seen before for Tesla. Now, is it explicitly in scope? I don't know. Does Tesla say it wants to know everything about their posture in a bounty? Maybe. If I'm doing a red team engagement and they own this infrastructure, yes, I would consider it in scope to, attack if I have, carte blanche um, in my recon. So this is a new method I've added in the last 6 months, maybe. I think it's pretty cool. It requires some googling and fishing around in this site, but I think it's pretty dope. Okay, so this is actually one we're going to do a lab on. So I asked you guys to download the files from Käferjäger. And so this section is Cloud Recon. Are you guys good, or do you need another break? Let me know. What do you think? Okay, let's do. Okay, people say break. Okay, let's do a 10. Oh yeah, lunch is coming up. Okay. Yeah, so we should do lunch at 8 o'clock my time, so that's in 15 minutes. Um, so let's go through just a couple slides on Cloud Recon, and then that'll allow me to get the command line set up so I can show you the live lab for Cloud Recon. And then we'll take our big hour long break for lunch because I got to eat something too. I haven't had breakfast yet. So is that cool? All right, cool. All right. So Cloud Recon. Um, so now that we've identified ASNs and we have IP space and we've started to identify subdomains and apex domains from different tools, and we're either stuffing it in BBRF or Bounty Catch or it's in our spreadsheet, that is a subsection of a company or a target's infrastructure. But many companies nowadays are hybrid, right? They exist both on owned IP space as well as cloud infrastructure. And so what we want to do is we want to find um, as much as we can of theirs in the cloud. So what are we after when doing Cloud Recon? Well, we'll be using SSL certificates that are hosted in the cloud to find subdomains of our targets. We can also find apex domains and internal domain names from this method. So a lot of cool data can come out of this Cloud Recon. So I asked you guys to download the data sets at a site called Käferjäger.gay. Käferjäger is a hacking group, and what they do is they have a whole bunch of scripts that are running that constantly download um, all of the uh, all of the IP ranges of Amazon, DigitalOcean, Google, Microsoft, and Oracle. And so, well, how do they do this? Well, first of all, Amazon, DigitalOcean, Google, Microsoft, and Oracle, they all publish publicly all of their IP ranges. I think they're required to um, by some compliance they have to be compliant with. Maybe it's FIPS or maybe it's um, ISO or something like that. Anyway, they publish all this information in PDFs or a JSON blob. Um, and uh, yeah, if you don't have these right now, you can go get them. It won't take super forever. If you just go to kforjaeger.gay, it's in the slides. You can download them from this link, and then in these folders, there'll be these files right here. You can download them to your Linux box. But they basically go out to all of these IP ranges, um, and so Amazon gives all their ranges, and they'll visit it on the IP on 443, which is HTTPS, and they'll attempt an HTTPS handshake, for lack of a better word, um, and then but on the IP level, not on the domain level, and they will pull back the certificate if it responds. Um, they'll actually do a port scan first to find if 443 is enabled, and if it is, then they'll visit it and pull down the certificate. So that's their order of operations. And so what they do is they pull down all the certificates for Amazon, DigitalOcean, Google, Microsoft, and Oracle, and all the metadata associated with those certificates. And then they put it into a JSON blob. And so that's what those files are. It's all the metadata about the certificates for all of the cloud ranges, the entire cloud ranges. Now you'll see here that the dates on the files are from 2022. This is not accurate. They just have not updated the front page. If you actually look at the files inside of the folders, they're pulled every week. So they pull this data every week. They just don't update this date on the web GUI part right here. So it's weekly pulled out of the cloud, out of the cloud ranges. And so like how can we use this to find assets of our target in the cloud? Well, it's pretty easy. Since we have all the metadata that's part of an SSL certificate, we just look for the domain in that metadata. So it's actually pretty simple. You download these files all into the same directory, and you can see I have them like down here. And then you can just do some bash scripting to search for your target. And so here we're using Dell.com, and I'm just catting all of these text files that are in that folder and saying grep-f for Dell.com, and then I want to print field 2, and then I'm removing some characters, using sed to replace some gross characters, and then grepping again for just things that have Dell.com, and then sorting and uniquing it. So ugly bash scripting. I'm sure this could be done in half the lines, I'm pretty sure. But basically, we're catting all these files and pulling out all the relative useful information from the certificates. And so this tells us that they have all of these domains in the cloud. We could go further by adding a separate delineation on what cloud all these are in or whatever. But this gives us a ton of data. We wouldn't have found these domains or subdomains in other places, or we might have found them in some other tools. But we definitely would have not have found them in the ASNs because this is these are all hosted in the cloud. So this allows you to go out to any single cloud or all of the clouds and look at your target and say what do they have in the cloud that I can tell via SSL certs. Now this is the same idea as something like cert.sh, right? So like that website cert.sh is really popular. Ben uses it a lot. The problem with cert.sh is that as a project they're not looking to help security testers. They're looking to do a wide-scale analysis of certificate data. And so they don't include self-signed certs or certs that error out or anything that has any semblance of an error in their data set. And this does. This downloads everything. And so like a lot of times you'll find, like data in self-signed certs that has domain data in it for your target. And you're like, oh, I would have absolutely wanted to know this. Plus, this gives you a cert.sh on your own box, basically. So this is really valuable data, all on your box, updated weekly. And so we'll do a lab on this when we get back from lunch. We'll look at some targets through this data. It's really simple. And so this is pretty dope. If kforjaeger.gay ever goes down, I'm hoping to build a tool that does the same thing that they do. If you remember 4 years or 3 years ago at DEF CON, there was a talk by some people. Was a talk by some people who made an API that did the same thing, and you could pull the data from the API, but that project is depreciated. So I'm hoping by DEF CON and Black Hat time, I can build a scaffolding of tools that will do the same thing that K4Jaeger is doing. It will grab the current published Amazon, DigitalOcean listings of all the IPs, do a mass scan port scan for port 443 and some other ports that HTTPS is usually hosted on. Once it confirms that those ports are up, then go grab the certificate and pull down the OU and CN data fields and everything inside them, and then store it in a JSON blob and host it. So it is a little bit of a project. Gunnar is one of my TAs for next week. He's also a bounty hunter. We're trying to figure out how to do this. XNL Hacker just posted something. I don't know if he's done this already, but no, he's just pulling down the K4Jaeger stuff every every week. That's pretty dope though. Um, so yeah, so Cloud Recon. We'll do some playing with this data when we get back from lunch. So we will adjourn. Um, so it is 8 o'clock my time, almost. It's 4 minutes to 8. So I will be back here at 9. We'll take an hour lunch break. We're exactly about halfway through the slides, so that's great. Um, and I'll see you guys when we get back from lunch.
guys today.
Hello. Had some soup for lunch. It's pretty dope. Oh, love you too, kiddo. I'll see you later. Good luck. Son has a soccer game today. All right. Give it a few more minutes. What have you guys been up to? Creating some parser scripts for downloading the files. Apparently mine didn't work. Format errors. Yeah, probably. Yeah, so yeah, I kind of took a little bit of an online hiatus. Um, I meant to actually address this earlier, but um, yeah, so my son actually is great. One of my other kids has had like a bunch of mental health issues during COVID and like after, and so it's been really, really hard for our family. Last, I don't know, like I would say 3 months probably. A lot of therapy, yeah, a whole bunch of stuff. So we had like a lot of like medical bills come up for like pretty advanced therapy treatment. Like not anything bad, but just like stuff that wasn't covered by insurance here in the U.S. And so this course was a way to kind of cope with that because we burned through our savings paying for medical bills. And and so I just wanted to thank you guys all for coming. Not only, was it a great opportunity to train and whatever, but it also really helped my family. So wanted to thank you guys for coming and being a part of the training because uh, yeah, it really put us in a better spot um, after kind of everything that's been going on in the last 3 months. So yeah, cool. All right, let's see. Let's do some cloud recon. Ugh. All right. So I'm gonna break out of the presentation and we'll go into the command line. And yeah, so I will go into my folder that has the Cloud Recon data in it. So I think it's Recon, and then I think I have SNI, yeah. Okay. Okay, so here are all the files, albeit these are old for some reason. I just haven't updated lately, so I might actually use XML Hacker's like update script and cron it out so it runs every once in a while and pulls down these files on the regular. But I'll just use the ones I have right now in the box. Um, and so you can see here are the files. So AWS, Azure, DigitalOcean, Google, and Oracle. And I can just cat um, just anything .txt because they're all txt files. So if you look at that output, it is huge. And we're going to Control C out of this. But I mean, you can see the format of the files is IP address, and obviously they visit every port on 443. So they visit the IP address on 443, and then they grab any domain that shows up inside of the certificate metadata, either in the OU or the CN fields. I'm pretty sure those are the ones that they look for, right? And so you can see here, like, 170, 138, 179 is uisp.com, et cetera, et cetera. Some of these certificates are issued with wildcards. Some of them are verbatim. Some of them host multiple sites, right? So let me try to find one that hosts multiple sites. Regular. Yeah, so this one has like dev staging on it with wildcards. Yeah, so a lot of data, and so some you'll see are actually super big. So they've issued this certificate for a bunch of domains, right? For this person, and so it's pretty easy since each of these are one line apiece. You cat this out, and simply you can just grep, and I'll just say del.com, but you could do anything, and then you start to just pare it down to any line that has del.com on it, right? And so, or at least del.com mentioned in the cert. Now, what you'll get is you'll get things that like, you know, you'll have lion del, right? So we can change this to .del.com. That should pare us down a little bit. Yeah, so this gets us a little bit better, and you can kind of start to see what stuff they have in each of the clouds, or in the clouds. So, but I mean, at the end, we want to feed this into our storage space, whether it's Bounty Catch or we're putting it in the thing, and so we don't want it in this output. So we want it in better output. We just want the subdomains and the apex domains, and so we can pipe that into what was the? I mean, I'm sure I can rebuild it to work well. So I did awk print 2, I think. All right, let's see. Get rid of the double pipe. Oh, yep, so there was some kind of error in there. Where is the error? Just so I can fix it. I hate everything? Okay, well, we'll just go from here. Okay, so this just prints out everything between the two brackets. And then we want to, oops, shit. Oops, sorry. We want to tr God, where is it? Tr, oh yeah, okay. So we want to move the first and second bracket. I mean, we could just, oh, there we go. Thank you, sir. Holy moly. That's much simpler. Yeah, I am not exactly a regex master. I would have figured out eventually with way too many arguments. So, okay, inserts, and then we'll pipe here. I think that'll work. There we go. Cool. All right. So stuff to be aware of when getting down to this, right? Okay, so then we went to, so this was in the chat. This was by Eugenia. Eugenia, your bash scripting skills and regex skills are dope. Don't let anyone else tell you differently. So first, a couple things. Let's put this in quotes here. That's fine. And then, so I also don't want the wildcard entries, I don't think. So I'll grep dash v anything that has a asterisk in it, because you can see in this data I'm still getting these wildcard entries. Yeah, cool. So I got rid of the wildcard entry. Okay, cool. So I think that's it. And so that can go into bounty catch, and I would just put it in there. But we still want to sort and unique it because we're getting a lot of duplicate entries in certs. So I'll just sort dash u. Cool. So here is just the dirty version of all of that, and I'll just paste it in the chat right now. Cool. All right, so now, we have all of these things that are coming out of Dell, but you still get like stuff like this stuff, which I think is why I passed it to another grep of Dell.com. I think that's why I did that. You never know. I did this a week ago. Oh, I gotta escape. You're right. I just gotta escape the periods. You're right. You're right. Cool. And is it single quotes? Does double quotes can work on grep, right? Yeah. There we go. Nope. Nope. Still getting rando shit. vmlearningplatform.com. Yeah, I mean, we could just remove the asterisk. Um, you're right. I mean, like, so we're removing. I just removed using this grep here. Um, oh, Dell owns VMware. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Okay, so maybe this is accurate then. Okay, cool. Sorry, I just saw these domains and I was like, yo, what? Okay. Yeah, so we're removing the wildcards here. We could just replace them with uh, dub dub dub, which I think would give us it, or just remove the asterisk and then the preceding period. Yeah, but also I could just do this and then so this is everything that's not a wild card, and then I could just do this. And this tells me the wild cards. So like I could just separate it like that. Cool. So now we have a bunch of cloud assets. Now again, I talked about why this is better than doing why this is better than using something like cert.sh or any of the other certificate projects is because we get a little bit more out of this. And for that other command, I can just pipe it to a text file. We'll just say this is Dell, and we will call this cloud. Cool. And then let's use bounty catch. So I think it's in my main. Bounty catch, and then we'll do. Remember my syntax. I don't have it memorized for this tool. It's relatively new. Uno momento. Okay, so we're gonna do bounty catch dash dash project, and we'll call this. I'm just gonna call it Dell 2 because I think I have a Dell already. And then dash dash file, and then we'll do Dell Cloud. Oh, that was in the other folder, wasn't it? So it was uh, Recon, SNI, and then Del Cloud. Cool. Oh, oh, I gotta do the operation. Uh, okay, so dash dash. Man, you make a script and you don't remember what you do. Oh, add. Oh, it's dash F and dash O add. Cool. So 500 total domains. 0 of them were duplicates. And so now I've started my tracking for this project, Del 2. Um, cool. That is the start of storing everything. Okay. Sorry, I was just looking at all the chats and questions. Some questions that came on the break. Where do you find the most bugs? In in their own infrastructure or in apps hosted in cloud infrastructure? If they're web bugs, it just depends on where where their websites are hosted. Usually it's the cloud though, so there are web bugs there. You see less and less of like port scanning those ranges and finding just like easy wins like remote authentication services, open to the internet with default passwords and stuff like that. Like when that stuff we used to find in pen testing a long time ago a lot, but you don't see that a ton anymore. Everyone's scanning those ranges and stuff like that. I mean, it behooves us to mark it down, but really most of the vulns that I find are web vulns, and so wherever their web infrastructure is hosted. Now, a lot of times you're looking at the cloud stuff, and a lot of times what developers will do is they'll spin up, you know, things that they don't think users will ever find in the cloud. But because the data is tied to the certificate, we just found it using this project. And so I do find a lot of stuff by doing this cloud recon. Definitely like a lot of the stuff we were talking about earlier that Shodan was trying to look at for us, right? Like admin panels and like metric panels and infrastructure like control like panels. They're all web apps, but they're all made like to control like different things or parse data or whatever. So I find a lot of that stuff that developers just spin up in the cloud that nobody knows about because they're just doing some kind of testing or whatever. Um, and yeah, so that's where I do find a lot of stuff these days. And I haven't really seen a ton of people talk about Kfrjaeger and this data set and using it, right? Like a lot of people use cert.sh, but I think this is infinitely better and on your own machine. And so yeah, um, I think that this gives me a significant advantage over other hunters. Is doing this cloud recon. Um, do Kfrjaeger only scan 443? Yes, it only scans 443. So there could be an even larger data set out there for port 8443. And in fact, I think that XNL hacker, sent me the other day. He was like, here's my like custom list of things that web servers live on, right? And so in this case, we would want to, we could maybe extend this project to add some of those other common 443, like 8443 and other places people are hosting SSL-enabled websites, HTTPS. Which tool did you use to get the Dell domains? Was in a little late. Um, the Dell domains came from they came from Kfrjaeger, which is in the slides. It's slide something. It's slide something. So we're in the Cloud Recon section if you came late. And so in Cloud Recon, I had posted in class earlier this week to download the files on this website, so kfrjaeger.ga, SNI IP ranges. And so these are files that basically download all the certificate metadata from all of the sites that are on 443 across all the cloud ranges. And so what we did is we just used these text files and we searched for del in those text files. So you can see we catted all those text files that have the certificate information, and we're trying to get domains out of them. And then we grepped del out of it, and then we use a fancy grep to get us the output we wanted out of the kind of messy line, and then we sorted it eventually. So this one actually here. Yeah. So then we had a list of domains that came across for del, and this is all out of SSL certificate data from the clouds. And we funneled it into Bounty Catch. The next question is, where do we get Bounty Catch from? That was in the slides, the previous section. And Bounty Catch is here at this link right here. I'll just put it in the chat. There you go. Ooh, it came out red. That's crazy. Cool. So remember, there's like no warranty with this. Like, I first installed Reddit or Redis, and then I used this script, and then it just works. But like, this is not a full featured thing, right? Like, there's no support for this script. So, and then the syntax is on the next line. So, cool. So we are on to. We did that. Okay, we're on to reverse whois. And then we will swap. Preventer and slideshow. Okay, cool. So reverse whois. So we're starting to get into more technical means of doing recon, right? So, the first we got our ASNs of our target, which gave us a whole bunch of their IP space. And then we looked at Shodan to give us everything that Shodan had on them, which gave us a whole bunch of Apex domains and subdomains. And then we went to the cloud and we looked at the cloud. And so we're starting to get a more and more holistic picture of our target. We're starting to gather a lot of domain data on them, which is great. The more domains we have, the more chance we have to succeed. So what are we after with reverse whois? So reverse whois will help us identify new Apex domains usually. And so, like what is reverse whois? Well, whois is, basically grabbing the registration data on a domain. You can whois google.com, and you can see here that it's got a whole bunch of fields for the whois data on Google. And so you have a registrant name, you have a registrant organization, you have a registrant email for this domain name. You've got the registrar itself. You've got a whole bunch of fields. And so the idea of reverse whois is instead of asking to do a whois lookup on google.com, it's instead asking the question, okay, well, I see here the registrant organization is Google Inc. What other domains has Google Inc. registered? So it's the reverse of the whois lookup. That's why it's called reverse whois. So the two fields that are usually not obfuscated away by a third party when you register is registrant organization and registrant email, and sometimes registrant name. And so you can reverse whois on these fields and find out what other sites that Google has registered. And so the best tool for this is Woxy.com. So Woxy.com is the cheapest place on the net for a large whois and reverse whois data set. And they're also the cheapest place to purchase access to an API that has the data set. And so basically you can go to Woxy.com and you can use an API, which I think is like, for a whole bunch of queries, it's not that much money. I think it was like $10, right? Yeah, $10 for 1,000 reverse whois queries. And so you basically you pay $10 and it's well worth the investment. And you pass it, whatever field you're looking for. Here in this query, I did a reverse whois query and I just did a keyword of Google, and it gives me back all of these Apex domains that Google owns, right? They have also registered. So the simple API call is just an HTTPS API. So it's api.woxy.com. Your key, right? So when you buy access to the API, you get an API key. So you put that here, and then reverse whois, and then your keyword, and then you just want domains back. And so this will give you access to all of the reverse whois. For Huoxi, I always say Huoxi, not just Woxi. I don't know exactly how you pronounce it, but for Woxi, there's a couple things. So go to woxi.com. Make this bigger. Okay, so you can use their data set, and you can do, we want reverse whois API. So you go to our services, reverse whois, and then you can filter on, email, domain keyword, company name, owner name, right? So um, you could just do Google here, and it'll give you a little bit of this data. Um, but yeah, I mean, so Zane's linked to Google. Uh, yeah, so it'll give you a little bit of this. It'll give you up to 100 returns, I think. But there's 1,000 actually in the data set. So you have to use the API to get the full amount. But if you just want to do a quick look through, you can just use the website. Um, then the cost for the reverse API queries. So you can do like 200 API calls for $2, which is super cheap. Um, and you can do all this from here. They also have, you can buy the whole data set for a cool 10K, which I know sounds like a lot of money, but for the whole internet's whois database, compared to what I've seen other places, that's actually like really cheap, honestly. To get the whole whois database, 496 million pieces of information about domains and their registration for 10K. That is like a drop in the bucket investment for some pen test companies, and you know hopefully they give you updates to it. That'd be sweet if they gave you ongoing updates. But I mean, if you think in comparison, right, the other kind of for pay sites that do this, the other for pay sites like Spiderfoot and Security Trails, I mean, to get an enterprise level, full access, all you can eat license for those sites, which are using whois, like a lot of whois data, um, uh, those are way more than 10K. So yeah, it's interesting that you could just buy the whole database outright. Um, so yeah. Oh yeah, you get daily updates, but it's an extra charge. Daily updates is an extra 4K, whatever. Uh, you can also buy a country specific whois list. You can buy a domain specific whois list, a registrar specific whois list. So yeah, it's really interesting that you can grab all this stuff. I think Woxy is the cheapest I've seen other places. So let's see here. Was it Google Inc. that we had in the slides? We did keyword Google, company name Google. It's Google Inc. Yeah. So mileage may vary, right? We're getting a lot of stuff back here, and like I think that's because the registrar is Google, but we want the actual like stuff that Google has registered, so maybe we have to use the email address for Google. Google LLC. Oh yeah, Google LLC works better for Google stuff. Google with a zero. That's definitely not a phishing domain. So some companies like Google who have their own registrar service or have $1 billion or who have to really worry about typo squatting or phishing, they buy these similar domains themselves actually. They'll spend the money to get this off the internet and own it. So yeah. But let's look at here. We'll just go to the whois lookup and google.com. So here is just their regular whois lookup. Raw. And then look at their data. So they have Mark Monitor do their domain registration. DNSSEC is unsigned. Even their contact is Mark Monitor. Yeah. Okay, let's try a more applicable site. Let's try Dell. See what comes up for Dell. Okay, so they will already tell you they think there are similar domains to Dell.com in this little button right here. Um, they also give it to you in the sidebar, and then here is internal domain registrar linked with some other stuff. Dell.com. So they're registering through safe names. Let's look at data protected, not disclosed. Here we go. Company Dell.inc. There, registering contact. Okay. So here is 27 or 22,000 domain names that are also registered by the same entity. Now, a lot of these, they're just purchasing these domains to keep them off the internet, so they won't be valid. Uh, but you can run these through something like HTTPX to see if anything comes back. So you would use the API to pull down uh, this, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay. So that's reverse whois. This is the most lossy. Um, this is the most lossy recon method in the deck, I think. So, like I said, when you do this and you look at Dell, right, like, and you go look at these, right, um, it is like a lot of these things, a lot of these domains are not going to exist, or they're going to be parked by safe names because they're trying to protect Dell in some way. So like a lot of these aren't going to exist. So when you get these back from the API, there's a lot of parsing and a lot of like manual stuff you have to go through to make sure that these are actual Apex domains that you want to look at. Dell edu. Oop, that's print, not go to. Go to Dell.edu. Okay, so Dell.edu is a DNS redirect to Dell.com for some kind of networking and education program. So that one was kind of useful, moderately. I mean, it still redirected to the main site, but it redirected us to a web path too that I don't know if we would have seen somewhere else. There's also like some hosted app here too. I don't know if that still works. Yeah, anyway. So, this is the most lossy, like, recon method. Um, I do it, but not always. Just being honest. Like, reverse whois sometimes is, especially for a big domain like this, 22,000 results. It's like, ooh, do I want to go through all of these and like verify that they're worthwhile in doing recon on? So, um, yeah, so you have to figure that out for yourself, and then once you get the domains, just the domains back from the API, then you have to parse them, and then like you might feed them into. I think HTTPX has the best output for this. So HTTPX has the ability also to parse the page response of visiting one of these sites and follow redirects. So you'll want to enable following redirects, and then like if it's parked by that company, safe, whatever it was, you'll want to like add like a keyword term like safe, like just put their name in it and just say I don't want anything from that. And so I think HTTPX lets you do all that, but I'm not 100% sure. So all right, so we're gonna move on. All right, we are not at the beginning of the show. Okay. So Woxy is the most reliable. Now, there is other tools that do reverse whois. Like I mentioned, if you pay for subscriptions to, I'll talk about them later, but the two best ones, Spiderfoot, HX, and Security Trails, include reverse whois data when they do domain discovery for you. So it'll be baked into their output. Um, but this is how you do it, standalone and cheaper than having to have a subscription to one of those sites. $10 is not a ton of money. Okay, so now we'll talk about using AI or ChatGPT in Recon, and we've already used ChatGPT for regex buddy. I told you I used ChatGPT to build bounty catch. Um, so yeah, I've used ChatGPT to do quite a few things. It is a great driver and a great like kind of coding assistant for all kinds of stuff. But yeah, so what are we going to use ChatGPT for in the Recon pipeline? So AI can help you find acquisitions and guess subdomains. And acquisitions, remember, give us new Apex domains to add to our either campaign or to our wide scope bounty hunting. So the idea here is to use the first part is to use ChatGPT to give us acquisitions. And so I asked ChatGPT, I said, hey, can you tell me about Tesla's acquisitions? And what you have to remember with using AI to do any type of any type of research work, that first of all, the data set cuts off in 2021. So it will not have any data, and it will tell you that usually in the output. It will not have any data past 2021, and you have to verify the results because sometimes AI hallucinates. And so in this case, we said, hey, what can you tell? I said, hey, what can you tell me about Tesla's acquisitions? And it gave me, I think, Um, it gave me six different acquisitions. And what's interesting about this is that it finds two that Crunchbase did not have. It found Compass Automation and DeepScale. And Crunchbase had one that it didn't find because it was newer. It was after 2021, which was Wiferion. And so this is interesting because I went and I looked at Compass Automation. Indeed, Tesla did acquire them, and I don't know why they weren't in Crunchbase's database, and neither was DeepScale. I believe I've looked before at Tesla's acquisitions, and DeepScale was there before. So you have to do research and make sure that these are still owned by Tesla. But from everything I could tell, Compass Automation was. I didn't go that far into DeepScale, so it's very interesting that the data set that ChatGPT trained off of is massive, right? It's every news release, it's every public website, even private websites that were misconfigured, to allow open access, like lots of API data sets. I mean, they trained ChatGPT 4 on a tremendous data set. And so it can give you a lot of context out of, an amalgamation of everything it knows about Tesla's acquisitions, every news article that, it has access to and all this stuff. So it's actually great for asking some of these contextual based questions about your target. Just as long as you remember you have to verify the results and it cuts off in 2021. So you can do it for this kind of stuff. Again, Compass Automation and DeepScale were not on Crunchbase's list, and then Crunchbase had Wiferion as a newer acquisition, and obviously this one didn't have it. So we can also use ChatGPT to intelligently try to guess subdomain names for us, right? So I wrote a tool called SubRecon GPT, and then there was another one. If any of you had it bookmarked, I couldn't remember. I looked for it before the training, but there was another tool that did the same idea. But the idea here is we feed it a list of subdomains we already have. In this case, for Dell or whatever target we're doing, and it looks at each entry and it tries to guess, based on the subdomain that's there, what might be other subdomains in kind of a word category of the same word. So here you can see the subdomain it's processing here is admin.kroger.com. And so the AI has basically, I tell the AI in a prompt and I say, hey, given that the subdomain is admin, what other words in, I forget exactly what the prompt I use is, are like that? Yes, SubGPT. That was the other one by SumDev, yeah. Um, And so I have it do 5 guesses of common words, and so it guessed dev, QA, test, prod, and secure. And then so dev does not resolve, QA does not resolve, test does resolve. Prod does not resolve, secure does not resolve. And so that's what this script does. Um, it is very new. I mean, like I put it out before I went on vacation, and then I had the kid issues, and so I haven't got to clean it up. But if you look at it, it's pretty simple. You can go here. I will drop this. And so some dev also has a version. His might be better than mine, honestly. I haven't actually looked to see what the difference is. But if we go here, you can actually see the prompt. All right, so subrecon GPT, if you go into the Python, it's relatively easy, right? So I basically import OpenAI, and then I need to give my API key uh, in the file. And then here is the prompt. So you have a system prompt and a user prompt for the AI. And then so I just say, you're a helpful assistant. I can actually change this system prompt for the AI to something different, but whatever. I don't need to right now. And then I say, generate 5 subdomains similar to whatever the subdomain is um, for the line that we're looking at. And so it basically chops up the subdomains, it looks at the item, and then it tells you 5 different things. Those get passed into an array, and then it tries to build that text string and resolve it as an address. And then it prints the output. And so you can add your API key by doing / API key, etc. And yeah, so that script. Let's look at some devs and see what his is like. Discover domain and uses Bing GPT. Okay, so this one uses Bing GPT, so it's free. So you don't have to use a ChatGPT API key like I use. So the following subdomains for this tool within these 30 subdomains is input. If you like my work, great. Some dev's dope. You should support him. All right, let's try this out just for giggles. Okay. Is let's see, yeah. Bing has got to be. It's still like I know that OpenAI just removed access to like Bing search for some reason. Um, I wonder if it's the same with Bing.com. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so we'll grab from here. We can just do. Looks like we can just do pip install subgpt. Microsoft invested 10 billion to OpenAI so they get access. This is true. Okay, cool. Requirements already satisfied. Yes, I know that the root user is bad. Okay, cool. We will do side by side, so I don't have to go back and forth. So let's close this, close this. All right, so side by side. You over here, and then you over here. Okay, and then we'll make sure that you're big. Okay, so we installed subgpt. We need to grab the cookie from Chrome or Firefox. So we'll go to Bing, and then we can just go DevTools, and we can grab our cookies for Bing.com. Which cookie is it? Let's look. Okay, I guess we'll just install the cookie editor extension. He could just backdoor my browser right now. That could just be something he made, but you know, it's all in the name of science. Okay, so install the cookie thing, pin it. Let's go back to Bing, refresh. Okay, and we want to which cookie though, bro? Uh, copy your cookie. I mean, there's a lot of cookies for Bing. Can I just export the whole thing? Export. Export as JSON. There we go. Cool. Exported to clipboard as JSON. Okay. Paste it in the file cookies.json. Okay. All right. Paste it in the file. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Cool. All right. All set. Okay. So we need to give it a list of subdomains. Let's, like, who do we have like a small scope project? Oh yeah, I use Nano. I'm not a Vim user, no matter how hard my best friend Daniel Miso tries to convert me. I just like, I go into it and then I can just like never get out. That's not a cool app, you know? I'm just trolling with you guys, but I know I don't use Vim. Even though it's way more powerful, I just use Nano for everything. So all right. Okay, so we need to feed it some pre-found subdomains. So let's just real quick run subfinder. uh, what do we want to run? Uh, hmm. Give me a second. I mean, this is not going to be small, but let's just see. This is not in our thing. I'm a big Blizzard fan. I'm playing a lot of Diablo 4 right now, so we'll just see what Blizzard's got out there. Plus, I know Brett, who used to work at Blizzard. I still know some Blizzard people. Okay, great. All right, so we got some Blizzard stuff. So let's what's the silent flag for subfounder? It is also that's really ugly because it's too big. Output rate limit active match. So just silent. Cool. All right, so we'll put that into a file called uh, Liz test subs. Cool. All right, so I guess we should be able to sub GPT dash I Liz test subs dash O. We'll just put output. I will do sub GPT test. Oh my god, that looks so ugly. Okay, sub GPT test and then dash C, and the cookies were cookies.json, right? Yeah. I think that's what we want, right? Let's see if that works. It does not. Cannot import name chatbot from Edge GPT. Okay, so I don't have some requirements. Did I not follow a step? Oh yeah, I didn't do the setup and install. I'm an idiot. Okay, so uh, okay, let's just actually do the git clone. So there's some dependency we're missing. That's fine. Okay. There's no setup.py in this. Oh wait, I'm in a nested folder. There we go. That happened quickly. That doesn't make me think that I got all the things I needed. Okay. Subgp.py. Nope. Still missing the dependency. Import name chatbot. Time to Google. Actually, it won't be in ChatGPT. Pip install setup tools Python 3. Yeah, it should already be. I mean, I guess just in case we can do pip 3, but yeah, it should already be installed. Chatterbot. Okay. Nope. All right, let's just do pip install Chatterbot. The wonders of using hacker tools. All right, I will install Edge GPT once this finishes as well. We downloading out here. Well, I think my script wins because I think it runs. I mean, like, I didn't have to do all this when I did my script. I just need an API key. But it probably doesn't. I'm guessing it doesn't give back as great results as this one. So, okay. So it's Edge GPT. All right. Cut. Let's make this bigger. And then what are we doing? Cool. Let's see here. So since we fixed that, we should just be able to not be in the clone directory, but I'm just going to do it anyway. Okay. Yikes. Yeah. I hate when I see red. Bro, how many dependencies? Okay, we will do that as well. Okay, let's try now. Mm-mm. What am I doing wrong? Python 3. It's because I have too many Pythons. Why? No module name DNS. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm just reading your guys' chat. One sec. We are almost there. Just every dependency to install. Yeah, that's not a thing. Is the issue. Yep. Okay. Oh, we have to modify the code. That's swell. So they're saying this from Chatterbot. Let's just do both. Okay. Can I just pip install everything? Oh yeah, that's what you said. See, this is more like a stream now than a training. We're getting into the weeds, you know? Nope. All right, I give up. If any of you can get it working, let me know. Let me just try one more thing. I did pip3 install edge-gpt. I did. Okay. I did it here. See? Pip3 install edge-gpt. It still gives me cannot import chatbot from edge-gpt. FI time. Let's see. One person said that this needs to be chatbot. So. Nope. Okay. I give up. Did any of you get it working? No. Okay. Well, hey, we gave it a shot. Welcome to, troubleshooting dependencies and installing hacker tools 101 with Jason Haddix. So. That's pretty much how it goes. Install dependencies until too frustrated to use tool. All right, Eugenia. All right, this is the last thing I swear I'm gonna try. All right. Nope. I'm in the wrong window? This one? Here we go. Okay. Remove line 10. Yo. Okay, that's better. Cookie file doesn't exist here as iCorrect format. I mean, that's better. Progress. Um, but I don't know what that means. Oh, wait. Oh, because our cookie file is in the root. I don't actually think our cookie file is here. It's where do we put it? No. Did I put it here? Yeah, I did. Okay. Yo, we're almost there. Right? Right? No, it's right. It's right. We were here. Whoa! Now no output. Okay. Oh yeah, it'll be in the output folder. Sub. Let's just work out there. It's not there. So it should have given an output file of sub GPT something, right? Just ignore all of the shit in here. Yeah, I don't see it. There's no like output folder here, right? No. Okay. Not here. Yeah, there's just not working. Well, all of that for nothing. Okay. All right, we're gonna move on. Anyway, if you can get this working, post a screenshot. Here, I'll post the Blizzard subs. And I'll try to work on it tonight. Maybe I just need to refresh my Python environment. Cool. Yikes. I should have just done PB copy. That would have been easier. Fuck it, I'll just give you some of them. Okay, so there and there. Cool. Okay, it says if you don't give an output file, it should show on your command line. Nope. Nothing. Okay, so if one of you can get it working on that input file, and then get your own cookies in there, and yeah, see, and then post a screenshot. That'd be dope. Yeah. All right, where are we? So theoretically, you could use ChatGPT or Bing GPT to do this. Um, I think that mileage may vary. Still an emerging technology, and hacker tools suck sometimes. So, um, but I will just duplicate this, and we can add this here. Cool. And we'll just try to get it to work. Cool. All right. Where are we now? So we did Cloud Recon, Reverse Whois, Recon GPT. Cool. All right, so now we're going to move on to linked discovery. So linked discovery will help us find more apex domains and subdomains for our target. Now, linked discovery, I use Burp Pro. I'm going to do the demo with the new Burp, I think, try to get it to work. But also, you can use several different command line spiders. So you can also, at the end here, you can use Hack Crawler or Ghost Spider or the new spider that Project Discovery came out with a few months ago. You could use that as well. And the basic idea here of link discovery is just crawling the website, and anytime it references anything that's hyperlinked or in JavaScript that's a domain, either an apex domain or a subdomain, we capture it. Now it's easy-ish to do in Burp because of Burp Spider. It has a built-in spider. It has a site tree, which makes it easy to visualize this process. And so I actually prefer the spider in the old Burp 1.7 than I do the new Burp. So for almost everything, I use the new Burp, right? All of the scan checks are better. The logic is better, whatever. But for some reason, they did a lot of work on the spider when making the new Burp. And so it takes a ton of time, and even though they made this blog really recently about how to get the spider to work like it used to in Burp 1.7, it is just like never, like been as fast or as basic as I need it to be, which I know sounds weird. Like you want your spider to be basic. There's all kinds of intricacies of spidering, right? Like dynamic JavaScript, um, and building hyperlinks out of that, and following those and executing live sites and single page applications and dynamic pages and all that stuff, right? I understand. Like Burp's new spider is better for coverage in most cases, but for this process, I actually prefer using the old Burp, which you can still download. Um, so you can download it and do it. So this is what it looks like in the old Burp, which I have screenshots of. So 1.7.37, I think, was the last version that was in the old tree. And so basically, I have Twitch on the left, and I just go to Twitch through Burp, right? And there's my site tree. Like just visiting Twitch, I get all of that stuff in my site tree if I'm not filtering out anything. So like, obviously Twitch has a lot of integrations, has a lot of links. Um, it has a lot of hyperlinks, and so already I start to see stuff. So this process will mostly be the same in the new Burp. I'm going to show you in a second, but you go to the target tab, you go to the site map tab, and then you click on the filtering bar. And so once you click on the filtering bar, you basically say show only in scope items, right? And then we're going to build a scope rule. And so the scope rule we build is, I actually didn't put it in the slides, but we have to build a scope rule. The scope rule will look like just looking for the keyword Twitch in our scope rule, which I'll show you. and then you go hide only, and then it'll show only in-scope items. And so once we put that scope rule to show only things that say Twitch, our site tree will get pared down to only things that have Twitch in the domain, either in the Apex or somewhere else, right? And so then you take all these and you just select them all and you spider them with burp spider. And so then everything you had selected stays yellow, and everything the spider found additionally um, shows up in white. And so then you can see that we almost doubled the amount of domains that reference Twitch in them using burp. And you can see I used the appropriate emoji here because this is a very Twitch emoji. So we have several new Apex domains that are hyperlinked in the stuff. We have ext.twitch. We have Twitch app right here. We have Twitch service. So we have several new Apex domains and a whole bunch of subdomains that we get out of this. And so now we can select all these and spider these as well if they're live. And you can see we have some interesting stuff in here like jira.twitch.com. And so this recursive spidering of newfound sites looking for anything with the keyword Twitch is what we're doing. So then you end up with a site tree full of all the stuff you want after you've done this a few times, a few iterations of this. Like how do you get it out of burp? It's not exactly easy, right? You can't just export your target or your site tree for some reason in burp, whether it's free or pro or paid, which sucks. So if you have the pro version, you can export the analyze target HTML they give you. So you can go engagement tools, analyze target, and it'll give you an HTML output of everything you've done in burp, which gives you this list of targets, and then you can just copy and paste this. Should it be authenticated? Should it be an authenticated spider? Is one question I have here. Um, yeah, I mean, if you do an authenticated spider, you'll get more back from this process. Normally, when I do this, I do it unauthenticated just to quickly do it. But yeah, if you run authenticated, you just authenticate through your browser, and then you're proxying that um, through Burp, you'll get more. So that's good. Has anyone tried Zap Spider? I have not tried to do this in Zap. It would be a great thing to try. I bounce back and forth between Burp and Zap. I think that Zap Spider is absolutely like more simple to the needs of what I want. Like someone said in chat, the spider in new burp actually executes like a headless browser to execute dynamic content to feed the spider. So maybe that's what causes it to take so long. Whatever. You can still do this in new burp. So let's walk through how we do it. Where is my? Oh, I reformatted my computer. So last week I had to reformat my computer because I was having crazy driver issues because of the new driver update with NVIDIA and Diablo 4. So NVIDIA made a specific driver update for Diablo 4, which is one of the games I play, and it jacked up my whole system. My system froze in the middle of the install, and then I wasn't able to get back. So I backed up all my data, and then I reformatted. So I actually don't have Burp installed right now. So let's install Burp real quick. I know, right? Lame. I will log in. I'm doing it on another monitor. Well, that's good because a lot of stuff tomorrow is based in Burp. Okay. Great, 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 great. My account. Okay. All right, downloading now. This will be a good time to take a 5-minute bathroom break while I get Burp set up and we get ready for this demo. Why doesn't everybody take 5? Go get some water. just going to turn off the stream for 1 second just to make sure that I don't leak my burp key. I wasn't sure what monitor it would pop up on since I have 6 of them. Okay, I will bring back screen share. All right. Oh, so we have some progress on sub-GPT. All right, so I have burp set up. Let me try to fix it then. Let's see. Okay, so we are, it was here, not dub, sub-GPT, and it was inside sub-GPT, nano, pi, and then so it was this one, and add the new line, save it. Hmm. Oh, sorry, I missed the first part of what you said. Okay, so import DNS resolver, right? And then from edgegpt.edgegpt import chatbot conversation style, right? That seems right. That's what I pasted. Yeah, I don't see anything different. All right. Delete everything. Set in there. Save. Nope. I mean, it's probably my Python environment. I haven't flushed it out in quite a bit. So, like you can notice I'm like running things with Python 3 and I still have an old version of Python. Like it's all jacked up. So it's probably something to do with that. If that's working for you, that's pretty dope. I could also just run it in a virtual environment, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Could be a cookies issue too. I don't know. Yeah, so those subs were oh, I'm an idiot. Uh, so those subs were not in the original list, correct? That it found? They are. So they're not new. Yeah, I'm gonna give up on it for right now. It's something that I'll have to fix tonight. Okay, we'll give it until a couple more minutes. Can you rephrase the question, Fati? Sorry. Um, I mean, it's a good question. I haven't benchmarked the new spidering versus the old spider. The problem is not that I feel like one is better than the other. It's just the new spider takes forever to spider dynamic sites. Um, and so like you just won't finish the process ever. Okay, so this should work now. So I have Burp's little browser profile here, and we have our site tree and our target here. Okay, so let's go to twitch.com or twitch.tv. I think that's what it is, right? Yeah, cool. All right, so you can see just visiting Twitch. Proceed. We have a lot of stuff. Uh, intercept is off. You can see here's our history. Just sort to the newest stuff on top. It's still going. Twitch doesn't necessarily like to be proxied, honestly, to tell you the truth, because it's streaming protocols. But that's okay. And so things are going. I want to turn off crawl explicitly right now, so I'll turn off both these. I don't I don't want to passively crawl. It's just going to slow down the process right now. So here's our sitemap, and we can go here. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is set up a scope role. So if we go to proxy, or let's see here, sorry, go to scope settings under target, right? So in the new burp, it's target, and then under target, you get three options here. You go to scope settings. So we're going to use advanced scope control, and then we're going to add a rule here, and we're just going to say anything that says Twitch. So that's the part that was missing in the slides. I'll add it in there after the class. says, do you still want to accumulate project data for out of scope items? Make sure to say yes here. Okay, so our rule is in there. Now we want to go to the filter bar and say show only in scope items, and don't hide. I mean, basically you can show all, but show only in scope items, and click apply. So now there's a couple things I want to do really quick, and if I go to the new scan, which is where we're going to spider, the first thing I want to do is say I want to crawl, and I want to edit my scan configuration. And so we're going to make a new scan configuration here, and we'll just call it crawl configuration 1. And I'm going to go crawl strategy fastest. And maximum crawl time I'm going to say is like 10 minutes. Maximum unique locations, I'm going to bring this down a little bit to, I mean, it's 1500 now. Let's say just half that, 800 right now. We don't want any login functions. That's fine. Handling application errors. Pause the task if, so we don't care about errors. So we just say, I don't know, 1,000 errors. That's fine. And then crawl project overrides. It's fine. Miscellaneous, fine. Request robots.txt. Yes, that'll be useful. Request sitemap. Follow hidden links. Yes. Parse API endpoints. Click all clickable elements. Use Burb's browser for a crawl and audit. We're going to say no here. So we will not. Okay, actually, we will say yes. Okay. Save to library. We're going to call this linked discovery. Save it to my library. Okay, so there's our policy. We're going to say OK. We got that in there. And then we're going to apply it a resource pool. The default resource pool is 10 concurrent requests. We're going to create a new resource pool with maximum concurrent requests of 250 and no delays. Let's make sure that's all right. Link discovery. No. Resource pool 250. Create new resource pool. Okay, cool. Did you play with the Incy Wincy option too? No, I did not. Is that a thing? I don't know what that is. Oh, add the URL. Sorry. Cool. So here's our crawl here. And you can go to logger and sort by newest, and you can see it's hitting a lot of Twitch. Let's go to dashboard. 20 minutes, or 20 locations, 10 minutes remaining. So you're saying that they added, yes, this was what actually I was looking for. So they did this video on like how to get it back to the old spider. And I remember I tried it after this. So if you go to, I think we can go back to create a scan policy, right? Or new scan. You can also do it this way. Where's my target? I got a sitemap. You can also grab all these and just say scan. So it adds these to the URL list. And then we just want crawl. And then you can go you can go, oh, where's my, from library, there we go, okay. So here's my link discovery, but you're saying there's another one, so let's go new, So you said it was just a crawl strategy. Right here. Okay. Um, Customize crawl strategy. Eensy wincy. So I haven't done this before. Dope. Okay. These settings are undocumented and are not intended for general use. Okay. This, yeah, that's fine. I think 30 is fine. Permutations. Okay. Let's give it a shot. Okay, so we will just call this like link to. Um, Same thing. I only want to run for 10 minutes. No, don't care. Yeah, I did fastest. Well, this Incy Wincy takes over the crawl strategy fastest. So, okay. And miscellaneous. We're going to do this 800. So it's the same. So Incy Wincy is the same thing as using fastest, which we did before, right? Okay, I'm going to make this policy say no. Okay, so linked to. What do you do link to? We'll wait until this one finishes, though. So we got one domain here. Let's look at logger and see if it's still going. It's still going. Still mostly spidering. Well, a couple different things. I'm going to try something else too. I'm going to change this scope rule to just TW. I think that's what I did last time I did this project. Okay. And then just make sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, guys, I just don't like it. It's like over-engineered. The whole new burp is over-engineered. I hate to be the one who says that, but like the whole thing. Like even the the GUI with the blue and yeah, like burp is becoming over-engineered. And although I like it, it's just like I don't know. I wrote about it on Twitter one time and I got just destroyed by the general public. So all right, we're still going. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Luckily, I have a refrigerator in my office, so yeah. Or am I moving over to Cato? So the question is, Cato. So Cato is a competitive um, interception proxy. It's browser based, I believe. Maybe. I actually haven't looked at Cato a ton. I mean, of course, I know the guy's making it, but I think I looked at it when it first came out, and yeah, I just didn't give it much of a chance. I think I really have to sit down with it. 3 minutes maximum time remaining. We found 2 subdomains. I just hate it. I hate it with all my heart. Um, Bchecks is pretty dope though. The new custom scanner audit checks that you can build yourself. I mean, unfortunately, they stole that from a bug bounty hunter who made that and tried to sell it themselves. And then they were like, "Hey, that's a great idea. We should make making scan rules easier." But that's okay. All right. So if you want to use the old burp, which I'm going to do anyway, when you log into burp, you can go um, to the releases page, and you can do uh, professional. What was So it's when it doesn't do the 2023 or it doesn't do the 2023. I can't remember what was the last version. Man, sucks that you have to go back and grab like a super old version of burp. That is just like unfortunate. Like 2019 was the last one. 2 point something. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out later, but you can download it. Okay, so this is done almost, right? Less than 1 minute remaining. Twitch is also a notoriously hard site to spider. That's okay. 1737 is the last version. Thank you, sir. All right. Since that's almost done, I'm going to kick off the second policy we made with Incy Wincy or whatever it was called, and just see what this second policy does, if it gives us more. It's almost identical to the first, except for using that Incy Wincy section. So you can see with just that regular scan policy, we had found 2. Incy Wincy has given us a couple more, which is great. Let's see. Oh yeah, hey, Incy Wincy is working a little bit better. Or maybe it's the fact that we chose more domains. We started with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 domains. So this is painful compared to how I do it in 1.7, and I don't have 1.7 installed. So I might switch this over just to do it on the command line with those spiders that we talked about in the slides, right? Like, this is too painful for me. Like, I don't need this over-engineered spider to do this process. So the ones that are in the slides are Hack Crawler and Ghost Spider. And so I'll just have to script these up to do this process that I want, recursively spidering new stuff it finds based on a regex instead of a scope rule and burp, which that's fine. Like it takes some bash scripting, but it won't be that hard. I also might look at Katana. I was just gonna say that bus factor. Katana is Project Discovery's new spider. Um, I love those guys because every time, not like a sword. Every time I talk about something in my Recon presentations, they seem to magically build it as Project Discovery. So uh, imagine that. A better alternative to bcheck, PyScripter, Nice. Oh yeah. So I mean, if you guys don't know, Project Discovery is like this team of developers. It's a real company now. In fact, I have stickers for their company. I went to their investment meeting, and uh, yeah. I mean, it started out as a group of bug hunters, one dude, and he made Nuclei. Nuclei is a command line scanner. It's the best thing to happen since Nmap. For security in general, not necessarily bounty hunters, but best tool since Nmap. And they make bespoke singular focus tools, and so they a bunch that we're going to use in the course. That like HTTPX is one we've talked a lot about. Katana. This is a new one that they wrote, and it's a spider. It's a next generation crawling and spidering framework. So you can just point it at something, and it will give you every endpoint that it finds. And I think that you can control scope with command line flags, but I haven't done it yet. So I want to try it. So let's see. Configuration would be scope. So in scope URL regex to be followed by the crawler. Uh, disables host-based default scope. Yeah, so I would probably try to use this flag -cs and just put in what I put my scope role as Twitch and see if that works. But yeah, so Project Discovery does some dope stuff. They have a bunch of tools that we use every day. So, all right, let's go back to Burp. And then we can go to our dashboard and we can see that we're about 75% of the way done crawling. Am I also an investor in Project Discovery? No, I went to their investment meeting um, because they invited me and we hadn't met. I hadn't met any of the team and I wanted to meet their community guy because I've talked with him on like Twitter and stuff like that. I don't really invest in many companies to tell the truth. Like I just not like I'm not a gambling sort of person, and to me that feels like a form of gambling. So I don't do it. I'd rather earn my money. I'd rather earn my paycheck, do my bounty work, and keep it instead of you know. And some people say like you won't ever get rich like that, but I don't care. So okay, so you can see via link discovery we did find some versions like static was new. We found the HTTP versions linked. We knew GraphQL was there. Extensions discovery images is a new subdomain we found. The HTTP version of Edge ads, their clips, one of their clips endpoints. So we did find some stuff, but I'm a little stymied by the fact that this didn't return as much as I did on 1.7. So I'll try to get 1.7 working tonight. Burp version 1.7, install it, and do the regular process. Remember, I didn't have Burp installed because I had to reformat my computer. So try to get it working for tomorrow, and we'll see. We'll see what it gives back to us as opposed to the new Burp, right? Because this didn't give us much back, and in the slides you can see like how much I found in 1.7 more. And I couldn't tell you what settings in the spider have changed, or that eensy weensy option and the fast configuration. It should be better, right? I mean, it should be. They even made a whole blog post on it. They're like, this will take you back to the old functionality of the spider, but it just doesn't. So yeah, so we'll try it with 1.7 tomorrow. All right. Cool. Uh, and I will try to get Katana up with some of these command line ones too, the command line spiders. So, um, We can do, a little bit of that tomorrow, hopefully. Oh, we have a packed day tomorrow, though. Okay, so ad and analytics is the next section. So what are we after when we're trying to analyze ad and analytics is relationships from our main site to new Apex domains or new subdomains. So this is using built with. So built with is a technology profiling tool, um, and they sell their database and their website tool to different people. And so they track technology across almost every website on the internet and try to figure out what tech stack they're running. And not only do they track what tech stack they're running, they track their ad and analytics codes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so you can sign up with a free account. You can also buy access, but it's pretty expensive, like Crunchbase. But you can buy like access to use it, full time. I just use the free access. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to use built with, and if you log in and you get your extension working, you can visit a site through the browser and then click the extension. And then in the extension, you can go to the relationship tab. So instead of telling you the technology that the site that you're on has, you can see what ad and analytics codes it has on there. So you can see it's a UA code right here, which is its Google tracking ad analytics code. And then there's like some other ones too. And you can click on other sites that are using that same UA code. And so sometimes these will be completely new Apex domains. And so the example I give here was running this on Twitch, and then actually you can do it on the website too. You can just search twitch.com on builtwith and go to relationship profile. Here you can see that it uses these tags, and here are other sites that use these same tags. So the UA tag 237.19667. These other sites use it. So you can see I found some subdomains already, ES, SV, and then there's another one called Man versus Game, which was interesting. And so Man versus Game is a branded domain for a streamer who's sponsored by Twitch. So that's a new Apex domain that we could possibly add to our research. We also see twtc.tv, which is also a new Apex domain, which they host infrastructure on. And then we saw this when we did the Crunchbase analysis, but it also shows up here in the ad analytics analysis that they have a domain that matches one of their UA codes, which is twitchcon.com. And so you can go through this area and kind of see, are they sharing ad and analytics codes? Now, every site that uses a tracker like this or a tag doesn't mean that it's owned by the same person, right? Like for marketing purposes, people might use more than one tracker or use the same tracker. It's also been known, because this isn't anything unique, this is just in the source of your web page. It's also known for spammers and um, people trying to do drive-by malware campaigns and homograph attacks, and I don't know if that's how you say that, homograph attacks, but um, people trying to basically make fake domains um, that. Sorry, I can see some of you having audio issues. Let me check them one second. So no sound issues here. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. I'll keep going. The recording is live, so if you miss it, if you miss something I say, you can always go back to the recording. Cool. So, yeah, what I was saying is that sometimes bad people take these UA codes and bake them into their sites to try to make their sites seem legitimate to spiders or people when they're trying to fish people. And especially if you're doing a phishing campaign and you build a very similar site to like an identical site to capture phishing credentials from a user, like I would just copy the whole site of Twitch, including their UA code, right? There's nothing special or protected about a UA code on a site. So when you look in these relationships, you have to make sure that site, you go to it and be like, okay, is it actually Twitch's? So the one we're going to look at here is man versus game.tv. and just see, if that is actually owned by Twitch or it's owned by that individual content creator or, whatever. Man versus game TV. Individual content creator. Yeah, and so it's his, right? Usually you can tell who it's owned by because if Twitch owns it, they'll have to put their copyright or privacy policy. So he uses the same ad and analytics code as Twitch, but not affiliated to them. The other one was TwitchCon, right? I think. Yeah, hard to see, but it is twitchcon.com. Yep. And so if you get on the bottom here, you can see, yes, it is in fact owned by Twitch. And so this is a new Apex domain that we can verify that we could probably put in scope. So, yes. So let's go to built with real quick. I will just go to Twitch again, TV. We will, I don't know what's going on there. There's some subject matter stuff, so I will scroll down. Yikers. Okay, so if you click on the built with extension once you're logged in and you have your account, you can see that it shows up in your bar up here in Chrome or Firefox. And you can choose here to view relationship. And then you can see that they have a whole bunch of ad and analytics codes. Usually I start with one of their Google tags and I click here and it'll take me to their page on builtwith.com. And here we go. So we have ES, SV, you can see man versus game. You can see also twitc.tv, subdomains. You can see other streamers are probably using their ad analytics code as well. But these are all potential new Apex domains that we can look into as we go. So again, this is a lossy type of way to discover stuff, like the reverse who is, right? You have to do like a lot of manual analysis. But I know for sure these are subs for Twitch, ES, and SV. And then this one too, I think, is an actual sub for Twitch. And then TwitchCon I know is legit. And yeah, I've done this analysis before. So I think a lot of these other ones are streamers. Yeah, that's a streamer. Yeah. So I had to like look through these and check them out. And there's other ad analytics codes that you can filter off of. So if we go back to built with and we go to relationship, and choose the SPX one, which Spot Exchange is the type of ad analytics code this is. So, yep. I mean, nothing here that really jumps out as me. I mean, I'm looking for things that look like Twitch in this output. That's all I'm keying on. Should we do ad and analytics checks for all of the subs or just the roots? Just the roots. So just in fact, I would just do it on the main site of your target. Like, I'm on twitch.tv, right, which is a main site. I wouldn't do it for every Apex domain, honestly. I would just do it for Twitch, do some initial cursory analysis, spend 30 to 45 minutes doing this, clicking on some links, and then go from there. That's what I would say do for this kind of stuff. So, and you can just check all of these out. So twitch.tv. So interesting output of this stuff. So I did this at Square. So Square invited me to speak on the Recon methodology, but in like a blue team perspective. And so when I did Square, which is a payment company, when I did Square at their campus live, I was doing this, and basically when I looked into the relationships tab, when I go Square Up, and I went to their UA code, there was like a bunch of people here who had bought like domain names that were similar to squareup.com or square.com or whatever. but that were phishing domains. And so if you're a blue teamer or you work with a blue team, you actually find a lot of people that are trying to spoof your site by seeing them copying your ad and analytics code, and it gets captured by built with. So um, just a quick hot tip for defenders. Yeah. So someone said they just found one for their company. Yeah. I mean, like people trying to spoof people all the time. It's cray. Okay. So let me get organized here. Okay, we can close this. I think these spiders are done, and we can call burp, 2023 6.2 like a moderate success. We did find some extra stuff, not as much as I would like. You can see that Fati um, posted a link of what 1.7 looks like when you do this process, and it's obviously much more. So we will try to get 1.7 working tomorrow. I will close all of this because I don't need it at this moment. PowerPoint's good. We will close that. And we will move this here. Okay, cool. Why does it keep on going back to the first slide? All right. Okay. Here we are. And then we will switch. Okay. So that's how you use the extension in your browser, the Chrome extension or the Firefox extension. You like click on the relationship tab, and then you go and you look at the site and what relationships it has. It's pretty cool. You can also do this with a Python script. So getrelationship.py is a script by Malik, who does some pretty cool like single shot scripts for bug bounty hunting. And here you can see I gave it Tesla.com and then my cookie for built with, and it just uses the API to grab related domains based on all of the ad and analytics things. I didn't give you my whole cookie here. I cut off the screenshot right here, so this won't work for you to steal my cookie. But you can just get a command line output. And I think I still have this in my uh, thing. So as long as you guys promise you won't steal my built with cookie, I will do it again. I'll do the lab. So clear. I just wanted to clear and I ended up making more stuff. Okay, so what was it? It is get relationship. Did I make a folder for it or did I just put it in my root? Yeah. Cool. And then I should make an alias for history grep. All right. Don't steal my cookie. Okay. So you basically grab it from the repo and the link in the slides, dump it in a folder, give it your domain that you want to test, and you give it your built with cookie. And there you go. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. It's my built with cookie. Like, you guys can, you guys can steal my built with cookie. I'll just nuke it from the control panel maybe after. I trust you guys. You guys are trustworthy, right? It's fine. Yeah, so you can see here it's fast. But again, you'll have to manage this stuff, right? You'll have to go to these sites and make sure they're actually related to your target. So lossy Recon, but can be super great to find some gems like drive Tesla motors. What the hell is that, right? Like I haven't seen that domain before. Let's check it out. So it doesn't resolve. Okay. All right. So I mean, just to get stuff that resolves, though, you can pipe that into HTTPX, right? Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure that Tesla didn't buy Tesla God, right? So just in case you've never used it before, I guess I should talk about HTTPX, right? So HTTPX is a tool by Project Discovery again that you can pipe in a list of just domain names from any tool. You pipe it into HTTPX, and HTTPX will then check to see if it has something running on 80 or 443. Um, uh, and so you can I basically took the output, which was this list, and piped it, gave that output, piped it into HTTPX, and then it'll go visit each of these on 80 and 443 to see if there's an actual website there. Um, so now we know that these ones all have websites on either 80 or 443. So Model X with a 0, like, has a website, um, but is a someone who has That's funny. It's this dude who has built a custom domain to hand people, Model X with a 0, to get them to use his Tesla referral code to buy a Tesla, which is actually kind of genius. Like, if you put that on your business card, that's like actually kind of genius. Um, Tesla franchise. I don't know if that's related to them or not. Bad gateway, sad face. Shop.eu Tesla Motors. I know Tesla Motors there, so you get a sub from that one. Sorry, reading chat. Okay, good time to catch up on questions. So that was getrelationship.py. It can be found in the slides, the link, and we will do questions. Where are we? We're at analytics. Okay, if I click here, there we go. Got to click the little small button, and it'll take me back to the right slide. Okay, let's look at questions. Which VPS plan am I using? That's a great question. I'll look at the next break. I don't remember actually, so I'll have to look at it. Um, when you discover a F5 Big IP firewall, Cisco VPN portal, ADFS login, or similar, what do you do? Any specific vulns you test, you just move on. So, I mean, I just Google, right? Like, if I find a web login for some piece of infrastructure, um, there's a couple things I'll do depending on what I'm doing. If it's a bounty, I will I will just Google and try to find like the last 5 CVEs published for that technology, right? And then I will try all of those against that site. I am not going to waste my time trying to find some like custom 0 day on one of those web apps, right? That's just not like an effective use of bounty hunter time, right? You can find web bugs in custom code, but not in like something like that. Like, that's a whole project to find a vuln in, something like that. So I will go and just Google my face off until I find the last like 5 CVEs. I will try to find exploit code. Don't just run exploit code off of GitHub. Look at it first, understand what the web path is, what it's trying to do in the Python code or whatever it's written in, and then um, I will try a couple exploits, the most recent ones. Usually up to like 2 years old, right? I will try some of the CVEs, especially if I can tell the version is outdated, right? If there's a version tag in the source code of the page and it's old, yeah, of course I'm going to try every exploit up to that version, or back to that version. Um, so that's what I do if I'm a bounty hunter. If I'm a red teamer, if I'm doing a red team engagement, I will grab everything from dehashed. All of the logins I can find from my client, from Dehashed, and I will try all of those suckers on all of those portals. Um, so I will show you Dehashed. It's not in the slides. I meant to add it. There's just like a lot of content we're trying to fit into 2 days. So, uh, but if you haven't seen Dehashed, Dehashed is a website that's like Have I Been Pwned, except for it has the actual data from these public data breaches. It's the site that most red teams use um, as like first level kind of threat intelligence, and they'll use it either to get these passwords from these data breaches, or they will use it to build an email list for phishing. So if any of you are red teamers, you've probably used this. So it's pretty cheap. That's what we love about it. It's not exactly super expensive. Um, you can log in. I think I still have credits. And we want to look at all fields, and then I mean we'll just go like at. Oh, I don't want to put Bugcrowd on blast. Who do I want to put on blast? E. Golden, what is your company email domain again? Are you still on the call? I'll put your company on blast. Oh, he's not on the call anymore. Sad face. Okay. Uh, who do I want to do? Fuck it. Fati, don't tell Casey I did this. At Bugcrowd. Okay. Um, so you can search. It's found 31 results. So Bugcrowd has actually asked Dhash to remove. Um, have they? Let's see. Oh wait, I just don't have a subscription yet. Hold on. Let me re-up my subscription on the other page. It's just not showing me because I didn't pay them money. It'll show me in a second. Okay, my account, payments, it's super cheap. Pricing, yes, blah blah blah. 1 week, buy now. Pay with cryptocurrency. Don't tell my mom. That's fine. Sorry, I'm doing this all off screen so you can see my payment details, my crypto wallets. Yes, so you can use a curl command to do this. I think the GUI is like better to teach people who haven't seen it though, ever. But yes, we use the curl command pretty much exclusively. We use the API pretty much exclusively during work times. What? I was flagged as a bot? Why? That's so sad. I'm not a bot. I'm a very nice gentleman who's attempting to teach his students. Okay, let's try. Okay, not now. Okay, thanks. Okay. Let's see if this works now. Bam. Okay, cool. So I paid for access. Um, and here we go. So we have basically people with the Bugcrowd. I just searched the @Bugcrowd domain because I know that's what they use, right? And here's a whole bunch of people who have either currently or not so currently um, used or been in a data breach, similar to Have I Been Pwned, except for this site will actually show you a credential. And so you can click here. Some of the breaches, include just an email, and some include passwords. Um, Usually, by the time they get to Dehashed, these are very public data breaches. Companies have been notified, and they've rolled all these credentials. But if I find one of those panels, I will use the API pulled on everything for the company and just script trying all of those username and logins on some kind of employee panel or VPN login or whatever, and just, like maybe one will get lucky. Maybe someone hasn't changed their password. And it seems like everybody Scram is a red teamer and does this on the day to day. So I'm going to steal your syntax here, which is dope. Very cool. Yeah, so I mean, dhash is like level one threat intel. You can find this stuff and try to log in. And the next level of this is, I mean, if you guys don't care if we take this detour, it is a red team class two. Is Flare? Oh my God, Flare. Okay, so Flare is a security vendor, and I met them at DEF CON and Black Hat. Or no, I met them at RSA actually, not DEF CON Black Hat. And I looked at their platform, and their specialty is going into the second level of threat intel, which is like, things like Lockbit and those ransomware as an organization, or ransomware as a service vendors. Flare hangs out in their Discord and their Slack and their Telegram and their WhatsApp. And so they go to this like second level of sale of credentials, and they can, they have this access that we used to have when we had access to things like Genesis Market. So Genesis Market was this marketplace that just got busted and is no longer on the internet, but it made it easy to buy and sell credentials and see if someone related to a domain had been popped by drive-by malware or whatever. And in red teaming, it used to be very easy to go on there and purchase these credentials. Um, Now we use Flare at ButtoBot, so we pay like I think 30K a year for this service, but we get really fresh credentials, like level two threat intel, level three threat intel. I classify it in levels. Nobody actually does that other than me. But like this is stuff from like deep sales on the dark web. So I can log into this platform. I can search the same way I do in Dhashed, but this stuff is like way more in depth. And we succeed on many campaigns because we have this access. Like I said, we pay 30K a year for it as a red teamer. Um, and yeah, so this is not public breach data. This is private breach data that you can grab from this service. So there are a bunch of threat intel platforms that also get this deep. Flare is just the one I like the best. If you guys are red teamers, I'd be interested in knowing what you do for like this level of threat intel. It'd be interesting to compare notes on like like this style. So yeah, cool. There's some other ones other than dhash 2 that people use. I can't remember. I haven't bookmarked somewhere. But dhash is the most used for like level 1 threat intel. So, all right. If I push this button, it stays in the right one. Okay. So the next thing we can do is just some quick Google dorking using just either the trademark, the terms of service, the copyright, or the privacy policy. Basically, all these things show up at the bottom of a page of a website because by law you're required in the US and the UK to include your copyrights or your trademark, or you want to include those things so nobody can jack your graphics or they understand that your name is copyrighted or your brand or whatever. And so you can just Google these to find sites that belong to, um, your target, right? So in here I just said like, copyright C 2019 Twitch Interactive Inc. and has Twitch in the URL. So simple Google hacking. And you can find some stuff like dev.twitch.tv docs embed, and then you can iteratively minus out this stuff and say like, okay, well I want to minus out dev.twitch.tv.com, and you find like new iterative search results. And so you can also do it by year, right? So this is 2019. So I know this is already going to be old. If it still has a trademark that hasn't been updated since 2019, that's 4 years ago, right? So you can do 2018, 2019, and you can go through doing these searches on Google to find assets that also use the trademark and terms of service and copyright and privacy policy things. Does Flare monitor domains for you and alert? Yes, it does. So like I get a client, we do the first level threat intel, we do Recon, and then I use the API for Flare, and then it sets up an alert whenever anything new comes out too. So it'll tell me, and I can tell my client. And the way we handle that, way we handle any active creds in our red team engagements is kind of unique. I think I'm not really sure, like how other red teams do it, but so if we find an active cred and there's no two-factor authentication, and we could just use that cred to get in, but we found it in breach data, level 1 or level 2, that's not great. So we tell the client right away. And we tell them in our rules of engagement is like, hey, when we find an active credential that could be used to breach the external and get to internal resources, we're going to give it to you immediately so you can roll it. You can roll that credential, you can format that employee's laptop, you can do whatever you need to do to protect that user and do your investigation on it if it's been used before we found it, etc. But we expect you to give us a credential that you make that is under your control, but is of equivalent access. So if we found a regular QA tester, account, and that was his access, we asked them to make us a new QA account that has the same amount of access, and so we can continue our pivoting from there in the red team engagement. Uno momento. That's not good. I think my chair just fell apart. Yikes. Cool. All right. So you can use this as well to find assets. Okay. So subdomain scraping. This is the question is question in chat says and they never mysteriously find the new account. I mean, they do, but if you're in that big of an adversarial relationship with your client, you have other problems, right? Like, and it does get like that sometimes, honestly, but yeah, I mean, we have the talk, we call it, with the client going into the engagement, and we're just like, hey, you're not getting value out of this if you come really hot with your engineering team and your SOC, right? If you first of all you tell them, hey, there's going to be an ongoing red teaming assessment. It's going to be 6 months or a year ongoing. You know, if you tell them, because we absolutely have to give you the IPs we're coming from as part of just safety and security for them to know. And someone at the company has to know where we're coming from. You can't just not tell them where you're coming from because then they can't delineate you versus a real adversary. So we do tell them, but we have this talk when we're like, hey, like we're going to give you this information, but don't just like, blacklist us. You're not getting any value out of the testing if you just blacklist our IPs. And so it's the same thing with that email credential they give us. We have the same talk with them. We're like, hey, like you're not going to get any value out of this. We're not going to be able to provide you great consulting. Um, like if you just blacklist this account as soon as you give it to us, or nuke it, or you magically find it, right? Like unless we do something dumb after initial access and we actually get caught, which to be honest happens every once in a while. Like some people are really on it and they'll find us because we do something stupid or loud, and that's good for them, right? And we point that on the report, like, hey, we executed this tool for post exploitation. The SOC team found it, or first of all, the EDR alerted on it, which is great. First step. Second off, the SOC team addressed it, revoked access, and that's good. Like that's and we'll have to find another initial access vector after that. So yeah, it does get uncomfortable. Um, like, but you just got to be strong in your convictions when you're having that talk with the client. It's part of red teaming, and um, I usually just hammer home like, hey, one, you want a real test. You don't want to just check a box. Like you're paying a lot of money for this service. You should get good things out of it. Um, so, those are the type of things I use. Okay, so subdomain scraping. So subdomain scraping will give us passive subdomains. Now, subdomain scraping will by far be the biggest contributor to your subdomain enumeration, bar none. You will use these tools that I'm going to talk about in this section all the time, and they will balloon out your scope exponentially if you're on a bug bounty hunt or a red team engagement or campaign. So let's talk about the basic idea. So web scraping for subdomains, basically there's a whole bunch of tools out there, there's a whole set of websites out there that collect information about websites. So there are infrastructure sites which, their business model is to spider the internet and tell you about everybody's technology. And for some people need that data for one reason or another. There are search engines in which their business model is to know everything on the internet so that they can serve you search results. There are certificate sources and projects like cert.sh and SSLmate and certdb, which they have their own reasons and they need to categorize. They're like research projects or whatever to categorize all the certificates. I actually don't know why cert.sh exists, but they have some benign reason to be collecting all this data about websites. There's security sites that want to rate the security or riskiness of each site, or every time that you submit something to VirusTotal is parsing out all of the strings of the file that you're giving it and pulling out any domain name from there to analyze it for, is this a an adversary site or a malware site or something like that. So there's many different websites all over the internet that house information about other websites. And they do it for a multitude of different reasons. And so what we want to do is we want to go ask all of these websites, what do you know about Tesla Motors? What do you know about Tesla.com? What subdomains have you seen in your service for Tesla, or Twitch or whatever? And to go to each of these individual sites would take a long, long time. And we used to do that in the old days of pen testing. We used to use a couple of these just manually. You would have them bookmarked and you'd put in your domain and like try to find subdomains by going to all these websites, and it hurt. It was painful, very, very painful. Until a tool called Sublister came out. And Sublister was the first tool of its kind to automate this on the command line. Go out to these sources, scrape these sites, or use an API key that you provide it, um, and pull down the results. And it was a game changer for offensive security testing. Now, Sublister fell out of maintenance or maintaining or whatever you want to call it, but many tools have come to take its place, and so we're going to talk about those today. The general idea with using one of these sources, and I'm just going to use Google in this slide as an example, is with Google you can do it like this. You can say Google search operator site twitch.tv, and then what I want to see, when I get back, I want to not see www.twitch.tv, and then when that result comes back from that search, one of the things I got back was watch.twitch.tv. So now that I know that exists, I minus it out, and then I minus out anything else I find. And I keep on iteratively doing this search until there's nothing left. And then that extensively will give me all of Twitch's subdomains that Google knows about. And so that's how you scrape this source. Now, this source, Google isn't actually a source in many of these tools nowadays because they're so aggressive on blocking bots and automation. So actually nobody does this. If you want to use Google as a source, you basically have to do it manually nowadays, because the bot protection on Google is so crazy. But there are many other sources that we can pull from, and yeah, it's not like losing Google is like a huge thing for us. So the first tool we're going to talk about is Amass. We've mentioned it a couple times before. For subdomain scraping, really the two front runners are Amass and Subfinder. Amass is written by Jeff Foley, and yeah, they will go out to a whole bunch of different. Amass will go out to a whole bunch of different sources, and scrape or pull down free access to the API. And then if you load Amass up in its config file with API keys to go to some of the other services, it'll also reach out to them legitly and pull down everything it can find about subdomains of your target. So here you can see an old run of Amass actually. The command line syntax is now Amass enum-d, but it pulling down a whole bunch of subdomains for Twitch. Now, in the interest of time, Amass is a really important tool. So if you guys want to go through Amass, I can go through Amass with you as a lab, and we can try it against a couple sites. But I'm kind of assuming a lot of you have already used Amass a ton. Am I assuming correctly? Almost universally, yes. Okay, cool. All right, so we will keep moving. Um, so Amass's like extra stuff that it gives you. Amass tries to be an all-in-one tool to find subdomains, but it also offers on a default run what's called like the grouped view, or actually I don't know what Jeff calls it, but um, roll for combat. I'll do a demo with you anytime, man. I mean, and I'll maybe record some demos of just using Amass as a power user, and just publish them. It's fine. But well, right now we'll just go into this. So this view is what happens at the end of a normal Amass run of enum. Amass has several tools built into it. One is enum, one is Intel, etc. But enum is the one that we use most often to find subdomains. And this table is actually like super useful for red team work because immediately it will go out to all these sources and look for subdomains of your target. In this case, we're looking at Twitch. And um, and in this case, when it finishes gathering all of those subdomains, it will then resolve them and put them into these buckets for us to see where they live. What ASNs are they in? And this could be a mix of owned, because we're looking at domains when we're going out to all these places and we're pulling back domains. So it resolves them and that puts them in these buckets of ASNs. And so we can get a great feel on how our target is hosting their infrastructure online. Is it their own owned IP space? Is it, are they mostly in Amazon? What third party SaaS do they use? Because they've lent ability or they've lent a subdomain to a third party SaaS. And so you can see that already in this um, in this talk. Yes, Amass does take a lot of system resources. It's true. Um, and Amass is up for a complete rewrite by Jeff right now, I'm pretty sure. Subfinder is faster on the draw, but doesn't have as many sources or as many um, bells and whistles as Amass does. And unfortunately, they still cover differing data sources. So I am running on my VPS, I think the same 64 gigabytes of RAM. It still eats up a bunch of processor power, but Amass is still one of the best tools. This table specifically is dope. So looking at this table at the end of a run of Amass enum against one of my targets, I can see that already that they're using Fastly because a whole bunch of their subdomains map to Fastly. They're primarily hosted in AWS, which I knew because we've been looking at oh, thank God. Sorry, I just got a text. I can see that they're primarily hosted in Amazon, and we knew earlier that they were acquired by Amazon, so it makes sense that they got, most of their resolving domains actually resolve into Amazon's ASN. But here's something we didn't know, that actually they have their own ASN, and it's not specifically named Twitch Interactive, it's actually Justin.tv. And Justin.tv was what Twitch was called before it was Twitch, many, many moons ago, before they were acquired by Amazon. And so now we have a new ASN, Justin TV, and we have kind of a new, maybe Apex domain, and we have, a lot of new stuff to look at. So we can also see that like they're on this other Amazon. This is the AES ASN. I don't know what AES stands for actually. They use Bitly as their short link generator, and they probably have like a few subdomains to generate short links for, I'm guessing, content creators on Twitch. They have one subdomain that maps to Google Cloud. They have one subdomain that maps to SendGrid, etc. So what do we do with this information as a red teamer? Well, now you've started to identify what kind of SaaS they use, where most of their infrastructure lies. So it's just kind of useful knowledge to have. Really, as a bug bounty hunter, you care less about this table. Honestly, you just want the domain output, just this, right, which gets you the subdomains, because eventually you'll hack the subdomains. You'll hack the sites. So that's Amass. A second tool, which I'm sure you've all used as well, is Subfinder. Subfinder is infinitely faster than Amass. Not infinitely, but very fast. And it does the same thing. It goes out to all of these sources and pulls down stuff. And between the two, um, I think that they give great coverage. So I run both tools and concatenate them and unique the outputs of Subfinder and Amass, because they don't quite cover all of the same sources. They both they both have Amass has more modules than Subfinder does to do other things. If you add API keys, Subfinder has a few less modules. They're always going back and forth with each other over features. Subfinder has made the decision to just be the like quick run subdomain finder, and Amass has made the decision to try to be the most extendable attack surface tool it can be, but it slows it down. Um, so they both have kind of different missions, I would say. So the new one that I've been using is Bbot, and like I said, I realized I needed to add it to my tool chain when I added it um, to Bounty Catch, and the difference was like I had already run Amass and Subfinder, and I had loaded them with the correct API keys. So I had loaded them with the API keys we're going to talk about in a second, and when I added the run of Bbot to the data set, there was like a pretty big variance. They had found some stuff that the other tools had not found. And so yeah, I've been using Bbot. Actually, I didn't put a link on this slide. My apologies. You can just go to I would just Google, Bbot Recon, or if someone can put it in the chat. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Dimka. Um, so Bbot is, yep, that's it. Black Lantern Security, that's it. And so you run it with just Bbot dash, M and then dash T and your targets, and it will go off. And it is a complete like OSINT framework. It does a lot more than just find domains, but I use it for finding domains right now. I'm still learning how to become a user of this kind of, it's like more of an OSINT framework than anything else. Um, so I use it for the domains, but I'm still trying to use it for some of the other stuff. Like it can find emails for you. It's very similar. What they're trying to do with this project is very similar to Recon NG. If you've ever used Recon NG before in red teaming or pen testing. Bbot is dope, and it found some good stuff, and I'm going to continue to learn it. But I thought I'd throw it in the slides for you guys to know because it does give such a like a little bit of a boost to your subdomain finding. So the output of Bbot. Oh, okay, we got some questions here. Let's see here. So API keys we're going to talk about in a second. We're going to talk about which sources to pay for. What do you do with domains that don't resolve? I mean, I don't do anything, right? So you can see I'm stuffing all Apex domains that are valuable and subdomains in Bounty Catch, and then eventually I just tell Bounty Catch to print everything, and usually I put it into HTTPX. And that means that I am only really analyzing the domains that resolve and have web servers. There are a number that resolve but don't have web servers and have other services on them, and I hope to find those in the port scan later. I could also pass them through a resolver before I start working with them, but that's a lot of automation work I just kind of don't do right now unless I use a framework, which we're going to talk about frameworks, and the frameworks will do it for you in their pipeline, and we'll talk about those at the end of the class. So Bbot puts its output in a .bbot scans and your scan name to just get the domains and the subdomains out of Bbot's output. You just cat it and grep that FDNS name awk print2, and that'll get you the output that you're looking for. That was the hardest thing about using this tool, is like the output is it's verbose and it has like so many fields, and so this will get you kind of just the domain names from your scan. Okay, so let's talk about the config, because some of you have asked about. So scraping config. So what are we doing here? Why are we doing this? Configuring APIs for your scraping tools to add more sources into them increases their efficacy up to about 50%, depending on which APIs you have. So it's really important to set these tools up with the correct API keys. So when you use amass, you can do amass enum dash list, and this will tell you all of the sources that it's going out and trying to do. And if it has a star, that means that you're using it in your scans already. If it doesn't have a star, it means that it probably requires an API key. It'll say type API, and it's not available because you haven't provided it an API key. And so you can basically do this command amass enum dash list and then grep slash v escaped asterisk, and that command will tell you everything that you don't have enabled in amass enum, and then you should go and try to get an API key for that site. And you can just Google the data source name, Baidu, Bing, whatever it is, um, and you can go try to register for a free account and get it. But I'm going to tell you about the sources that are absolutely needed to be effective in these tools. So the first one is Chaos. Now, Chaos is project discovery, which we've talked about them a couple times. Chaos is a data set of Recon data that they upkeep on their website. It used to be invite only. So if you contributed to one of their project discovery tools, they would give you an invite. Now you can click that Get API key, you fill out a Google form, and you pretty immediately get access to Chaos, and you get the Chaos API key. And so then you can set up your tools, both Amass and Subfinder, with your Chaos API key, and this will give you some of the freshest data for subdomains that you can get that exists. And so, like this goes out, and basically the Chaos set was built around the bug bounty community. So it basically does all their recon on all of the bug bounty scopes that they have access to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So one of the things I was talking to Gunnar about, and Gunnar is actually coming to next week's class, and he's a recon guy like me, is the Chaos data set. Not a lot of people know that Chaos is scanning the whole internet. Many people assume that the Chaos dataset is just scanning websites that have bug bounty scope and only stuff that is in scope. This is incorrect. They are scanning everything. So if you use a tool with Chaos and you ask it for data, or you just use the API for Chaos, or the tool, they have a command line tool to just query Chaos, you can ask it about any site. In fact, I had a pen test on just a regular pen test, wasn't even a red team engagement. Regular pen test on a government agency 4 or 5 weeks ago, and they had data in here. So Chaos is spidering the whole internet and all these sources and putting it into their own database. So it is not just bug bounty stuff. So I use Chaos on every discovery that I do. So they used to have a wait list, but I'm pretty sure if you do it right now, they have opened it up. They tweeted about it being open up. All you have to do is fill out the form again. They said if you had filled out the form before, to fill it out again. So like, go now. Yeah. So Chaos is absolutely one you should grab right now. The second one is GitHub. So a tool I'm going to show you in the next module is a GitHub scraper. GitHub consistently gives me wins in bounty and red teaming, but in order to use the tools and enable some of these modules in these other tools, you need a whole bunch of tokens. So you can log into your GitHub account, go to developer settings, and build a token. So the link is right there, github.com settings tokens. Generate a new token, and then that's the token that you add to your tools. The thing about the GitHub API, which I'll talk a little bit more about later, but I'll just mention it right now, is that it's finicky. It is really finicky. And so the data you get back from one query can differ widely from the data you get back to the next query. And also, they rate limit your queries for searching GitHub, like pretty aggressively. And so I have 12 GitHub accounts under different emails, I think. And so that means I have 12 API keys. And that seems to be enough. I think most people are rocking 8, I think, API keys from different accounts so that they can do this recon. But I promise you it's worth it. What you get out of the tools and the extra data you get out of GitHub is just tremendous. So I'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, GitHub is the second source. You want to make sure that you at least have one API key, and then you can put it in the config files for your subdomain scraping tools and your reconnaissance framework. The rest that are free. So Facebook's developer program, Facebook CT, you can get an API key and add it to these tools. Risk IQ, their passive total project, is free to sign up, and you can get an API key for that data set. And then Shodan, which we've talked about, is free, is cheap, and you can add it to these tools as well. And so the more you enable these tools with APIs they can go out and grab stuff from, the better they will do for you. For amass specifically, the config file is in .config/amass/config.ini. There's a space to put each of these API keys, then you just save the file and you go on your merry way. And so someone posted the blog in here or Jeff's presentation and his presentation both at NahamCon and OWASP. So there's some good information there. The Hawul article that got posted by XML Hacker is exactly what I built this content off of, except for I added some stuff. So, but you have to translate it. But that article too is talking about which API keys to use. Yeah, enable your subdomain scrapers with API keys. So there are some paid limited sources as well. So Rapid7 Sonar is something I wanted to demo for this class because it's a cool data set. Rapid7 goes out and does forward and reverse DNS research for the whole internet. But as of like 6 months or 7 months ago, they actually took the free downloads offline because I think they were getting abuse complaints. And so the data isn't available unless you request it. And I've talked to a couple of bug bounty hunters and they're like, yeah, we requested it lately and they won't give it to us. So I think they keep the project out there for marketing purposes to say they're doing this cool thing, but really they're not giving people access to the data set anymore. If you have it or you have access or you're grandfathered in, I am absolutely looking for a copy of the Rapid7 Sonar data. But I talked to 5 bug bounty hunters before I started the class and they were like, nah, like I haven't been able to get access. So um, the second is Security Trails. Security Trails is expensive, but is by far the best paid API to get domain data that exists, bar none. It is just like it is better than the Chaos data set. It is better than anything that exists out there. Security Trails is the pioneer in doing like this web recon, and they make you pay for it too. To get access to the Security Trails API is not a trivial cost. I don't know how much it is right now, but Security Trails is the best source, bar none, for anything. It's not only fresh, but they find things through different methods that I don't even know of, and I'm a recon expert. I find stuff in their data set that, like I haven't seen anywhere, honestly. Subdomains and apex domains related to a company. So I don't know exactly what they're doing, but it's magic. Security Trails is expensive, but if you can afford it, it's really good. Spiderfoot is the second best paid API. They are more affordable. I think they're like 3K a year or something like that. They are the second best API to get into your tools, right? And so like once you get these paid access, like Security Trails and Spiderfoot, once you get paid access, you can use their web GUI to get information about your target, or you can just grab your API key from the control panel and stuff it into Amass, and then Amass will do the correct queries for you to find stuff on your domain. Same thing with Spiderfoot. All right, let's talk about GitHub enumeration. So we're set to stop today at 12, right? That would have been 8-hour class, an hour of lunch, right? I'm pretty sure that's right. If I'm wrong, let me know. I'm keen to go until we finish the slides, but I know you all have like commitments and stuff. Remember, everything's being recorded, and I'm keen to finish the recon slides today so that we can move into app hacking tomorrow as much as possible. Is that cool with everyone? Cool. All right. Cool. 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 Any I don't think I mean we're maybe looking at 12:30, 12:45. I think that's kind of where we're at. But who knows? All right, GitHub enumeration. Okay, so what are we after in GitHub enumeration? Um, GitHub enumeration can give us a ton of stuff. It can give us subdomains, IP addresses, vulnerability data, and a lot more. And so it's really a great source to empower both the subdomain finding as well as like the red team understanding of infrastructure. You can get verbatim username and passwords. GitHub is just like a great tool to be utilizing, or a great place to be looking for all this types of data when you're doing security testing. So a little note here: most tools in this arena of GitHub scanning for secrets or for domains or leaked whatever, they're focused on scanning a single repo or organization. And so these are things like Trufflehog and Git secrets and stuff like that, right? And um, they're great, but we actually want to do the opposite. We want to scan all of GitHub to find that developer who has accidentally posted his bashrc file of his personal machine that has corporate credentials on it, or he's accidentally committed um, corporate code on his public GitHub on accident, or for some reason a vendor was working with some of their source code and accidentally published source code of a private app of theirs or whatever. Um, so those tools don't really serve my purpose. They are good if I am defending my organization and I want to scan my repo for secrets, but they don't scan all of GitHub to find leaks the way I want to. So it's just an important thing to know when you're doing all these things, that that's not actually what we're doing. A lot of people will be like, oh, go check out Trufflehog or whatever. Yeah, Trufflehog's great. But like Trufflehog won't scan all the repos for you, and really we want to scan all the repos for stuff. So, what will scan all the repos on GitHub to look for references of our target? The first one to just find subdomains is GitHub subdomains. It's written by Gwendol Lekuic. I think that's how you say it. I've never talked to him in person. I've only talked to him online, so I've never had the opportunity to correct the pronunciation of the name. But he is a god among men. His tool set for parsing GitHub has been amazing. He has a support button on his projects for GitHub parsing and other security tools that he builds, and you should support him. He's amazing. So GitHub subdomains is a script in an overall suite of scripts he wrote on getting information out of GitHub. You provide GitHub subdomains um, one API key or many API keys, and then you give it a -d domain, and it will use the GitHub API search to look through all source code, all repositories on GitHub, and it will tell you if it finds subdomains for for your Apex domain. So here you can see I passed it del.com, and it gives me first the yellow reference to where it found the domain or subdomain, and then the subdomain itself. And so you can see that there's some interesting results, right? So like this person here has like a server that is like, I mean, that I wouldn't have found that anywhere else, honestly. I don't think, right? No brute force tool would have found that. Scraping maybe would have found it. I don't know. But you get some really interesting results from subdomain enumeration using this tool. Now, why not use a masses module to do this? Because it does have a module to do this. You plug in your GitHub keys into a mass, and it's supposed to do this. And it does do this. It just does not do as good of a job, I find. Again, as I mentioned earlier with Shubsago, these are the two standalone tools I use for these methods because they're distinctly written for this job. And they do a really good job at this thing. And so they're the two standalones I do. It's simply the best. And then also, one thing to know about a run of this tool is that for some reason, the GitHub API in specific is very finicky and random. So I can do a run of this tool and get the output and sort it and unique it and dump it into Bounty Catch, right? And Bounty Catch would be like, sweet, like 70% of this I already knew about, 30% is new. And I'll be like, great. And then I can run the exact same run of this tool using the same API calls, and then add that to bounty catch again, and it'll be like, yeah, I found 10% of new stuff in that new ad. And so like just the way the API works and crawling, or not crawling, but searching the database of GitHub um, is just not straightforward and it's completely random. So I actually end up running this tool several times. So I put all API keys in one run, and then I run this tool 10 times. So you can see GitHub del 10, and I run it 10 times until when I'm adding it to Bounty Catch, I'm getting less than 1% additional return, which is like, I know it's crazy to have to run a tool that many times, but the results pay for themselves. Honestly, the stuff you find about domains and references is crazy. So what do I also do here? I will actually. Is there any time gap between 10 runs? Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. Fatih, I don't have a great answer for that question. No, I mean last time I did it for Dell right before the class, and I ran it, and then maybe there was a couple minutes where I went to the bathroom, and then I ran it again, and then I ran it again after it finished. So not like a bunch of time in between. I'm not really sure. Um, so yeah, that's kind of what I'm working with. Yeah. Um, so what I also do when I run um, GitHub subdomains is is I actually look at these yellow entries, right? And so where a domain is referenced here, um, I might actually want to go investigate why a specific domain was referenced here. So it's not just finding subdomains, it's also, well, crap, Dell was mentioned in this repo. Why? And especially if it's a really interesting subdomain name like admindell.com or something I've never seen anywhere else, some other subdomain I know just by working on this client for a couple days or week now. I'll actually go to the yellow link and I will look at the source code where it appeared and why are they referencing Dell and what is this project. And several times I have done this and just figured out that like somebody has posted proprietary Dell code um, on public GitHub, either as a partner or like a developer that works for them, and there's sensitive information in there. Now there are scripts that Gwendol writes to find sensitive information, and there are other dorks that I use to find sensitive information. But I also do this method too. Like if I see something interesting, some interesting subdomain or some interesting name of one of these repos, I will go investigate it. Um, Now for a big site like Dell, you're going to get a lot of stuff back. And so it's not possible to do every yellow entry here. I'll just kind of pick and choose. Like if I think something looks weird, like configure.ap.del, maybe I'll go look at that one. pig.linuxdev.us.dell.com, I might go look at that one. Anything that says admin, anything that has like a sensitive word, I'll probably go look at those. I use this tool in two ways, those two ways, finding subdomains and also where to investigate repos. Manually, if you log into GitHub, you can do the search in the search bar yourself without an API key. And so I got into this mode of where I had my own Recon framework called recon.sh, and this was before Recon for the Win existed, and I built it myself. And what I noticed happening was like, hey, for a big project like Twitch or Dell or anything that has a lot of infrastructure, I'd end up waiting for a mass to finish, or waiting for Subfinder to finish, or waiting for Bbot to finish, in the order of operations of doing recon on a site. And so while I was waiting, I just didn't want to sit around. And so what I did is I created this shell script that if you pass it your domain, it will give you manual dorks to find different things for your target. And so we can go to this and check it out. So it's called gdorkslinks.sh. Basically, you pass it a domain like Dell.com, and it'll build these links for you. And so let's just grab it. It's part of my Recon framework, and I yanked it out for you guys, but grab this. I'll just call it gdorks right now. Cool. And then so you can just do like gdorks. Wait, I thought I didn't bash gdorks.sh and then del.com. And then it'll build these links for you. And so each one of these links searches for a different leaked important credential. So the word password. So I can now grab this and take it, and if I'm logged into GitHub, which I think I am, it'll do the search for me. And there you go. So I'm logged into GitHub. So now it shows me all of the repos that have del.com in them and the word password. And so I can look through this source code. And some of them are var definitions, so this doesn't matter, right? But like I did this for, God, how do I not give this one away? Shit. I did this for a big government agency last couple weeks, last month. Yeah, last month. And when I'm doing this for their domain, the fifth result had hard-coded creds, like real hard-coded creds. Now, I don't know if this is a thing, right? See, like here's one right here, right? So this has a reference to this dude at Dell. This is probably a local instance he's using some script for, right? But he has hard-coded a password here. So I will sit while the other tools are running and look through. Oh yeah, it was B-Sides SF. Who were we doing? Do you remember? I don't mind saying it. Who were we doing live at B-Sides SF? Do you remember? NASA. Yes, we were doing NASA. That's right. Yeah. So we were doing NASA, and I found hard-coded NASA passwords in GitHub. So not the best. But yeah, and so like you can see this even, there's a nuclei template for something, and it has reference to Dell and passwords. So you will have to, get used to parsing these. But yeah, you can find really easy wins using these dorks. So this one is very easy. It's looking for Dell and password. What are some of the other ones that I have in here? So npmrc auth, docker config, pem private for certificates, ID RSA, AWS access key, S3 config, HT password, get credentials, any code that might be using these functions, secret key, client secret, SSJ config. So these are all things I look for while other things are running. And this is searching all the repos, not just a specific repo, right? Like a Trufflehog would. Trufflehog has better regexes for this type of stuff. Eventually, I might port this to use some of their search regexes. Might be dope, but for right now, this works for me. Yeah. A good hit one is bash history. Lots of developers accidentally commit their bash history to different places, so you can grab that one and paste. Let's see here. Support, bash history, Dell warranty information. Yeah. So nothing that jumps out to me right away that I want to check. And so sometimes it's not just secrets that are disclosed here. It's also proprietary code. So like I can't do it here because I haven't found one, but sometimes one of these repos, I'll end up looking at it and being like, oh, like this doesn't look like this should be online. Like I don't know why they would have like firmware for this product online. It's not an open source project. Why would they have it online? And so every once in a while, I'll submit that and be like, hey, I think one of your developers accidentally submitted the source code for your firmware or something. And I don't think that should be online. I think that's proprietary code, even though there's no passwords in it or anything like that. And sometimes I'm right. And sometimes I'm an idiot. And they're like, no, that's an open source project, you noob. And I'm like, oh, okay. So, it just depends. Okay. Let us continue. Let me take questions real quick, and then we'll wrap it up. So I answered VPS question. I answered the when I find web apps like firewalls and VPN portals that are web apps, what I do. Where do I find the most bugs? I answered the Käferjäger question. Um, I answered where did we get the Dell domains? Bounty catches listed in the slides. Can you explain why we want to follow redirect? Whoever asked that question, can you explain why do we want to follow redirect? If you could give me more context as to what part we were in, that'd be great. Um, who did they steal Beach Heck from? Burt Bounty. Yes, that's where I think they stole the idea from. Was the Burt Bounty guy for sure. Um, Burt Bounty was the first one to abstract the idea of creating Burt template checks. I used it for quite a long time. Burt Bounty was dope, still is dope. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where they got the idea from. Do you actively monitor for subdomains? Yes. During some of the Recon frameworks at the end, I set them up to continually monitor. Which API key is worth buying? I think we answered, that. If I had the money and I was doing bounty hunting full time, I would absolutely invest money in security trails. Um, if I was a part-time bounty hunter, I would look at Spiderfoot as professional sources. What do you use for vhost recon? Admittedly, I don't do much vhost recon. I have asked Twitter a couple times about like, what do you do for vhost recon? Because it's again one of those things that all my bounty hunter friends, um, they're like, oh yeah, vhost, and it's like, it's just not a thing I've done. Um, so like, I mean, I understand conceptually how vhosts work, um, but it just seems like a tremendous waste of time to brute force vhosts. Like, now I know Joe Yobert at HackerOne has had some success doing it, and like, but a lot of times the vhosts are listed explicitly in certificate data because they use one certificate. So I can instantly find, if I look at the certificate of a site, most of the time a lot of it's vhosts, and then I just have to set the host header to visit it. But I know that I'm admittedly a noob in this space, so I might be missing something. I mean, you guys tell me. I don't do much vhost enumeration, honestly. Um, in HTTPX, why do we want to follow redirects? Because sometimes it redirects to out of scope domain. Yeah. Um, yes, because sometimes you get DNS or other redirects. So usually I want to end up where it's trying to send me to know that if it's an in-scope item or not. Um, but sometimes I don't too. It just depends. So vhost finder by Wattenberg. So many different ideas on vhost stuff here, all of which I will try. I promise. Okay. All right, that's all the questions from there. Okay, so GitHub Recon continued. So um, looking at all of these repos when you search for your target domain that's referenced in these repos um, can find you new hosts, new subdomains, new TLDs. Out it can find out naming patterns for companies. It can tell you their technology stacks. So it's really a really valuable red team tool because in red teaming, knowing this stuff before you're going into an engagement is more power to you, right? So figuring out what kind of databases they use, what kind of software they're running, might provide you with the post exploitation route. Um, what open source components they're using, that might have CVEs, like all kinds of stuff. Um, so the repo earlier by Gwendol is called GitHub Search, and there's a ton of tools in GitHub Search rather than just the one we use to find subdomains. So GitHub Search, or he did a blog on it. Here it is right here. GitHub Tools Collection. I highly recommend you check out his blog. I will put it in chat. About what all of his GitHub tools do. He allows you to search GitHub history with a Python script he made. Um, He allows you to uh, basically pull down a Git directory structure and everything in it um, with Git pillage. Um, he can get you a list of contributors on anything, um, and it gives you a command line table of all the contributors to a project. Um, GitHub Dorks is very similar to the thing I did. Um, so you can use his. His is probably better than mine, I'm guessing. Don't really know. But uh, he has that one in there. This is a Python version of the previous script. Um, you can get employees of a certain domain or a certain company if they have a company account. Endpoints is the other one I use most often. So with GitHub endpoints, you use GitHub endpoints and you give it a domain, so PayPal Corp, right? And it will again search for the domain, but it'll give you the commit of the code that it was referenced in and where it is in red. And so I can go to these and start looking around for what was in here. So he talks about um, relative URLs. So I've used GitHub endpoints for the same workflow I kind of used the subdomain one for, um, but I can't remember what the difference is. There is like one key difference between these two tools, and I can't remember why I used endpoints over the subdomain enumeration one. Maybe it'll come to me. There was a reason. This is why you put things in slides. So, okay, so pull every repo belonging to an organization. Um, this is just a command line version of search through the API. It's written in PHP. GitHub secrets. You can find um, secrets based on a regex, and he's used seclists to find secret keywords. So here you can just give it a regex for something, and it'll search across GitHub. So here he's like GitHub secrets, DB password, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it'll tell you, this will search all of GitHub. So he's not even filtering this down to one target domain. He's just doing wide scale security research on GitHub. Here's GitHub subdomains, which we used. And then there's some other stuff here. So he has a whole tool set for GitHub, which is dope. And he also has I think a private repo where he updates these things, and you get, like, if you subscribe to his GitHub or you do the like new GitHub Patreon system or whatever, you get extra features in his tools before he releases them to the public, or even if he never releases them to the public, I think is what I remember. Yeah, if you're a sponsor. So pretty sure. Hey, there's me. Gwendol's tools and GitHub repo have been awesome in my recent hunting. Thank you. Yeah, so he actually cited me. That's dope. I don't know why I'm not sponsoring anymore. That's horrible of me. I should be sponsored. So, what does he give? Time to time. Yeah, I think as one of his support membership thing, he gave early access to cool. So, cool. All right. Okay, so subdomain brute force is the next section. So subdomain brute forcing will give us subdomains. We will run brute force at least provisionally on almost all of our Apex domains. So we'll run scraping and brute force on all of our Apex domains. So brute forcing is a pretty simple man, I wish I could speak. A pretty simple concept. We take a list of common subdomain names and we try to resolve them for our target company.com, right? And if it exists, we get sent to a domain or it resolves, and if it doesn't, then it doesn't, and it doesn't exist. And so, in the past, we used to use things like fierce and all this other stuff, and it sucked because it took forever. Like fierce was the most commonly known DNS brute force tool before kind of the new breed came out, but now they're much better tools. And the first one to kind of spur this along was Mass DNS, and Mass DNS uses multiple DNS resolvers um, to resolve at the same time so that you can finish this process quickly. Um, and so you can use a tool called Pure DNS, which is probably my favorite right now, which is a wrapper to match DNS to Mass DNS, which is still I think one of the fastest that you can use. Now this is just a resolver, right? It's a resolver tool. So you feed it, you say Pure DNS brute force, and you feed it your list of brute forcing words, and then you say your domain, and then you give it a list of resolvers. Um, and it will distribute the resolution across all those resolvers and hopefully come back to you with a bunch of output. Amass has a module for brute forcing. Don't use it because it's slow. In fact, disable brute forcing and use this instead. Um, Pure DNS is just the simplest and best one I've seen so far. You may have other ideas on what to use for brute forcing. I did a lot of research on this. I ended up on Pure DNS. Alter X is to make permutations, which we're going to talk about in a later module. Um, so in order to use Pure DNS to brute force, we need resolvers, fresh resolvers. So Trickist maintains a list of fresh resolvers. Trickist is a platform that does Recon automatically, and you can build Recon workflows, and it's a paid platform. So they maintain a project on GitHub called Trickist Resolvers, and so they have a list of just DNS servers that resolve. And so this is what I've actually passed to Pure DNS in this picture is just their current today's version of fresh resolvers. And so the more resolvers you feed to Pure DNS, the faster it can give you back data. I usually run with the resolvers .text, but you can also run with the resolvers trusted, which is a shorter list, but it's things that always work pretty much. Okay, so next is alteration permutation brute force. So this is kind of where AlterX comes in, although I don't know if I mentioned AlterX in the slides. So this will give us even more esoteric subdomains. So the idea for alteration and permutations is that a company might have dev.company.com, but they might run with a naming convention that is just not possible to really brute force effectively, like dev1, dev2, dev3, or dev-1 or dev-2 or dev.1.company.com. There's a million weird ass ways people name subdomains in the world. And so if you find one name, just general word as a subdomain, you can run permutations or alterations on it to see if you can find weird other ways that they've named their subdomains. So that's why this is esoteric, because it's pretty deep down the rabbit hole of finding subdomains. It is a subsection of brute forcing. The first tool that was written was called AltDNS, written by Nathaniel Wakelam and Shubs. And it was the first tool to be released to do this. Now we have other ones. Permutation alteration scanning, I like my tools to be easy and feature complete, and so I use DNSGen actually for this. So using tokenization of the subdomain word and pattern generation, just like magic regex stuff, DNSGen will build a list of permutations and alterations of your subdomains. So you feed it in, I feed it in what comes out of Bounty Catch. After I finish this, I've done all my recon and I've stuffed it all in the Bounty Catch. I print out Bounty Catch and I feed it to DNSGen. And then it will build permutations on all of them, and then you have to pipe that to Pure DNS to do the brute forcing. So DNSGen itself does not do the resolving. It's not a resolver. It just builds these alterations and permutations that you can brute force with. So it goes something like this: cat the file of subdomains I already know about, or I can use Bounty Catch to print out the project, all of the subdomains it knows about the project. Then pipe it to DNSGen dash, and then pipe that to Pure DNS resolve with a list of working resolvers. And so that's the alteration workflow basically, and that will test all these alterations of subdomain names. This takes forever, by the way. Um, I was running this on Dell. I started 2 days ago. Dell has so many subdomains, and running permutations on each one of them was crazy. So this works better on small scope projects than it does on large scope projects. Um, so, take it with a grain of salt. Maybe start it at the beginning of your pipeline once you finish all your enumeration, let it run for a little while, and then diff it from what data set you had before going in, and then you can figure out if it's useful or not. Yeah, permutation files can get really big. Um, let me read the comments here. Expired. Can't remember sublist from naming trend. So, so Nemox says there are tools that observe the naming trend of subdomains. So we talked about that earlier, Recon GPT. My tool works. The other one that we tried, it works for some people. So we did do that using AI. Um, Sometimes wildcard detection can take a long time for pure DNS. Actually, that's one of the things I like about pure DNS is that it has wildcard detection. I mean, you can lower the wildcard threads or increase the wildcard threads to handle wildcards, but I actually thought that was one of the places where it was strong. Um, we can't give multiple lists of resolvers to pure DNS, right? Like trusted for verification and extended for general brute force. No, we cannot, as far as I know. If none of these options are available, specify which resolvers use -s resolvers and resolvers trusted arguments. Oh, okay, maybe you can. Uh, I've never done that before. That's dope. Okay. Oh, do you update the mind map after doing GitHub dorks? Like, I checked GitHub dorks for subdomain. I checked 5 out of 10. Continue later on. Good question. Like, the real answer is like, I fill I fill time and space with doing that GitHub dorking. So no, I don't really. I use the GitHub dorking on the main domain, and then other Apex domains, I'm not really doing a ton of GitHub dorking. If I'm just telling the truth, should I be? Probably. I probably should be doing it on every Apex domain, but I don't. Uh, I just use it to fill up time. Is that the answer you wanted? I know it's not satisfying, probably. Okay. Uh, yeah, I mean everything's a trade-off of time and energy, and I should be doing it, but I don't normally. So okay, screenshotting. So we have all of this domain data, subdomains and regular domains. Um, Now how do we handle it, right? Like, well, you can pipe it into HTTPX, which we've talked about, which will just visit all those subdomains and Apex domains and just tell you if they have a web server running. And then you can start hacking. That is the simplest workflow to finish all this off. You pipe your giant list of subdomains and Apex domains into HTTPX, and then you just go. Um, Now, there are other ways to start working with your output. So getting screenshots will give us a visual of all of our gathered data and allow us to prioritize what we work on. So screenshotting can be done with a few tools. So Aquatone is one. Aquatone, the link I had in here was old. I have replaced the link to a more maintained version of Aquatone that XNL gave us. So that was dope. I actually didn't know it wasn't being maintained anymore, so he gave us a link to someone who is maintaining it. So that link should work to a new branch. It uses the headless browser to go to all of our subdomains and take a screenshot, which is awesome. Eyewitness and HTTP screenshots are other versions. I usually use Eyewitness because honestly, it's just the one I started using when I started doing Recon, and I kept going with it. And it had like a lot of success on it. So, but there are a couple more. So, like someone said in chat, HTTPX, which we've been using to resolve domains, can also take screenshots now, I believe. And then there's another one called Witness Me. And Witness Me, I think, will be what I end up testing over the coming weeks. And I probably will switch to, because I installed it. I installed it a couple nights ago in research for the class, because I was trying to find the best thing to recommend to you guys. None of them really came up on top until I started using Witness Me, which has like a lot of cool extensibility and is actively maintained by a whole bunch of pen test people. And so I might actually switch over to Witness Me. But you can choose any of these tools. They're pretty simple. They just take your list of subdomains. They go try to visit them on HTTP and HTTPS and then take a screenshot. And what you end up with is a folder of screenshots. Um, and so um, this allows you to basically make the thumbnails really big and prioritize what you want to look at. Yes, Go Witness was another one I didn't put in the slides. I'm so sorry. There's so many options for this thing. So can somebody put Witness Me as well in? There you go. Perfect. You guys are great. Check you guys out. Um, yeah, so Go Witness is another one. Aquatone, the maintained version. Witness Me. Now, you're eventually just going to get a folder full of screenshots. And what do you do with this folder full of screenshots? Well, it allows you to prioritize your work in a way that you can't do just looking at the domains and the output of HTTPX, because when you pass all of your subdomain data into HTTPX, what you get is a long list of links. And then, what do you do with that? Well, you just have to visit the links one at a time, right? Like, and go to the sites and start web hacking. And that's, like web hacking is, what we're going to talk about tomorrow. But like, there's no prioritization in that. You basically work from the list top to bottom, unless you think a subdomain name looks juicy, like admin something, right? Well, the screenshotting allows you to basically look at some screenshots and be like, hey, that site looks like something I might want to go look at as a priority. And so the priorities differ for bug hunters and red teamers. So for red teamers, um, I want to take a look at this screenshot folder and immediately identify every place they're using, Azure authentication, any VPN login that I can see, any SSO login, I can see any login page. And those to me are important as a red teamer because I have probably collected threat intel from breaches and creds that I want to stuff on all of those sites. So that's something I want to see. Yes, I do update the mind map for these two. Yes. Um, and uh, so that's what I do as a red teamer. And then as a bug bounty hunter, I look for different things. I'm not necessarily worried about the login pages. I'm not worried about them at all if they're generic SSO pages, because usually credential stuffing is not in scope for a bounty program, no matter what you do. And so, well, actually, that's not true. I used to know one bug hunter who used to submit. She used to submit like cred stuffing type attacks to a program, and that specific program paid. But I don't think many programs pay for it. Fatih, maybe you can help me out here. Like, give me a percentage, ballpark, on how many programs would pay if you gave them a live credential that worked in a login. What do you think? What would the percentage be? Really? All maybe. Well, maybe I'll add that back to my methodology. Jesus. I had taken it out because I had got stymied a couple times. I mean, so the idea here would be like, yeah, like let's say I go through dehashed and I find a credential for one of their employees and I use it to log into their Outlook web access or something. Would I be able to submit that to the bounty for most programs? Okay, cool. So you heard it here from Fatih. Um, maybe add threat intel into your bug bounty hunting. I had taken it out, honestly. But now that I have all these capabilities, maybe I want to start adding it back in. That's dope. Yeah, so, but as a bug hunter for application testing, there are a couple things I'm looking for in these screenshots. First of all, anything that pops up with basic authentication. Um, I know that it's locked down usually for a development reason, so I want to check out that. Anything that has like a blank page, I actually care about blank pages, because usually what that means to me is that there used to be something on that website, and they have, for some reason, moved it away from the root domain of the web server, probably because it's sensitive. You don't just like move the application away from the root of the web server for no reason, really. You're trying to hide it um, from people for some reason. So I'm interested in that because eventually I'm going to do content discovery. I'm interested in for custom code logins. Um, Custom code logins meaning like you can see two on the screen that are Microsoft-based logins and Okta-based logins. I don't care about those as a bug bounty hunter so much right now. Maybe I will in the future, now that I will use my threat intel skills there. But right now I don't, um, because I'm not going to find an O day in Okta. I'm not going to find an O day in OWA web access. But a custom app that has a login with custom code that this company has made, I'm interested in hacking and doing content discovery in. So these things filter up to the top of my list. I will do them first. I will drag them to the top of the mind map and put them at the top and just work down one at a time by looking at things. And the screenshots help me prioritize, you know, risky-ish stuff I want to look at first. So, basic auth. What am I doing with basic auth? Uh, I am brute forcing a very small list for basic auth using a couple tools I'll outline tomorrow. How do you keep I'll address the rest of these questions after we blow through the slides. We have 9 slides left. Okay, so edge case recon techniques. And these are more of like just tips and tricks. I don't know why I call them edge case, but whatever. So this is one I always tell people about. So many times you will be up against a site that uses a CDN, and many CDNs these days include features to add kind of inline WAF checks to their CDNs. So you'll get blocked by, your attack traffic will get blocked by a site for some reason if you're trying to fuzz a parameter or do anything, right? But a way to get past this is to try to find the origin URL or the origin domain. Sorry. So many times when I'm looking through my large data set of what is in Bounty Catch, I will just grep for origin to see if I had found accidentally referenced somewhere the origin the origin domain to bypass the CDN. Because like normally in this case in the screenshot, I'm trying to go to domain.com and I'm just trying to, or the subdomain or domain.com or whatever, and I'm trying to test them and I'm getting blocked by the CDN. But if I can find the origin server, I can bypass the CDN and go directly to the source. Some people, that is not accessible on the internet, and some people misconfigure it that it is. So finding the origin will allow me to bypass the controls that the CDN has put in place, usually security controls. Other things I'm looking out for: custom logins, default content like Apache installed page, any pages that have the domain that have in them in the subdomain name dev, stage, QA, www1, www2. Those are all useful to bypass WAFs. So if you have a WAF that's deployed to www.tesla.com, it's not always deployed to stage or QA or dev or www1 or www2. So that is a thing to like I said tangentially we were going to talk about bypassing WAFs. That's normally how I do it, honestly, is I find a domain that the WAF is not protecting but is a carbon copy of the code, and then I test there. I find vulnerabilities and I submit them and say, hey, like I'm pretty sure this is the same on your retail site, but you have this WAF, but there's still a bug in the underlying code. You might get paid less, but or those subdomains might be in scope or they might not. Who knows? 302 redirects, basic auth, old-looking frameworks, and outdated privacy policies and trademarks. I think I talked about most of those already. So these are just kind of like quick hits I look at from the screenshots and from the domain names of stuff that we've gathered. Other esoteric recon stuff, favicon analysis has become like a new thing that has tools in it. I think me and Nafi were probably the first 2 people to start doing this. The idea here is that, like I said, you will invariably do a large scope project, either a red team engagement or a bug bounty hunt on a large scope company. And what will happen is you'll end up with all of these blank white pages that that you land on when you try to go to their URL. And you're like, I don't know anything about this. I've used source. There's nothing on it. There's no login page. the only thing I can do at this point is do content discovery, directory brute forcing. And you may find something, you may not. But what sometimes you can do is scan their favicon. And so if the page does have some content on it or has specified a favicon, there are projects out there that have hashed every kind of installed software or company favicon that exists. And so you can scan a whole bunch of URLs with a tool called FavFreak, and it will tell you, hey, um, this matched this hash for this favicon, and here you can see on the bottom it found, a Spring Boot admin panel or a Big IP admin panel or something like that. And so if those pages had been obscured by moving the app out of the root, well, I know that's what's there now, and first of all I know I can spend some more time on it. If I can find where where they moved it to, what the folder structure is through other means, now I can attack that site a little bit better. And if I know what a default Spring Boot install looks like and what paths it creates, maybe I can somehow figure out, or they left some functionality and didn't move the whole app out of the web root. And so this is an esoteric way to find out what's on these like sites that you end up that don't have any content on them. Sometimes they're APIs, and sometimes people have tried to obscure what app is on there, and it's probably about a 50-50. So yeah, that's kind of what happens. Okay, so Recon frameworks is our last section. Now, we just went through a day of Recon, and I assume that you came, a lot of you came and you were willing to listen to Recon, and probably like it most of the time. But some people hate Recon, and I'm totally fine with that. Like some people hate Recon because of the data management. Some people hate Recon because of the constant tooling and technique updates that it requires. Some people hate keeping up their Linux environment and being on the Linux command line, or the parsing knowledge you need to take the output and do things with it. Some people hate all this. Um, it's not their jam. It's definitely my jam, but it's not some people's jam. Now, what can you do if you really don't like Recon? Um, and you just kind of want to get the same value out of what we talked about today, but would rather it be an easier process, and you're willing to sacrifice some of the efficacy of some of these standalone tools. Well, you use a Recon framework. So these are apps that have been written that basically do most of the stuff we're talking about today in an automated fashion. And all you do is pass it a domain, enter in your API keys, and it runs all these tools and it does all this stuff. It doesn't do everything, and it doesn't do everything as well. But if you're okay with hitting 80 or 90% or 70 or 80% of what we did today, then it can be for you, for sure. And I've tested a lot of these frameworks. The last version of my Recon talk, I actually pitted them together and gave them grades. I got so much shit from the tool authors for doing that, so I didn't give them grades this time. I'm just telling you about 5 that I really like. And they're all free. I didn't list any ones that are paid. Okay, so the first one that I use, this is my personal favorite I use, is Recon for the win. Why do I like Recon for the win? It does about 85% of what we talked about today. It can be configured to do like 95%. And what I count as a good Recon framework does these things in this list. And so it says yes to all these things. It does it all. It has a good Recon framework has a web GUI. Recon for the Win just launched a web GUI instead of just being on the command line. A good Recon framework does passive scraping or subdomain scraping. Yes, it does those with Amass and Subfinder. It does brute force. It does permutations. It does certificate transparency. It doesn't necessarily do the cloud stuff we were talking about today. So that's a minus a little bit. But none of them do. None of them I'm talking about today did the cloud stuff we were talking about today. GitHub source code scraping, it has the ability to do this, yes. Analytics analysis, yes. Screenshotting, yes. Deduplication of your domains and Apex domains and subdomains, yes. And then to port scan everything, yes. And then Recon for the Win also has the ability to do some of the app hacking stuff tomorrow, like scanning for pre-known CVEs or doing content discovery. I did a full blog on Recon for the Win on my blog. I put the link at the bottom of the slides. Um, and it could be like a full half-day class on like how to use Recon for the Win. But there's plenty of documentation, plenty of videos already on Recon for the Win to get you up and running and to just kind of push button receive bacon, right? To use it easily. So Recon for the Win is the one I use. I replaced my own. I replaced my own process, my own bash script with Recon for the Win. I made some minor changes to my own branch, um, et cetera, et cetera. So Recon for the Win is one I suggest. Here is a screenshot of the new GUI that just came out, I think, 5 or 6 weeks ago. So it's still in development, but it's coming along really well. And so I think this is important for people who don't like to do recon to, have a GUI, a web server that stands up and stuff, and you can see here kind of what that looks like. It's very bare bones right now compared to some other things, but it's getting there and it will get there. A complete rewrite of Recon for the Win is actually coming, I think, in the next few months. 62des, the author, and some of the other authors are tremendous people. They've been wanting to remodularize, refactor, add some new features to this framework, and it continues to get better. And they want to make this GUI better as well. So it is a pretty dope framework. The next one is Re-Engine. So Re-Engine is arguably people's first choice. I think right now it's my second favorite. It's a little prettier on the web GUI side. Um, it does everything that we mentioned before. It adds some hot sauce on top, I would say, in the ability to add more web spidering to the data and attach it to domains. It also does technology mapping. It can handle more IP mappings to one domain. Um, if there's multiple, resolving domains. It can do screenshots inside of the GUI, I believe. I think the Recon for the Win can one inside the GUI too. No, not inside the GUI, but it can do screenshots into a folder. So Re-Engine is pretty fancy. It's nice. The only thing about like Re-Engine that I've noticed and why I don't use it as my primary, first of all, I just used Recon for the Win for a long time, and Re-Engine seems to take a bunch of system resources. And yeah, I didn't have a great time installing and using it for the first run around. I'm going to give it a second shot pretty soon, but Re-Engine is my kind of like second choice and a lot of people's first choice right now. So, sorry. So that is it for today. So I didn't go into the other ones, right? So I picked the two that I liked the best. The other ones are Sniper and Find Domain. I didn't do slides on them. They also offer all of the same features. Uh, they have GUIs, but Find Domain's GUI is paid. Find Domain's command line framework is free. But Find Domain's GUI is a paid thing that you have to pay him for. Sniper also has a basic recon framework that is free. It's called the Community Edition of Sniper, um, and the Community Edition doesn't do kind of everything that the Pro version can do. I still haven't mapped that out. And then the last one I was investigating was Asmodeus, the new version of Asmodeus. They're calling it Asmodeus NG. So Asmodeus is it is a vulnerability scanning engine and a reconnaissance engine. Um, and it now has a web server as well, and it can manage all your recon. It's very similar to Recon for the Wind, except for a little bit more complicated, I would say. But the new GUI for it is pretty dope. Jesse JJJ is an absolute monster when it comes to coding. I like Asmodeus. I'm just not quite sure. Like, I'm ready to switch off Recon for the Win. I also love 62des. He's a cool dude, and like you said he has a Discord where he's helping everybody out, and yeah. So I'm just not ready to move off Recon for the Win. But this is another contender I'm going to look at is Asmodeus' new GUI and how it interacts with their underlying engine and how they do stuff. So Those are actually 5 options that you can look at for Recon 1. But the easiest one is Recon for the Win and Re-Engine. I say would be the easiest ones. All right, so that's it for today. Let me just go over the questions before we adjourn. Make sure I can address all of them, or if I can't, I can bring them back tomorrow. Um, okay, what's your view on screenshots from a VPS on Windows? So I mean, I just do the screenshot tool, and it dumps them in a folder, and then I transfer the folder down to my Windows box and look at the folder. So that's how I do that. Um, Witness Me has a command where you can view the screenshots on the command line of a VPS. I don't know how it does that. It's actually magic, but they have a way to do it. I saw it in their documentation. So Witness Me seems dope. How do you keep up to date with new vulnerabilities and trends in the field? Twitter. I keep up with it all on Twitter. If InfoSec Twitter dies, our ability to rapidly gather vulnerability information takes a big hit. Like as soon as a new CVE comes out, all of the hackers are talking about it. All of the companies that track CVEs are tweeting about it. The Internet Storm Center is tweeting about it. All these places are tweeting about it. And so it's why I like Twitter so much because, and some people think Twitter's a hellhole, and it is. In some ways it's really bad. But I try to like block out all the noise on Twitter and just focus on the things that are useful for me. So I was using TweetDeck to monitor different types of vulnerabilities and CVEs and stuff like that. TweetDeck just took a giant nosedive because of API limits, and they replaced it with a new version. So I'm just trying to figure out a way where I can have this running stream of vulnerability data that's pretty live. Um, but yeah, still trying to figure it out. What are the most common mistakes you see beginners making? I'm guessing this is a bug bounty question. Um, Probably not spending enough time understanding a single site. So what we're doing here is we're increasing our odds of finding a vulnerable site, but you still, at the end of the day, you're going to get a whole bunch of links, websites to hack. And many people take this methodology I'm showing you today to find this juicy stuff, and then they just throw it to these scanners like Nuclei. And yeah, like if you find new scope, you might get some Nuclei hits and you might get paid, but it's pretty low chance. Um, so they just take this stuff and they throw it to automate, and they keep doing automated tools, right? And you're really not going to find anything like that. At the end of the day, what all of this recon is giving you is more sites to do your web hacking on. And it does increase your chance of being successful because you might have found some sites that are under-secured and are easy layups. But um, at the end of the day, you still have to web hack. And so they'll stop after they do all this recon and they'll just feed it to Nuclei or some scanner and they'll be like, oh, I didn't find anything. And then they'll give up. So that's one of the biggest mistakes. Then when they're on a specific site, they get discouraged about, first of all, how much recon data they have on one of these programs. They'll just be like, this is way too much, and they'll give up. Or they'll just not stay on a site and really understand its functionality for long enough. You should at least give every site that you want to look at in analysis at least a couple hours or maybe up to an hour and a half or something like that. Like at least do it justice to try to log into it, figure out what's going on, how it does authentication, how it handles users, what data it's handling, like explore its API or its underlying routes, understand how it's handling input and output encoding, and we'll talk about all those things tomorrow and how I basically threat model an application. But they don't give it that love. They just kind of look at it and they're like, I don't see anything obvious. None of my cross-site scripting payloads worked, and then they'll give up. So, how do you monitor for upcoming subdomains? So I run some of these tools bespokely in a cron job every morning at 4 a.m. when I'm usually asleep, and they contact Discord for me. I think I'm using a mass right now, um, and I'll show you what that looks like. I'm using a mass and something else. Who knows? Where is haddix Discord? Yeah. So I have a bot called Domain Notify. It runs in the morning and it tells me if it finds new domains for our targets. Right now I'm focusing on Dell. So you can see yesterday it gave me, this is all the new stuff it found for Dell in a run yesterday, which was quite a lot. Um, or maybe I have it running every couple days. Yeah. So um, what am I? I'm actually hacking OpenAI and Dell right now, both programs. OpenAI pays really well. So yeah. So you can see that it's running these tools every morning. Um, Sometimes the run takes a long time. Sometimes it's instant. But it'll just take my Discord token and notifies me in Slack. How do you do that? Good question. I made a one-liner for it. It's on my Twitter. I can't remember what it is right now, and I don't want to go into my cron settings. Uh, Twitter. I go here. I can go here, and then it was really recently, I think, or maybe it wasn't really recently actually. Yeah, so I'm using Notify for sure. Let me give you the full syntax though. Uh, oh well, I'll have to find it. I'll put it in chat when I find it. I don't want to just like hold you guys up. Okay, so next question is, what type of vulnerabilities do you find most often and why? Usually, particularly me, it's access control and IDORs. Um, that's just like my specialty in specific. Everybody has a specialty. I know people who are really good at SQL injection. I find SQL injection every once in a while, depending on what the frame, what the underlying tech is of the site I'm looking at. Cross-site scripting I'm actually less good at. I find a lot of it, but it has to be pretty generic. Like I'm not a JavaScript expert. So like I have a methodology that we're going to talk about for XSS tomorrow. Oh, there it is. Dang, you guys are on top of it. Jesus Christ. Okay, someone put in chat the link to, yeah, the one-liner. Yeah. So first make a screen, do one run of Subfinder, make sure it's enabled with chaos, and then do just that while loop, and and then make sure you have notify set up with your Discord API key. Um, cool. What were we talking about? Yeah, so not super great at XSS, honestly. Like I find it a lot because it's prevalent, but am I the best at it? No. Um, yeah, so let's say like I'm best at those things. Let's see here. How do you manage and prioritize your time when looking for bugs? Um, it depends on what season of my life I'm in. Uh, I mean, like there are some times when I'm heavy on bug hunting and I'm doing it. Like I'm dedicating, a little bit of time to family after work, which is like, usually from 6 p.m. my time to 9 p.m. Doing bedtime or whatever with my kids or whatever, and then spending from 9 to 12 or 1, or if I'm pushing myself really hard, even later some nights, to bug hunting and doing research. But there are other seasons in my life where I just can't afford to do that, so I'm not doing any bug hunting. When I do bug hunting, uh, I prioritize via the screenshots. Like I do, if I'm just in a quick mood, I'll run Recon for the win. If I'm in a like I really want to hack this company mode, I will do all this manual stuff in my own chain and make sure I'm getting that extra 10%. For my clients, I'm always giving that extra 10%, so I usually do all of the manual stuff, um, at work. And yeah, I mean, how do I prioritize what stuff to look at? There's no magic trick to really do that. The screenshots help you a little bit. The names of the subs help you a little bit. Sometimes the showdown stuff can help you a little bit to point you in the right direction as to what to look for first. But really, you end up testing things one at a time. It's like, how do you eat an elephant? Well, you just go down that list of websites that you have one at a time and you try to hack it. And sometimes right away you're not going to be successful because the site looks updated. It's run in a framework that has like protections against the thing that you're going to look for. Um, there's just some ways to know like that you're probably not going to have a ton of success. So those sites I stop faster on. I'll stop at an hour after I give them a good look. Other sites I will spend longer on because they look like they're, written in an outdated or older framework. Maybe the privacy policy is old, or like I just feel like they're underserved in some way, and so I will spend longer looking for vulnerabilities in those to try to get some wins. And then the screenshots help me prioritize, and uh, yeah, I mean I think that's it. But I would, I would normally ever stop on a single target before an hour and a half usually of whatever. My tools don't even finish before an hour and a half, content discovery and stuff like that. So let's see here. Uh, do you have IPs and domains in the same file, or would that conflict? Right now, I just track domains mostly, other than the ASN information of IPs. So no, I don't have them in the same file. I have them in separate areas, one in the mind map and um, one in the uh, bounty catch. And so what do I do with those ASNs, right, that represent IP space? I port scan them. We'll talk about it tomorrow, but I look for remote administration protocols. So things like SSH, FTP, our login, database, ports, things like that. And there's always default passwords associated to those, so I will try a list of very easy default passwords and look at all those, and then that'll be it. Funny thing that not a lot of people know about is like the concept of people caring about login over HTTP is the same concept about people caring about some remote administration protocols not being encrypted. So like FTP as opposed to SSH, right? So if you find FTP exposed to the internet and they'll pay, and that company will pay for um, HTTP login, they'll probably pay for FTP over the internet because it's the same principle. Um, I did that for Walmart as well, right? So they paid for this because it's the same form of unencrypted access. It's not a login form that users use, but it's arguably more important because it's a login form that power users use. FTP is a login service power users use. Anyway, quick tip there. Let me work on these questions and I'll work on chat. Do you port scan? Could we see how to port scan target? So I have port scanning in tomorrow's class, so I'll show you that stuff tomorrow. How do you find fourth or third subdomains, for example? Yes. So this idea of brute forcing for subdomains, I'll just call them subdomains, even though that isn't a real name, um, is something that Ben I think does sometimes, and I've seen people do, and I tweeted about it, and I was experimenting with it a lot. I don't know if the return on investment is there. Um, I did a Twitter like post on it on how to like use reverse and then brute force in like certain areas, and I did it for a little while. I think maybe if I had to ballpark, I found like a variance of maybe 1% on a big recon project, which wasn't enough for me to care about it that much, honestly. So I'm still playing around with it, but I did a tweet on how I do it, and sometimes tweeting is like where I just take notes. So I'll have to find it. Yeah. Uh, when you say use Recon for the win, do you mean that you run your manual workflow and run Recon for the win in the background and compare each target you're working? No. Um, so a lot of people will replace the first 125 slides that we went on with just running Recon for the win. And sometimes when I'm in a hurry, I do that as well. Because Recon for the win does so many portions of it already, but it's not everything. I'd say it's like 80% of what we touched on in the slides, maybe Recon for the win does. And you still have to set up Recon for the win with your API keys and make sure that it's working effectively, which is a whole nother process. So it just depends on how deep and how fast you want to get to testing, which in some cases depends on your mood, honestly. What are the benefits of engaging in wide scope bug bounty programs as opposed to private programs? Wide scope programs, like big companies, I would rename it to, they have problems. How do I explain this? So, wide scope bug bounty programs are usually associated to big brands and big companies. And these companies have a bunch of what we call shadow IT. So I'm sure all of you have heard of this, right? But like these companies are most of the time like hybrid legacy companies. They are growing. They have tremendous amounts of employees and developers and different business units. And what this leads to is a bunch of shadow IT. Like someone in marketing or one development group or whatever might spin up like a project, or you might have an intern in a certain business unit that doesn't get trained super well. And so there's just like a lot of opportunity for security like drift basically, or misconfiguration or whatever. And so these large scope bug bounty problems have a lot of that. Like stuff ends up on the internet that should not be on the internet, or stuff ends up not getting security reviewed or something. And so um, as an adversary or as a bug bounty hunter, that's why I enjoy working on those programs, right? Because I can find those things with my skill set. Now, private programs or smaller scope programs, those can be companies that grew up cloud first, right? And so they don't have to worry about any of this IT, shadow IT scope, right? They're all in the cloud. They know exactly what their footprint is. They're securing everything. And so really you're focusing on deep AppSec testing at that point. And that's fine. Like, a lot of people love deep AppSec testing, and I do too, right? It's just a different thing. And I find myself focusing on the chase of the Recon a lot, and it hasn't really like been whether I have to choose either or. I don't think so. Eventually, I end up testing sites, in an AppSec way anyway. So yeah, I don't think that you really have to choose. But I like the wide scope programs because I find really interesting stuff a lot of times. Legal and illegal things. Legal and illegal things while bounty hunting. I don't know exactly what that question is like meant to pertain to. And there's like technically, if you go out of scope, could be illegal. Causing damage to a system is definitely frowned upon. But in actuality, there's more laws that protect us as bounty hunters and independent security researchers than ever before. And it's a big debate in the industry about, um, like even if you do good faith security research without a bounty in place, could they really prosecute you? I think the answer is yes, but not many companies would be willing to. For instance, Sam and Brett and Ben, and like sometimes they just do projects on an industry, right? They did the car hacking thing where they found like all these web bugs and all of these car manufacturers' sites, and they didn't go through the bug bounty at all. They just thought that would be cool research. They wanted to hack this industry, and they went out and publicized it, but also did responsible disclosure. And they don't give two shits about getting sued. Um, and it scares me to death. But they're like, yeah, whatever. It's a new age. No one's really gonna pursue, prosecuting us. And that's kind of the new school kind of hacker um, purview. So, uh, yeah, I mean, I try not to go, too far out of line, but it all depends on your personal risk tolerance. I'm guessing. So, okay, so those are all the questions from um, Slidio. We have someone who requested to speak, so I will click that. Have I tried Shadow Clone? Nope. I don't know what that is, but now I want to know. Has a cool name. Vishal, you wanted to say something? How do you avoid burnouts? Do you practice any sort of meditation? No, I just run in a perpetual state of burnout. I'm a father of 3 kids, so um, I have the form of ADHD where like I push myself entirely. My imposter syndrome pushes me to do more research than is probably healthy and stay up too late. And I do that and I do that and I do that and I try to perform at work and I try to do this stuff and bounty and present and until I burn out and disappear for a couple months. And that's how my life works. Um, and I'm sure there's a more sustainable way, but I haven't found it yet. So. Okay. Rashad, didn't get your text. Just if you have a question, go ahead and put in chat. So, um, can I pass you a URL after class to look at me and tell me if there's any impact or if it is worth reporting? Sure, you can pass it to me. I think someone, you might have already done that, maybe, can't remember, but I was building the class this week, so I was like tremendously busy. Um, it's like Axiom. Okay, so Shadow Clone is like Axiom to spin up multiple VPS to share the load. Yeah, so this is something in a section that I didn't get to add to the slides, which is evasion and distribution of tools and things. I blogged about it before. It's a pretty in-depth concept. I didn't know what the class kind of skill level was going to be, so maybe I'll talk about it tomorrow. But if not, you just catch me on the side and we can talk about evasion and stuff like that. So yeah, we're up, guys. If you guys want to go, we're just chatting at this point. We're done. So um, yeah. Let's see here. Shadow clone. I think that's it. My meditation for the last few has been Diablo 4. Yes, me too. Heavily into Diablo 4. Yeah. Thanks for taking so much time. Yeah, you guys are welcome. So hopefully this class was good for you guys the first day. Um, I had not finished the AppSec slides, so I'll be working on them today until the last minute. I will get them to you tomorrow morning when we start. Um, and yeah, hopefully we have another good day tomorrow. And yeah, hopefully the class was good. So cool. All right, we are going to sign off, and I will talk to you guys later.